We are noticing on the satellite and radar composite already some showers rolling in across parts of the Everglades, US 27, inland Broward County. Weston, you could tap into some of those showers. Now, widening the view, quite the contrast of what we were talking about over the last few days. But I've been watching this disturbance over the Atlantic, and basically what's happening is it's being sheared. There's this upper level low. You see that counterclockwise spin, and this is what's happening with that low. It's drawing in the winds and pushing all this moisture right here into the southern half of the state. And with that being said, yes, that's why our rain chances increased today. We still have that Sahara dust though, so we have a little intermixing of everything. The upper level low shearing the moisture from the area that the National Hurricane Center is watching and bringing it into the state of Florida. So that's going to be our contrast and our big setup today, something we haven't talked about in quite some time. But with that Sahara dust around, it will again linger until tomorrow. We are noticing that chance of storms in the forecast today compared to the past previous days, so keep that rain gear handy. That area is being watched by the National Hurricane Center with a 10% chance of development. Development not likely, but boy, we'll take that rain because it's bringing our temperatures down to the lower 90s. Have a great day.
On the heels of Beryl, we have seen an uptick in our forecast from CSU this week, and still all of the forecasts calling for a very active season. And when we see what Beryl did, we're like, we get it.
Yeah, this is not a difficult seasonal forecast. When you consider record warm Atlantic waters, departure of El Nino, what Beryl did, peak of season starting in June, basically, it's kind of a no-brainer that this is going to be a busy peak.
Kind of feels like a plug and chug, like they used to say in meteorology school. Once you have everything, you just kind of plug and chug and you've got it. It's not too hard to figure it out. Yeah. But again, Beryl set records, was such a notable storm already so early in the season. So we know when we get to the real favorable months, now we've seen what we did in July. What are we going to do in September?
Yeah, and when you look at the years that Colorado State is comparing this year to, a lot of these were really busy years, some of them that started early and often, like 2005 that had Dennis and Emily, the previous earliest Cat 4s and 5s, and other years like 2010 and 2020. And I think one of the strongest signals to compare these years to is the number of major hurricanes, because the total number of storms can vary wildly depending upon how many shorties you have, how many relatively weak and short-lived storms you get, but how many major hurricanes you get. There's a strong signal with El Nino and La Nina, and all of those analog years, except one, 2005 that was neutral, 95, 2010, 2020, they're all La Nina years, and we have about a 2 out of 3 shot of going to La Nina this year.
So again, just another reason why we think this is going to be a big one. 2020, that was, you know, of recent times, the season of record. It was just bananas.
Yeah, and again, the 30 named storms gets a lot of attention, but I think the bigger stat is the 7 major hurricanes. It's a lot harder to make a major hurricane than it is a short, weak tropical storm that doesn't hit land.
Exactly. You know, we look at Chris, that obviously made landfall. It was such like a little thing. You know, that's going to go into the seasonal one. But are we going to remember Chris or are we going to remember Beryl? So that's why you say the major hurricanes are the ones worth noting.
Yeah, and that's why we look to El Nino and La Nina to forecast the number of majors, because there's such a strong signal with that. Now, 2020 had a lot of early stuff, but this year has already been very different, has it not? Because we didn't have major hurricanes at the beginning of the 2020 season. Now, 2010, what I always think of 2010, and we'll show 1995 in a little bit, no Beryl-type tracks. Nothing went all the way through the Caribbean. There was kind of a dividing line. So this year has already been, I would say, worse in that regard.
Yes, we had that, what do you call it, tropical freight train, or Caribbean freight train through those islands that were so impacted by, again, storms that we'd never seen before. Then 2005, you also pointed out this had some notables early, but then we had the break like what we have now.
From mid-July to mid-August, there was a relative break. And the calling card for 2005, unfortunately, was storms that in the peak of the season formed right on our doorstep and rapidly intensified. The Katrina, the Rita, the Wilma. So even if you don't have a Caribbean freight train, you can have something that's goes 0 to 60 really, really quickly.
Yeah, and where we are in the season doesn't give us much hope for, you know, an easy rest of the season, or it gives more credence to those forecasts, because we know we still got over 90% of the seasonal activity on average left at this point.
Yeah, and we've already gotten unfortunate with Beryl, because 1995, a lot of stuff did not go through the Caribbean. That's the concern I have for this year. More Beryls.
Yeah.
So we talked about this last night at 11 o'clock. That X right there was over here yesterday with a 10% chance of developing into a tropical depression. We had mentioned there were no models really showing any development, certainly nothing coming toward us. It's now down to 0%. So as we broaden out, let's talk about what's not out in the ocean. I mean, it is very quiet right now. We expect that this time of year if we have all the dust. Remember, the dust is prevalent between now and mid-August. As the dust goes away, this is the area where we get tropical development, but nothing out there right now. By the way, you can see that bright yellow plume of dust. That's the dust that's literally moving out as we speak, which is why we got at least a little bit of sunshine today. But that right there, that gap is why we have more sunshine tomorrow before that rolls in. That's our next batch of Saharan dust Sunday into Monday.
We're about to close the book on the month of July, and then we look ahead to August, and usually that means a big uptick in tropical activity. Could it happen as soon as maybe next week, Dr. Nab?
We could see the beginnings of it, but I think even the week after that could be even busier. So we are ramping up as we head into August, and we're going to see perhaps multiple areas develop in the East Pacific over the next week to week and a half. This area to watch on the East Pac side is this tropical wave, and there could be another one developing there over the next 7 to 10 days. Then we have this area to watch. It's this one area of disturbed weather, but that's not even the most important part. It's these tropical waves that are behind it. One or more of these waves will overtake this little disturbed area in the ITCZ and lead to the potential for development of these tropical waves. So it's a 7-day chance of only 20% right now, and it's like Wednesday of next week, and then Thursday, and then Friday, generally speaking, is the time frame of when that wave is going to be moving near or over the Greater Antilles next week. And you do have an upper level low here over the Bahamas and Cuba right now. That's preventing this Western Caribbean wave from developing. It's headed to the East Pac to cause development there, potentially. But out here in the eastern Atlantic, big upper level high pressure and weak wind shear. And of course, we've got the super warm waters that have more than recovered since Beryl and are near record warm levels. So there's plenty of fuel. There's weak wind shear out in the deep tropical Atlantic. And it's just a matter of these favorable conditions moving from the Pacific toward the Atlantic. And the models are responding to that. So here's this little area of disturbed weather, but there's this broad tropical wave in this focused area of spin right here. So you see in the models that that is what we're focused on, is these waves way out here in the East Atlantic. This area of disturbed weather gets overtaken, and by next Wednesday, that lead wave is getting through the Leeward Islands, and there could be some upper level low pressure still in place, and then land interaction. So how far north or south it goes will have a big influence on its development potential downstream, but this is a week from now, and then maybe it could be going either over the Western Caribbean, Western Cuba, or near Florida the following weekend. But that is only one run of the Euro. The previous run of the Euro had a weaker system that didn't develop as quickly, more land interaction, and ends up in this zone here. And the run before that had a system farther to the north. And that's just the Euro model solutions of the last few runs. The GFS also has these waves overtaking that area of disturbed weather and a fast-moving wave going near or south of the Greater Antilles. So there's some support in the Euro model for the development potential. There's not much support from any other models. So that's why the chances at the moment are only 20%, but given where it's headed, Alex, we got to watch it closely.
As we're moving into the evening hour, we may have a leftover shower or storm somewhere in our area to track on the Doppler radar. Let's get to the tropics now. This is an area of interest for many of us as the National Hurricane Center is showing or shining a spotlight. And Michael, it looks as though once we get beyond the middle of the week, the odds of this area developing, those odds are going to be going up. And clearly we see South Florida in this development potential zone. So a lot of us want to know what is going on with this.
Yeah, we never like to see that development potential area on our doorstep, which is what the Hurricane Center is showing us, telling us 50% chance of this becoming a tropical depression or named storm, likely though beyond the middle part of the week. So latter part of the week is the timing for development. Right now, we look at the features in play here. There is a lot of dry air, Betty, in the middle upper part of the atmosphere. This is all that Saharan dust that's just lingering. We have two features that we're tracking, actually. We have a tropical wave here to the north that is moving to the west. We have an area of low pressure pressure to the south of it, moving to the west-northwest. These are going to kind of merge together, and it's that merging of these systems that we're going to be tracking for the middle part of the week. Watch the moisture envelope, though. You can see that we're going to shake out that dry air by Thursday into Friday, and that's when the Hurricane Center is thinking we could see a tropical system form. Tropical depression, maybe a low-grade tropical storm. The next name on the list is Debby, but beyond that is what's in question here, and does it continue still off to the west, or does it begin to bend to the north? If you look at the steering pattern by late week into the weekend, we have a dip in the jet stream. We have high pressure steering to the east of this, and it's going to bend. The question is, does it bend closer to us, or does it bend farther to the east? The model's scenarios, though, indicating that a stronger system would tend to want to go to the east of Florida. A weaker system may be continuing off toward the peninsula. Right now, though, the model's keeping this on the weaker end for now, but like Betty said, given the time of year, something that we'll need to follow very closely here in the days ahead. We'll continue to keep you updated.
It was quite stormy to start the work week. One isolated downpour trying to approach the Broward coastline, but as you can see, it fizzles out. We'll see if it actually even reaches the shoreline. So we have some changes in the forecast to the next couple of days. Tomorrow, the dry air that's beginning to move in remains in place, so our rain chances will remain below average. And another dry day tomorrow, likely the driest day of the week. But as you'll notice, all this green here, this moisture sitting over the Lesser Antilles and near Puerto Rico, that's associated with the disturbance that the National Hurricane Center has given a medium chance of developing through the next 5 to 7 days, and still moving towards the west-northwest, courtesy of an area of high pressure that's sitting to the north of it over the Atlantic. There's still plenty of dry air dust you can see surrounding the system, but we're starting to see it thin out some, and we're starting to see signs of life within this disturbance here. Now, as it continues to move through the next couple of days towards the west-northwest, eventually that Saharan dust continues to thin out. But in this region right here, surrounding South Florida, for Cuba, the Bahamas, and especially the Gulf of Mexico, water temperatures are very warm, upper 80s to near 90. So with less dust in the air surrounding the system and warmer temperatures, we could begin to see signs of organization, and possibly it could become a tropical depression by the weekend or into early next week. Now, the difference between this afternoon is that area highlighted in orange that's basically been centered over South Florida and the Bahamas has shifted some, still remaining well to the east of the Bahamas, but instead of cutting South Florida off on the west here, it includes portions of the Gulf of Mexico, and that's because some of the models are showing that it could actually cross to the south of our area and then emerge into the Gulf of Mexico, while still some emerging here over the Bahamas and the Atlantic, something that we'll need to watch as we work our way into the weekend. No advisories for Miami-Dade and Broward. Keys coastal waters, a light to moderate chop with a high tide in Fort Lauderdale coming up at 6:15. Tonight, low rain chances. It'll be warm, it'll be humid, and heat alerts likely to be issued once again tomorrow. Tomorrow, just a few spotty showers, likely remaining dry, especially in the afternoon. Friday, better chance for showers, and then for the weekend and into early next week, close eye on the tropics. That's your 7 on 10 forecast.
Fox Weather is your Hurricane HQ, and right now we're getting ready to go into overtime here as we track the disturbance currently in the Caribbean. Let's get right to Fox Weather Hurricane Specialist Brian Norcross. Brian, this was starting to look a little bit better yesterday, and now we can see this sprawling area scraping along in the DR. When are we thinking that this has a decent chance to reach tropical system criteria, either a depression or a storm?
Well, I don't think it's going to happen until Saturday, conceivably early Saturday, but more likely late Saturday into early Sunday. It's got to clear Cuba if it goes over Cuba, but that's not 100%. It could skirt one way or the other. Take a look at the satellite picture. It's interesting, Ian, what's happening here this afternoon. First of all, we see kind of a curvature to the clouds here, and when we see that, we say, oh, that's a sign that the weather pattern, the atmospheric pattern around it is somewhat conducive, and it's developing a kind of framework that would allow it to strengthen. But when we enhance the clouds to see where the tallest thunderstorms are, we notice that these up to the north are kind of dying out, and we have this flare up here over the Tiburon Peninsula. That's that peninsula there in Haiti. Now, is that because the flow is interacting with the higher elevations on the peninsula, or is that because the system really kind of wants to develop here farther south. When thunderstorms get really tall, they can kind of tug the center one direction or the other, or allow it to form in one place or the other. So that's just something to keep an eye on. The point is that we're not really sure where this sort of estimated center is going to emerge here between Haiti and Cuba. Then we're not sure exactly how it's going to track once it gets in the vicinity of Cuba. So those are the unknowns, and all those things affect what's going to happen downstream. So the Hurricane Center has designated Invest 97L. In other words, that allows them to run, or that's what it's called when they run, the more sophisticated computer models, which, by the way, if you're looking online, don't pay attention to them yet. They're not really made for disorganized systems like this, because they all show this developing into a hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico. I'm not saying that's not going to happen, but I'm saying just because they show it, that's not a great indication in this situation. 30-mile-an-hour winds is the estimate, 70% chance of developing into at least a tropical depression over the next 7 days. That would be most likely late Saturday into the first part of the week, and decent chance this is going to develop at least into Tropical Storm Debby. All right, so here is the area where that development into a tropical depression is expected to happen, assuming it does, 70% chance. And you notice it includes the waters near Cuba. It's not likely to happen over Cuba, except that Cuba, once you get past the mountains in the eastern part of the country, then it's not very mountainous. So sometimes a big system can actually develop if the atmospheric conditions are just exactly right. It's more likely to happen up in this area here, obviously, where we have much more conducive conditions, including extremely warm water. Look at this, near 90 degrees here, the warmest water in the whole Atlantic, north of Cuba and west of Florida. So once that system gets in that area, it's going to have a lot of fuel to develop. If the weather pattern is as good as some of the computer forecasts indicate, then it's likely to develop into at least a tropical storm. And of course, we have to pay very close attention to that. Here's what the computer models are saying this afternoon. You notice we have a couple of batches here. The GFS ones are kind of staying close to the state of Florida. Obviously, this would be a situation where it would not tend to intensify as quickly because it would be interacting with the landmass of Florida. Offshore, notice this one, this is the UK Met model, misses Cuba and then over just a little part, so it has a chance to be stronger up in here. And then we'll see what happens in terms of how quickly it turns and if it slows down and so forth. But exactly how these various possibilities interact with Cuba has a lot to do with what happens to them downstream in terms of intensity, and intensity affects track. So a lot to say about that. Where it was before was only 5 days out. Notice the GFS says it's 7 days out. It's only a little farther up the coast, and so that's a little bit of stalling going on here. Yesterday, the stalling looked like it was going to go on in the northern Gulf, so a lot of uncertainty about that, and I'll explain what's going to make it stall in just a moment. You see where the consensus is that it moves up here into the Big Bend or near the Tallahassee area and then on up the Carolina coast. But again, it hasn't even developed. The models are kind of all over the place, so don't hang your hat on anything quite yet.
And first at 11, we are watching the wave tonight. We have a better idea of how this tropical system in the Atlantic will impact South Florida. Good evening. Thank you for joining us tonight. I'm Juwan Strader.
And I'm Trina Robinson. This is a system a lot of people are really keeping an eye on. And the First Alert weather team has answers for you. Meteorologist Stephen McLaughlin standing by with what to expect for your weekend.
But first, we start with hurricane specialist John Morales with details on this disturbance. Thank you for joining us, John. And Steve, could you give us a quick rundown of what we can expect this weekend?
Steve will do that, and I will discuss what's going on with this tropical disturbance, which is in the Greater Antilles this evening, still just as an easterly wave. It has not developed. It's being monitored still by the National Hurricane Center, and we'll go straight to the maps and talk about what's impacting it right now, because it's still some of that dry air, some of that Saharan dust in place, making the air mass overall sometimes as much as 50% less humid than it would otherwise be in the tropical latitudes, and also land mass interaction, right? So the tropical wave has been crossing over the Greater Antilles, and that's been preventing it from developing any further. Now let's take a look at the satellite loop here, and you'll clearly see how disorganized this system is, right? It's still far from getting its act together. That's great news. Nevertheless, the National Hurricane Center does say that it's likely in the next 7 days to become a tropical depression or storm. And by the way, I mean, it won't take it 7 more days to get anywhere in the Gulf of Mexico, or for that matter, potentially the state of Florida. And that's where I want to discuss the potential impacts here, because for southern Florida, folks, this might be a rain event. That's going to be about it. We could get about upwards of 2.5, maybe 3 inches of rain. The west coast of Florida, though, could see about 5+ inches of rain, and then there is a chance that northern Florida will have to face a stronger system, a tropical storm. A hurricane cannot be ruled out, but we're talking the Florida Panhandle, we're talking northern Florida. That's where the impacts would be the strongest. But for South Florida, because it's taken so long to get its act together, because that dry air has been in place, we just simply don't see it becoming a wind storm threat for South Florida, although we should definitely see some rain this weekend. And for more of that, we'll head back to the studio.
Con Madison Torres para que nos cuente cómo está esto localmente y también cómo se mueve el trópico.
Y ese sistema que viene para acá este fin de semana, por lo menos va a traer lluvia. Adelante.
Así
buenos
es,
días.
así es.
Buenos días, Madi.
Muy buenos días, Eileen. Buenos días, Jorge. Bueno, localmente estamos lidiando nuevamente con advertencia por calor aquí en casa. Sin embargo, voy a concentrarme de momento en el trópico, porque estamos prácticamente a días de que un ciclón tropical pueda formarse en las cercanías de nuestro estado de Florida. De momento, como onda tropical, esto no representa un peligro, una amenaza directa para nuestra área, para Miami y Fort Lauderdale. Sin embargo, estamos previendo que como se va a estar moviendo hacia el Golfo de México y ahí pueda formarse, pues toda esa lluvia esté precisamente afectando el sur de Florida. La posibilidad de formación en 2 días es de un 50% y en 7 días es de un 80%. Estamos pensando en algún momento durante el fin de semana o a inicios de la próxima semana laboral, por acá, por esta zona de color rojo, veamos la formación de un ciclón tropical cuando esta zona de mal tiempo continúe moviéndose y llegue acá a esta área de color rojo. Por eso es que digo que faltan algunos días. De manera general, la trayectoria de esta zona de mal tiempo va a ser al noroeste, pasando por toda la isla de Cuba durante el día de hoy y llegando para mañana sábado al occidente del país como una zona de mal tiempo. Eventualmente acá en porciones del Golfo de México, ahí es donde pudiéramos ver ese desarrollo tropical y el sistema se movería o haría una curva al norte. Independientemente de dónde haga la curva, de dónde logre formarse, estamos previendo que vamos a tener un fin de semana lluvioso debido a toda esa humedad tropical aquí marcada en esos colores anaranjados oscuros que va a estar llegando al área. Eso va a estimular los periodos de lluvia desde temprano en la mañana, siendo el día más activo mañana sábado. También hoy viernes vamos a estar lidiando con algunas tormentas en horas de la tarde, pero definitivamente estos próximos 3 días van a ser los más activos en el tiempo en cuanto a la lluvia, y más adelante en el pronóstico del tiempo local les voy a traer todos los detalles.
Well, these clouds tell the big story here. The British Virgin Islands getting soaked this week as PTC4 makes its way toward the Gulf as the system heads toward the Florida coastline. Places like Anna Maria Island and Clearwater Beach can prepare for a similar sight over the weekend.
Well, Jen, you know, some of those thunderstorms that have moved through parts of the Caribbean over recent days, well, we're going to see a lot more of that picture right there that you saw on the left. Repeated in Florida and other areas nearby, as now we're watching what's called potential tropical cyclone number 4, which is essentially the same thing as we saw yesterday. It's just another word perhaps to confuse us. But the idea is that it has a chance of becoming a tropical cyclone as it moves, well, away from Cuba, which is where roughly the center of lowest pressure is. As it moves out over here, we could indeed see some development take place over the warmer waters, and if indeed and precisely the atmosphere opens up that window to happen. Because the water can be as warm as you want, but if the atmosphere shuts it down, we're not going to have development. But we think the atmosphere will give it some breathing room with that warmer water and allow some strengthening. That is indeed reflected by the National Hurricane Center's new forecast cone, which shows potentially a tropical storm, a strengthening one, moving northbound across the eastern Gulf of Mexico, not far from Florida, right? So that brings in lots of places all the way from Florida Keys, of course, Fort Myers, all the way through Tampa, Cedar Key, potentially. Those would be the areas where the lowest pressure might move nearby. But remember, it's so often, and especially in a case like this, with the weather system so big and broad and bulky right now, that it's not really advisable to focus on where that area of lowest pressure is going to be, because the weather is already right now surrounding that by hundreds of miles. So keep that in mind. There is the axis of lowest pressure right in there. It's not even a consolidated low with a coherent rotation all the way around it, but it's got that wave-like character to it. And that can be good down the road at supporting development, but we'll have to watch it as it moves over the Gulf in the next 24 to 48 hours. Right now, the weather conditions across parts of Central and South Florida, manageable, just maybe a bit showery and breezy, more so than a normal day, but not by a whole lot. But as we go through the next 48 hours, we will likely watch it get worse with some squally weather moving through the Bahamas, Turks and Caicos, and of course, the Florida Straits, Florida Keys, and South Florida. This is, again, some simulations for where that area of lowest pressure will be. And that may be fine and good, but look at where a lot of the bad weather is far away removed from where those lines are, where the lowest pressure is. This is a pretty big and hulking system carrying with it some very heavy rainfall, likely across parts of Florida. And then we have potentially a whole other set of issues here off the southeast coast, and that would take us into early next week with maybe even some more development there. But for right now, Jen, the biggest issue is the heavy rain in Florida with flooding likely a concern.
The one and only Local 10 News starts right now.
Off the top at 11, we now have Tropical Depression 4 forming off the coast of Cuba, expected to be our next named storm, and South Florida is set to feel the effects this weekend.
Preps underway up and down the peninsula. Parts of the Sunshine State coast are under tropical storm watches and warnings.
South Florida also under a flood watch. Some areas could see 2 to 4 inches of rain. Residents seen stocking up on sandbags. The heavy rain is expected to roll in overnight.
We have live team coverage. Christian De La Rosa is standing by in Key West and Samir Nefsi in Fort Lauderdale. We begin with Chief Certified Meteorologist Betty Davis with the latest advisory. Betty.
And as of this new advisory, it is Tropical Depression 4 off the south coast of Cuba. So it now has a closed circulation per the National Hurricane Center. They're basing that on satellite and radar imagery as well as some surface observations. So bottom line, it is becoming better organized. Winds of 30 miles per hour moving west-northwest at 17 miles per hour. It'll continue that west-northwestward journey for now in the vicinity of Cuba. Here's the forecast cone, and I'm not immediately noticing any dramatic changes over the next couple days in terms of how this is going to track. But down the road, as we're going out towards, say, day 3, 4, 5, it does look as though they are slowing down the movement of it as it heads out toward the southeast coast. But let's bring the discussion back down to where it is now and where it's going to be heading around the Saturday-Sunday time frame, particularly on Saturday, because that is when it moves out over the Florida Straits. And by late Saturday evening, it's forecast to become a tropical storm, passing near the Keys as we're moving, say, late Saturday afternoon into the evening hours. May still be a tropical depression on its way to becoming a tropical storm at that point, and then working its way northward up the eastern part of the Gulf of Mexico, where it gets stronger. Now, you'll notice the Keys under that tropical storm watch still, and the southwest coast, that red area, that is a tropical storm warning. But bottom line for the Keys, we're still going to be expecting the winds to gust to 40 miles per hour, or maybe even a little higher than that with some of the gustier storms. And even for Dade and Broward, we're going to plan on getting some winds that gust 30 to 35, maybe as high as 40 in some of the stronger storms, with those off and on downpours, some of the rain bands coming in off the waters and lashing our area on Saturday, and we could still catch a few into Sunday as well. Flood watch is going to remain in effect through Sunday evening. Tonight, we are starting to see some of those scattered showers rolling in, and we'll have more as the weekend unfolds. I'll be back in a few minutes with a closer look.
Right now at 5 o'clock, Tropical Depression 4 has formed. You can see it right here in the middle of your screen. Expected to strengthen later today and is forecast to bring heavy rainfall to our area. A state of emergency currently in place for 61 Florida counties, which now includes Okeechobee County. People in parts of our state are preparing for what is expected to be Tropical Storm Debby later this weekend. That storm aiming for northern Florida, but it is expected to bring some pretty significant impacts to the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast, where periods of heavy tropical downpours will keep the threat for flooding high through the weekend. Good Saturday morning. Thanks for joining us. I'm Taylor Hernandez. We have team coverage this morning as you prepare for this potential severe weather. Sandra Shaw here, keeping an eye on our local impacts, but I want to start with First Warning meteorologist Vanessa Bennett, breaking down what we know about the track. We're getting new information in with each advisory.
That's right, and the new advisory just came in 2 minutes ago, and it's still a tropical depression 4, sustained winds of 30 miles per hour. Not that well organized right now, but the center of circulation is actually off the coast of Cuba, on the southern portions of Cuba, and eventually we'll be tracking towards the west and northwest. So in the next 24 hours, we'll likely be tracking a tropical storm system on Sunday morning off the coast of Florida near the Gulf of Mexico, tracking towards the north and then making that slow turn to the northeast and heading for the Big Bend of Florida near Gainesville and Tallahassee as a tropical storm system or even a hurricane near the Gulf Coast of Florida. So we'll see what happens in the next 24 hours. Hurricane watch has already been issued for the Big Bend of Florida, tropical storm watches and warnings as well on the west coast of Florida, and we're really dealing with some tropical downpours down into the Florida Keys and on its way towards Miami-Dade County. And for us, we just have a flood watch in effect and a high surf advisory as well. We have a few coastal showers impacting Tequesta and a few more just west of Boca Raton. That's basically it right now. But those sustained winds are already increasing up to 20 to even 25 miles per hour, and it is going to get even higher in the next 24 hours. More on this. Let's continue our live team coverage with Sandra Shaw. She has more on our local impacts. Sandra.
Well, you got it, Vanessa. The big concern for us is just rain, the accumulation of rain, and those blasts of tropical type downpours. So we are showing that on our future track modeling, showing some batches of heavy rain at 10:30 right along the turnpike, West Palm up through Jupiter, up into Westport, St. Lucie, and into Boca. It continues intermittently. We'll see portions of sun as well. More cloudiness later on this afternoon. But from Okeechobee and Port St. Lucie back toward the lake, some downpours around the metropolitan area of West Palm Beach, up into Jupiter, and then sort of a South County impact as well. It looks like Belle Glade, you're in the mix for a downpour to 3:30. It continues even into early Sunday. Some stronger cells showing tomorrow morning and in the overnights near Boca, South County, and then moving up the turnpike. So it is going to be active for sure. Again, that low pressure area depression turns into Debby likely tonight, and it's moved a little further west for sure than yesterday. So the center more in the west coast of the Gulf of Mexico, the eastern Gulf of Mexico, but far from the west coast of Florida. And then it takes that dive, and it looks like rainfall totals here, since we're far enough away from it now that it's moved further west, would be 2 to 4 inches overall. Future wind gusts up to about 30 miles an hour, maybe a little higher, and that's mainly in Vero Beach and Okeechobee. We'll see a 27-mile-an-hour wind gust potentially in Port St. Lucie, about 19-20, Jupiter, West Palm. The state of emergency has been issued for Okeechobee County, and so that's the only county in our area that is under the state of emergency. We've got 25 to 35-mile-an-hour gusts, 2 to 4 inches of rainfall expected there, heavy rains and possible flooding remaining the top risk.
What's in the picture? Well, quite a lot, actually. On one side, you've got Key Largo, Florida, and on the other side, Isla Mirada, both legendary spots on the Florida Keys that are going to deal with a flood risk and a coastal flood risk this weekend as Tropical Depression 4 makes its way across the state. We've got changing situations, no doubt, and possibly a changing of names, going from possibly Tropical Depression 4 to maybe Debby. Could be the name. Well, the name is going to bring trouble, and this is the trouble that we have. Again, just if it stays a tropical depression, if it becomes a tropical storm or a hurricane, either way, it's going to bring some heavy rain to a lot of spots. And notice that by early Sunday morning, the prognostication is winds above 39 miles an hour to 45. Then by Sunday, look at the intensification, going with 60. By early on Monday morning, winds of 70 miles per hour. Keep in mind, though, that is where we expect the center to be. But there are times you could have some fluctuations, and these things do deviate. Remember, they don't move from point to point. They do wobble, and they can wobble in some strange ways. As it stands right now, the center of circulation not far from the Bay of Pigs, just to the south and the southeast of Varadero, Cuba, about 80 miles or so, winds of 30 miles per hour. But once it springs away from the land from Cuba and onto the warm waters, keep in mind it's moving into a place with very, very minimal shear. Also, remember the dry Saharan layer? That's gone. It's not an issue here at all. So this is going to be a great spot to incubate, to build, to grow, to intensify, and that's what we anticipate. Here's the story into Saturday, into the afternoon, into the early morning on Sunday. Cedar Key and into Tampa, here comes the heavy rain, and va-voom. That's where it begins. And this story may end up in the Carolinas or up the eastern seaboard, but by Monday, and we are talking right at the 5 o'clock hour, if this does validate, Cedar Key could be one of the spots, Crystal River, which is right here, Inverness, you go inland. But one thing to remember is that if you happen to be in Tallahassee or even in Fort Myers, you might be thinking, okay, does this mean we're out of the woods? Absolutely not. There are a lot of things that can happen at this point. So again, if you're on the west coast of Florida, you need to be on guard. Plus, remember what happens when this ejects on the other side of the Georgia coastline, up the Carolinas into Virginia and beyond. You've got to keep eyes on this. And the way this spells out the Euro model, right now we see some of the highest amounts right here through this thoroughfare going anywhere from 8 to 12. The American model, not exactly the same, but still at least shows you the possibility of heavy rainfall. Some spots on the Georgia coastline going into South Carolina could be higher than a foot, could exceed that. So a lot to follow. Plus, very quickly, remember, Tampa, you got a lot of concrete here, very poor drainage areas, and that could really be a problem even with anywhere from 5 to 8. That could be just devastating from this point through Tuesday if the GFS does validate. Kelly, back to you.
And good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us and staying with us this morning. This is Fox Weather First Weekend. We are coming to you live both on the Fox Weather app and the Fox Business Network. I'm Brenna Merwin.
I'm Ian Leonard, Fox 9 Chief Meteorologist Ian Leonard, and all the way from the gorgeous Twin Cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul. Thank you for having me on board.
We love having you here. That's the power of Fox Weather. We have such a wide stretch of professionals that have such a depth and such an expertise. And we're here to keep you and your family safe. So we appreciate you staying with us this morning. When it comes to Tropical Depression number 4, we've told you from the beginning that this would be a quick ignition, that you would have to prepare before there was an actual storm, and that still holds true this morning.
It is a race to prepare. And, you know, you never want to overstate things like this. We're talking right now about a tropical depression. It is still loosely organized. It has to come north of Florida, north of Cuba at some point to tap into the very warm waters of the Gulf. But once it does, we expect things to move very, very quickly.
Yes, and of course, the first landfall will be in Florida. Florida's governor has already declared a state of emergency as time is running out before impact. Fox Weather is your hurricane HQ, and as we track this tropical trouble, America's weather team is fanned out all across the country, bringing you exclusive coverage that you can't get anywhere else. And today, our team is growing a whole lot bigger. We are happy to announce the addition of meteorologist who has done more than 25,000 live shots. You heard me right. 25,000 live shots. He has covered 99 tropical storms. He is the only, the wonderful, the legendary storm specialist, Mike Seidel. Mike, I am very happy to be the one that gets to announce this addition to our family. You are a dear friend. You're such a great professional. This is actually going to be your 100th storm. Incredible. How are things looking this morning in Florida?
Well, things this morning look great. It's good to be here on Fox Weather. Good morning from North Reddington Beach, where the temperature is a comfortable 78. But in addition to what we're worried about tonight and tomorrow, we're concerned today about safety from heat. The heat index values today here in the Tampa Bay area could top out at 110 degrees. So there is a heat advisory into this evening. Now back to the depression, which is likely going to become Debby sometime today. We're going to be here for you through the weekend. Maybe not on this beach, but certainly on the Gulf Coast. Here's the Gulf Coast. Here's the water. You know what the water temperature is right now? 90 degrees. It's like bath water. And folks getting an early morning dip in the water. So there's a lot of heat energy. We call it oceanic heat content with that storm, that depression to feed on. Now, we're not expecting rapid intensification by any means, but a slow process tonight and tomorrow. In fact, as it goes by to our west, it's going to hook back into the northeast. Right now, it's still moving west-northwest, but it's going to make that turn, feeling that trough over the U.S., eastern U.S. And because the intensity forecast is in question, Will it be a hurricane? Will it not be a hurricane? When it makes landfall late tomorrow night and Monday morning in the Big Bend of Florida north of here, it could be a Category 1 hurricane, but prepare for one of those. The concern here is surge. We're expecting a 2 to 4 foot storm surge. That means the water is going to come in on a southeast wind. Keep in mind, Tampa Bay is not in the cone. That doesn't mean we won't feel the impacts. Remember that. Just because you're not in the cone, we're going to have impacts. The storm surge, and for those of you away from the coast, there's going to be a lot of heavy rain. We're thinking 6 to 10 inches of rain. Also, those outer bands on the east side could produce some quick spin-up tornadoes late tonight and tomorrow. I wouldn't be surprised to see a tornado watch in this area. As far as surge goes, remember Idalia last year, right before Labor Day weekend, set the record in the East Bay gauge of 5.7 feet. We're not expecting anything that high. It was a stronger storm, and it was a bit closer to the coast. So Britta and Ian, we're going to be here for you. Good to be here on Fox Weather. Beautiful start to the morning. We do expect some thunderstorms, though, to start popping early this afternoon, but the real brunt of the storm, the timing, is overnight tonight into Sunday as it moves on through. And then the big question later in the forecast period, does it go scooting off up the southeast coast off Hatteras via the American model, the GFS, or does it do the European forecast and kind of hover and hang out off the Carolinas and Georgia? We'll see how that pans out. First things first, though, the impacts in Florida kicking in later today and tonight.
Yeah, we got to get through the first step first. Mike, really quick before we let you go, we're going to get on to our hurricane specialist, Brian Norcross, next. But I did want to ask you, obviously this is the first taste of the tropics this year for Florida. What's the feel? I mean, when you got there, it's been almost a year. Idalia impacting all these areas last year. What was the chatter across town when you landed?
Well, you could hear people on the plane and in the airport last night talking about, there's a tropical storm coming. So there's certainly the buzz on the streets and through the airports and the restaurants and the bars that we've got something coming. I think they realize in this day and age of social media, they get their information so fast that it's not expected to be a major hit. And Tampa has been living a charmed life. They haven't had a major hit in 100 years. Remember Charlie in 2013, that Friday the 13th in August, made a quick right turn, missed Tampa. Then we had Ian, and it came in south of here. Last year, Idalia went by us, and it's highly likely that what will become Tropical Storm Debby will go east of here by about 100 or miles or so. But again, heavy rainfall, potentially a few spin-ups, and the storm surge on the coast likely to be the big issues with wind gust. I would say gusting 40 to 50 miles an hour at this point in those squalls, those tropical squalls that have the gustier winds.
Well, Mike, we look forward to seeing your coverage, your 100th named storm that you have tracked. Welcome to the family. We'll check in with you soon.
Thank you very much. Good to be here, Britta. And we'll talk to you in about 30 minutes.
Absolutely.
Tropical depression number 4 is out there now, and it's expected to get stronger, become Tropical Storm Debby, and possibly even Hurricane Debby before it makes landfall.
That's right. Flood and storm surges, alerts, they're in effect all across the state of Florida. Locals and visitors prepare for the incoming tropical system. We got the director at the National Hurricane Center, Michael Brennan, joining us live to talk about this storm. Thank you so much for being with us. And as we watch this depression, the last update, we did increase it to a 35-mile-per-hour storm. Once it moves off of Cuba and back out into open waters, how quickly do we think this thing could strengthen?
Well, pretty quickly. I mean, it's going to not strengthen rapidly, especially in the next 12 to 24 hours with the land interaction. And then it's going to take some time for the system to sort of develop an inner core. The circulation's still a little broad, a little disorganized, but we are expecting it to become a tropical storm by tonight, and then expecting a little more steady intensification during the day, Sunday, especially into Sunday night, Monday morning. The environment, unfortunately, over the eastern Gulf of Mexico is pretty favorable for strengthening. The waters are pretty warm. The upper level winds look pretty favorable. So we could see, again, an intensifying system making landfall at or near hurricane intensity early Monday morning.
So we do have hurricane watches that have been posted across that region now, kind of heightening that concern, along with storm surge warnings. How quickly could this become a hurricane if it does in that region? Could it even go beyond a Category 1, do you think?
At this point, it doesn't seem likely that we get beyond the Category 1 threshold. If you look at our forecast right now, we're forecasting a strong tropical storm right before landfall early Monday morning. But there's really not much difference between a 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm, 75-mile-per-hour hurricane. So we don't want people to get too focused on the wind thresholds there. It's really the water. You talked about the storm surge warning that's in effect. We're really concerned about this area here from Arapika up to Asilla River, where we could see 3 to 5 feet of inundation above ground level. And then we're going to get into the rainfall aspects of this system, which are going to be pretty substantial. We're looking for widespread rainfall totals, 5 to 10 inches across much of North Florida, portions of the Florida Gulf Coast, and then up into the southeastern United States next week as the system slows down. We could see some locations getting as much as 15 inches of rainfall. So the combination, especially up here along the southeast coast, of storm surge and that heavy rainfall could create some significant water problems next week.
Michael, I think the slowing down process could be a big deal as we head into early next week. Can you illustrate as to when we think that'll happen? Do we think it'll start slowing as soon as it makes landfall and slowly approaches the I-10 corridor?
Yeah, you can see, our track forecast points here as we go from, Monday into Monday evening. We don't have a lot of motion still near the Florida-Georgia border. And then between Monday evening and Thursday morning, we sort of have the storm meandering here between, the Georgia coastline, perhaps over southern South Carolina. It could be almost anywhere within this region because the steering currents are going to be very weak. We could see a looping motion. We could see a stall. So, we're going to have prolonged periods of onshore flow and that heavy rainfall here with the potential for, we're still forecasting to be a tropical storm here. If it gets back out a little over more of the water, we could see it re-strengthen a little more, but it's going to be a really unpleasant several days as from Monday all the way through Thursday and perhaps beyond from the northeast Florida coast all the way up into coastal North Carolina.
Well, let's get you into that. New advisory came in at the top of the hour. No major changes here. Remains Tropical Depression 4. It is beginning to pull off the coast of Cuba ever so slightly, beginning to emerge into the Gulf of Mexico. And so from there, we are going to see this further consolidation of our storms, right? That center of the storm beginning to see that stacking and the structural development of what will soon become likely Tropical Storm Debby. And whether or not it becomes a hurricane is still some question here, but not off the table, especially if it continues that westward pull, stays over those very warm waters. The key is now under tropical storm warning. So as far as our alerts go, that was the biggest change that came in about 2 o'clock this afternoon. With that alert in place, I'm sure when you're under that alert, you've gotten your Fox Weather notification. Check in with your local officials. Do what you need to do for the alert itself. Tropical storm warnings mean we're going to see those conditions within the next 24 and 36 hours. This system's pushing off to the west-northwest about 15 miles per hour. It is really broad, and we're starting to see some of that circulation begin to emerge off the coast. I want to take it inside the storm a bit, slow down that satellite ever so slightly. You can see 2 distinct areas of really powerful thunderstorm development. This deep thunderstorm development that we see off to the north of where this potential center is, right about in here. That center of circulation, there's still a bunch of different vortices trying to take over on what's ultimately become the parent center, and that will be where we'll see this storm continue to strengthen from there. A lot of thunderstorm development on the south side of this as well into the Caribbean. You can see even deeper thunderstorm development further to the south. But we're seeing this pull up to the north. Eventually, we'll likely see these storms wrap around and then begin to fill in on the south side of that, perhaps losing some of that convection you see down to the south.
We do start this hour with live team coverage of what is now Tropical Storm Debby. This system just intensifying in the last hour, and Florida's Gulf Coast is in its sights as we deal with a soggy Saturday. Our Cassandra Garcia's live in Palm Beach County. Tyler Hatfield's on the Treasure Coast. We'll take a look at how things are looking at this hour in just a moment, but we start with First Alert meteorologist Kate Wenzel. She's been tracking the storm in our weather center all day. Kate.
Yeah, John, Debby gave us a little surprise because originally it wasn't forecasted to become a tropical storm until early Sunday, but here we have Tropical Storm Debby, and you can see the center of circulation has now emerged off the northern coast of Cuba, so now it is in a very favorable area for strengthening and organization over the very warm waters of the Gulf. Right now, max winds at 40. It's moving to the northwest at 15. A minimum pressure of 1,000 1,007 millibars, and it is expected to start moving more northerly through the day on Sunday and into Monday. So let's show you the track right now. You can see by Sunday afternoon, it's almost due west of the Tampa Bay area with 50-mile-per-hour winds, and then the winds really ramp up quickly as it sets its sights on the Florida Big Bend region. So early Monday morning, watch it. It looks like a tropical storm, and then the next update, a Cat 1 hurricane. So folks in the Panhandle need to really take this storm seriously, because there could be storm surge up to 7 feet, and then it's going to merge out over the Atlantic and then perhaps circle back over the coast of South Carolina. So right now, I want you to focus. There's hurricane warnings for the Big Bend region of Florida, including Dixie County as well as Taylor and Jefferson County. So if you have any friends or family in that region, definitely make sure they're taking this seriously. Look at us, though, the east coast of Florida, no watches and warnings, but we do expect more rain to move through tonight, generally 3 to 7 on the west coast, 2 to 4 for us.
Weather meteorologist Dave Warren joins us now once more with Tropical Storm Debby's track and its impact. Dave?
Yes, we're seeing the impacts here all evening. These bands of heavy rain work their way through the area. Gusty downpours, flooding downpours, even a tornado warning right in downtown Fort Lauderdale. That was about just before 10 o'clock tonight, but that is lifted north. The band now located just off the coast here. As these rain showers taper off, might be able to see some lightning here in the eastern sky. This is tracking to the north, but we'll keep an eye on this here overnight tonight. Storm center itself just west of Key West here, and getting a little break between these bands, so might lull down, might quiet down here overnight tonight. Still a few showers will work their way through the area. The storm itself, latest track at 11 o'clock tonight going north. That's where it is about this time tomorrow night, just west of Tampa. Encountering very little wind shear and very, very warm water as it approaches the Big Bend here, so a forecast to intensify Monday morning to a hurricane wind 85 miles an hour. Then what is moving this storm just stops. So when you see this track just kind of slow down and expand, that's the position estimate Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday here, pretty much across the southeast. Slow-moving storm could be a big flooding concern here, especially for the low country there in South Carolina, portions of Georgia, even portions of North Carolina. No change with the watches or warnings tonight. There's a hurricane warning there up to the north. Tropical storm warnings all the way down the Gulf Coast and into the Keys, where we have a tropical storm watch there in the Middle Keys. Storm surge warning in effect, and then a watch a bit farther south. This is the change here. Now 6 to 10 feet of surge with that more intense forecast track, and the surge amount gradually diminishes as you move just a bit farther south here. The heaviest storms lifting to the north here. We'll keep an eye on these storms here overnight tonight just off the coast, but I think that's where they will stay. We will have showers trying to redevelop here, but overall a big quiet area here all along the Keys where it was stormy earlier. Might get a little more activity coming up there through Key West, closer to that storm center here, and that's where that circulation is here. Now our picture tonight shows that we're at 78 degrees, still a bit rainy out there just off the coast. The little raindrops on the lens here, pretty moist out there this evening. Next weather rain tracker will put the rain gusts on there as well. Picks up what's happening now, and overall just a relatively quiet night here over the next few hours. Maybe an isolated gusty shower trying to develop and lift to the north, but by the time you wake up tomorrow morning, that heaviest rain area has shifted here to the Gulf Coast. A few showers may try to develop here with that wind still gusting 20-25 miles an hour. Might be a little quiet in the morning, but we'll get another round of these gusty showers developing. Not as widespread as today, but they're in the forecast there tomorrow afternoon before everything starts to lift to the north there. With a little more sunshine in the morning, it's hot there. Those afternoon storms, breezy Sunday, a little lull on Monday, not completely dry, and some moisture works its way south on Tuesday, so we'll up the rain chances there just a bit by the early part of the week there, just for that one day on Tuesday here. Next weather extended forecast has a temperature 91, lower rain chance on Monday, up to 60% Tuesday, and then more typical passing showers and storms, the moisture around, and the temperatures heating back up into the lower 90s Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and through next weekend.
Welcome back. There'll be times to get outside today. In fact, lots of times. We will see some downpours, though. Some of the outer squalls from what is Tropical Storm Debby moving north, kind of paralleling the west coast of Florida, but staying well offshore. There are no watches and warnings in our area, although we do have a flood watch for Palm Beach County. We have no tropical system watches like tropical storm advisories. I'll show you that in a second. There's a track for this by later today, upwards of 70 miles an hour, then to a Category 1 hurricane just after midnight. And landfall around the Big Bend area is Category 1 around noon tomorrow, and then slowing down and really becoming a significant rainmaker for North Florida all the way through the Carolinas. This is where it's going to have the biggest impact. This area here, not Florida, well, maybe Jacksonville, but through the Carolinas and Georgia, this is going to be a significant flood situation, especially in the higher mountainous areas where computer models are indicating over a foot of rainfall. Historically, that has been a serious situation for those areas away from the coast, the mountainous areas through the Appalachians. All right, there's a look at our watches and warnings. Hurricane warning in red, tropical storm warning along the west coast of Florida, and the model tracks in pretty good agreement. You see how they go all over the place here? That's because the high stops the movement of this, and it just almost near stationary by later Monday, just north of Jacksonville. There's a look in green of the flood watch areas. Total rainfall through the weekend, 2 to 4 inches. We've seen a lot of that already, but we will pick up bands of rain, one arriving mid-morning and then tapering off. As I said, there'll be times to get outside, and then another stronger band of rain, and maybe a few storms rolling in between 4 and 7, and then starting to clear out after that. But we will see more bands of rain squalls work in on Monday and maybe even Tuesday, because it stalls to the north. It makes it landfall, and then it hardly goes anywhere at all. There's Tuesday and into Wednesday. In fact, this model, the Vipercast model, almost drifts it a little farther south. We get into a very warm and humid weather pattern here. Radar showing that most of the rain falls even off the coastline of Fort Myers and Naples. There's a closer look with our radar. There's just not a drop of rainfall right now. Heading out boating, probably not. Looking at a small craft advisory, south winds and seas of 6 to 8, similar to yesterday. All right, today, showers and storms, little sunshine, but not much. Blink and you miss it. 70s overnight with a few rumbles of thunder, and the 7-day forecast unsettled into Monday and Tuesday and heating up.
All right, in the meantime, we're going to switch things over to weather and get you caught up on the latest of Tropical Storm Debby. Now, I'll tell you off the bat, not a lot has changed with this system. Thankfully, over the last 24 hours, it's pretty much playing out as forecast. But we have seen some pretty decent rain bands that moved through yesterday. Now, not everyone got the rain all day long. Some places had a mostly dry afternoon and then waited until the evening, like up in Broward, to get some of those stronger rain bands to move through. We measured in 2 different stations, actually, near Dania Beach. It's right by the pier there. 73 mile per hour wind gusts in that rain band that moved through last night. Duck Key has had frequent gusts over 50, but they peaked at 58 miles per hour. Key West, 55 mile per hour winds, and that was measured just a few hours ago. Oakland Park had a wind gust over 50 miles per hour. So it shows you these outer rain bands can pack a little bit of a punch, and we've seen some storm damage out of some of this yesterday. It's just some of the trees that were down over there in Wilton Manors last night, blocking some of the side streets over there, and we've seen some power outages because of those winds and those outer rain bands. Broward County still has a little more than 1,400 customers from FPL without power. Same case over towards Miami-Dade, although this county back here in orange, it's Hendry County, they're seeing some of the most power outages we've seen out of the storm system so far. I think a little more than 10,000 customers without power there. So even though we are far from the center, it shows you some of these rain bands could be gusty, and we'll have that again later on today. We have the center of the storm out here in the middle of the Gulf. It's directly to the west of Naples and Marco Island. Max winds are at 50 miles per hour. We should get an update here in about 20-30 minutes from the Hurricane Center on that. The center of it is right here. Notice all the rain is on the east side. It's lopsided. Dry air back here and some wind shear tearing apart the thunderstorms, keeping it rather weak for now. I say rather weak, but I'm speaking relatively to what we do expect to happen later on today, which is for it to slowly get itself together and then quickly get itself together as it's nearing the coastline. Hurricane Center has this by 2 a.m. So early tomorrow morning, 85-mile-per-hour hurricane getting very close to the coast. Could even be stronger than that by the time it makes landfall. Could get a run at Category 2 status. And then the wind and the storm surge going to be the main threats along the Big Bend area of Florida. And then it turns over to the rain as it pushes inland and really slows down. By Friday, this thing is still in South Carolina. So it is moving at a crawl, and rain is going to be the big factor up there with more than 20 inches of rainfall expected over the next 5 days. For us, lower rainfall totals. I'm talking about in the order of 1 to no more than 3 inches out of some of these rain bands today, because they will be quickly moving by. I think the severe thunderstorm threat and maybe even a low-end tornado threat will be the main thing that we watch out for later on. We are getting a couple of showers moving through. I want to show you the shape of some of these showers already. Notice how they have a little hook to them. That's a little bit of weak rotation on the southern end of each of these cells here. Nothing that's concerning. I don't expect a tornado or anything out of this right now, but it just shows us the environment is there for some spinning storms a little bit later on this afternoon. So we'll watch out, especially down in here into the Keys, for some water spouts. Seeing some gusts 43 miles per hour down there. You can see it's still breezy down there into the Keys. It's going to be that way all day long today. Lightning, damaging winds, and that low tornado threat going to be the main thing we watch out for in this rain band, affecting the Keys later this morning and early afternoon. And then it could hold off until late afternoon into the evening in Broward and Miami-Dade, meaning there could be lots of dry time today. I don't think it's going to be a washout of a day. Just know when that rain comes down, it could come down heavy, and we'll keep that daily chance of storms in the forecast and really crank up the heat this week.
We are going to have to put up with for a long time as it makes its way across Florida, Georgia, and then the Carolinas could be greatly impacted too.
Sure. Moving about 13 miles per hour right now off the coast of Tampa Bay. And south of there in Naples, look at this.
Man.
You know how beautiful this shot is, where there's like packed with people on that long pier. The fishermen are out there and people are taking their selfies. Not today, people.
Not today.
Ugh, it is gross in Naples right now. The rain and the wind is flying. These outer bands have already given us about 5 or 6 tornado warnings. And we are anticipating more. Tornado watch continues across the bulk of Florida all the way through this evening.
Yeah, so dangerous weather along with this heavy rain. And Marco Island seeing these conditions deteriorate as well. You can see we do have those little beach covers that looks like out there that look like they're out there for the day. Well, it wasn't the best day to be out there on the beach at all.
One person being brave there, the lower center of the screen, right?
Yeah.
Going for a little stroll.
Maybe not brave, but kind of.
Well,
you know.
I'll let you say it, not me.
But now conditions are going downhill all across western Florida. And, the National Weather Service and the National Hurricane Center telling us that this storm could rapidly intensify.
Yeah, from a 65-mile-per-hour tropical storm to at landfall, a forecast about 90-mile-per-hour hurricane. That is going to happen in about 15 to 20 hours because landfall is early tomorrow morning.
And rapidly intensifying storms, it's defined by 35-mile-per-hour change in the wind speed in a 24-hour period.
And often with the millibars. So a 24 millibar drop in 24 hours would do it as well. And so that is the kind of thing that we're anticipating, that this central pressure that you see right here of 992 will continue to bottom out. And that's a proxy for how strong the storm will be. We already saw it go from 1,001 millibars at 8 a.m. this morning to 992. So it's already well on its way to starting that bottoming process. Look at the outer bands right through here. These kind of outer fringes are the ones that are infamous for tornado production. But this is also tied to the circulation. And we'll zoom in just a second, but all of those are supercell thunderstorms. So we may see tornado risk 300 miles from the center of Debby today. That's a pretty large envelope of tropical moisture that's moving through this system and is a sign of what's to come when this thing stalls out over the southeast, because you have all that tropical moisture that'll be with us for days. So this is indeed a supercell thunderstorm, as is this, as is this, okay? So we haven't seen the low-level rotation yet, although I bet they're starting to see some rotation with this storm system right now. But we've got the angel wings going on, that fanning pattern because of the winds aloft that are kind of helping the upward motion of that updraft. And so if you're in places like Conway or even Orlando, got to watch this one carefully. It's not off the table that we'll get one of those quick spin-up tornadoes with this as we continue to follow it off to the northwest at about 15 miles per hour. Then we'll follow the core of the storm. This is where we're at now, but look at this. Monday morning, 90 mile per hour in the forecast with some wiggle room that could still be a little bit stronger than that. In fact, the only thing that is going to stop it from organizing more is time. We run into land, and that will stop the process in its tracks, although a rapidly organizing storm like this will be often holds on to that core a little bit more efficiently because everything's just starting to wrap up right at landfall. And so as it comes together, anticipate hurricane winds, maybe as far inland as southern Georgia. Tropical storm force winds will then continue for the bulk of this path, but this cone looks a little bit odd, doesn't it? Not like the cone you normally see. That's because we have no motion, more or less, from Tuesday morning to Friday morning. It's barely going to be budging through the southeast. Some big question marks as to where exactly it will wind up. And so anticipate more warnings, more watches and warnings to be issued later today. It's just a function of time at this point to get into those tropical storm watches for the rest of the southeast coast. Hurricane warnings up for the Big Bend of Florida and just outside Tallahassee, where we have the tropical storm warnings in place.
And make sure you're doing what you need to do to prepare and to protect yourself and your families.
Special coverage right now on Fox Weather. Tropical Storm Debby is on a collision course with Florida. Governor Ron DeSantis declaring a state of emergency and urging residents to get ready now. Hurricane warnings are out for parts of Florida as this storm continues to strengthen.
And you're already looking at the lashing that Fort Myers is taking, but now the concern is for areas in the southeast like the Carolinas and Georgia, South Carolina. They're coming out issuing a state of emergency because what you're looking at there, the potential for extreme flash flooding because they're in the bullseye. Areas like Charleston could get more than a foot, potentially even 2 feet of rain in the days to come. Fox Weather's special coverage of Debby continues right now. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for watching us here at Fox Weather. I'm Steve Bender.
And I'm Ian Oliver. We've got a lot to tell you about with Debby today. Steve, this is a storm that has gotten stronger, considerably stronger since yesterday, all the while outside of some dry air, which we're going to check in with Fox Weather's hurricane specialist, Brian Norcross, in just a moment. There isn't much holding this storm back.
I think something that you and I talked about in the commercial break is so important to bring to the attention is that when you track hurricanes, we can go by the numbers. We can talk about, hey, the dry air coming in. Where's the wind field? Where are the impacts? All over Florida, right? Yeah, this side of the storm doesn't look that good, but it's not going to impact anybody right now anyways. This is the problem, is all of that moving onshore. That is what's creating the storm surge that we've already seen in Fort Myers.
We just checked in with Dylan in Weather Command. He says that number for customers in Florida without power now up to about 30,000. That's going to go up considerably.
Look at the rain cooling effect. Tallahassee, capital, 91. Fort Myers, they've been camping out in the mid-70s. So kind of shows you just how it's eating up all of that moisture in the atmosphere, but it's a never-ending source. As we've talked about, the Gulf just keeps pumping it.
And what's that down toward Naples, Collier County? Looks like a flash flood warning as more of these bands continue to move onshore.
That's where they have Marco Island. They have the sanctuary there, and something that we were talking about. A local that lives there nearby says because of that storm surge, the sea turtles' nests, they have been ripped apart. And so that's such like, you lived in Florida, I grew up there. That is a crucial part. So we're already talking about the natural landscape getting torn up because of what Debby's doing.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. We still have a ways to go, particularly farther up toward the Big Bend in Florida.
So we take you now towards Tampa and Clearwater, and the conditions there will be changing in the next 24 hours, but already seeing the rain kind of work its way through.
Yeah, let's bring in Fox Weather hurricane specialist Brian Norcross. Brian, we're waiting on that 5 p.m. update. The second act of this, it'll be interesting to get the National Hurricane Center's thoughts on that, but it's been a rough go of it in some areas on Florida's west coast already.
These are nasty bands. In Key West and down in the lower Keys, the winds are gusting over 50 miles an hour, and they've been blowing since last night. So these bands that go all the way down into the Caribbean, down near Cuba, actually, and coming north are very, very strong. Here in South Florida, we had one go through here last night that had the tornado in it, and boy, did it blow. When it goes by, it's really something. So there is power going out, and there's going to be more of that here as this storm is getting stronger. There's nothing we see here that looks good because, yes, there's dry air here, but the thing is that the mechanism that's been pushing the dry air in seems to have let up in the atmosphere. It was not predicted to be there in the first place, but now it's let up, and now we're seeing a core developing with this storm. So the expectation is that it's on the way to being a hurricane. As of 2 p.m., 65-mile-an-hour winds, and the pressure down to 992. So the bottom fell out of the pressure, which was a sign of some organization going on that allowed it to create that lower pressure earlier on. Go close up here, and what we can see, look at this. This is wrapping around here now, and just on the satellite picture, you can see there's where the center was that they estimated at 2 o'clock. It really kind of looks like it's over here somewhere, and boy, the closer it gets to the coast, assuming that's right, and we'll await the analysis from the Hurricane Center, but when you see the radar in a second, I think you'll agree with me. The closer it gets to the coast, even by 10 or 20 miles, drives more stronger bands over the coast. So all the way from the Keys up the west coast and points north, this is going to be a nasty several hours of strong winds and very, very heavy rain. Let's look at that radar close up. This is the radar coming out of Ruskin, which is by Tampa. And look here. This looks like, to me, an eye trying to form and a little piece of an eye wall trying to form there. Now, we'll see what the analysis of the Hurricane Center is, and it won't be until after the 5 o'clock advisory that we get the NOAA P3 aircraft out there that has the tail Doppler radar on it, where they can actually fly a Doppler radar right up to the storm and really know exactly where the center is. Because when the radar beam is coming here out of Tampa, that's shooting because of the curvature of the Earth, obviously, it's shooting high in the Earth. So we're not seeing down low and understanding exactly if the storm is vertical. Storm has to be vertical for it to be really well developed. But what we're seeing on the satellite is showing a better developed storm, and that usually means, unfortunately, that it is going to intensify. But look at these intense cells here that are going to be rotating into some of the West Coast areas. Well, watch as it goes here, and you'll see that this is going to come up right into St. Petersburg and Pinellas and the western parts of Hillsborough County. And then going south, this is the flash flood warning that you were mentioning down by Marco Island and Naples there. And on top of that, they have significant storm surge you've been talking about. It's down to 2.7 feet. Now it was up to 3 feet at Naples above the normal high tide. That's enough to flood some of the low-lying areas. And look at this. This is downtown Fort Myers at 3 feet. Fort Myers Beach, which is more exposed, would have more storm surge flooding than that. So, and no doubt you've seen some of the pictures of Fort Myers Beach being flooded and cars being flooded there. So another hit for Southwest Florida. But what's happening, you can see the wind is blowing this way. So this isn't the big storm surge. All this is that big circulation putting energy in the water and moving the water toward this way, even though the surface winds have now switched and are blowing kind of normal to that, like perpendicular to that. So I think that this is just a sign of how big that circulation is and how much water it's moving, even though the winds now have already switched. So this is not a good sign for storm surge farther north up the coast. Here in Tampa Bay, we're seeing 2 feet, nominally 2 feet, even deep inside the bay. So in, Tampa Bay, and it doesn't take a lot to get some of those low-lying neighborhoods, especially in Pinellas County on the east side, to flood. So I'm sure we have at least nuisance flooding going on there right now. All right, so here's the forecast for tonight. A hurricane is southwest of Cedar Key. Remember, though, the circulation here is big, so this is affecting everywhere, moving from south to north, from, say, Fort Myers on up the coast tonight, and those bands will get stronger as the storm gets stronger, so expecting impacts from all of this, and then moving north. A 90-mile-an-hour hurricane is the forecast here. Yes, it could be a Category 2, but 90-mile-an-hour is forecast. And when it says Monday a.m., it means nominally 8 a.m. Eastern time, plus or minus. And we'll just see that the storm is going to be slowing down. So forecasting exactly how much slowing down it's going to do remains to be seen, plus or minus 8 a.m. tomorrow, with a powerful Category 1, top-end Category 1, making landfall. That's the forecast. And then just notice the AMs here. So there it is at landfall tomorrow morning, then only there Tuesday morning, and less progress and less progress and less progress if it makes that much progress, because the computer models, as you'll see in just a second, are all over the place. So the point is, as you've heard, if you've been watching Fox Weather, we've been talking about it all day, the hazards that are coming to the low country and all that whole area from North Florida to North Carolina. And why is that? Well, because the models are going all over the place. Look at the GFS model, which is one of the main models. Obviously, it comes around here and goes back that way. The H-WRF, which is a special hurricane model, goes back over here. The Euro kind of zigs and zags and ends up by Raleigh, North Carolina. Anyway, you have all these possibilities. So when you average all those out and you come up with a consensus, you actually just get a stalled system. And the stalling, the best evidence that we have, the stalling is around the Charleston and Savannah area, but take that with a little bit of grain of salt, because the stalling could be in the Myrtle Beach, Georgetown area just as easily, and it also could be down here closer to Brunswick and Jacksonville. Could be anywhere through there where the biggest impact is. And then you have the issue of whether you get storm surge along that coast or not. All right, so back to Florida. Here's the real danger zone, but this is not the population zone. So the population zone is down here, and as you've seen, very strong bands, some gusting up near hurricane force, I feel certain, before we get done here tonight. So there's a lot to go through. And then we have the storm surge. The core of the storm surge, I mean, a little bit of good news in this is if this ends up being where the worst storm surge is, up to 10 feet above normal high tide, it's the least populated part of the whole coast of Florida. And a lot of it is not populated at all, though there are some people there, and they generally have their houses elevated now because we've had round after round of storm surge there over the years. But then getting farther down, now we have some beach communities, including Steinhatchee, where our Mike Seidel has been today, where you can have very high storm surge as well. Tampa Bay, up to 4 feet. We've already seen it up to 2 feet, over 2 feet, actually, and the wind hasn't actually switched yet, where coming around here and is really pushing the water into Tampa Bay. So we're going to see. Also, with the tides, the way the tides are working out, the low tide and is past high tide now, so the tide is going out now. So they may be lucking out, because what you don't want is you don't want the peak push of the water and the high tide. That's when you get those super high numbers, up to 4 feet, for example. So that's where we are, and we're just going to watch closely this tail here, Ian and Steve, and see if it wraps up and we end up seeing a core up in here. But the trends are that that's the way we're going, unfortunately, and it looks like this is developing into a hurricane. Guys?
Yeah, Brian, I don't like the look of that core developing. The pressure has been dropping. We'll be looking ahead to that update coming up at 5 o'clock from the National Hurricane Center. We'll be checking back in with you before then. Fox Weather's hurricane specialist, Brian Norcross, thank you.
And as Brian was just talking about, that onshore flow on the southwestern side of the state has caused visuals like this. This is Fort Myers Beach, Florida, where there's been some inundation with the storm surge, Ian, and we've seen this widespread in this spot where it's not really releasing at all.
Brian was just talking about the orientation of the wind field, how that's pushed water into a place that has dealt with, unfortunately, numerous rounds of this. It's been such a rough run down in southwest Florida. Some of that, though, Steve, now starting to spread farther off to the north.
Yeah, so we're going to continue our coverage here. Team coverage as Fox Weather's your Hurricane HQ for all those days for Florida, but then into South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia. So many different states going to be impacted in the southeast. We're going to continue our extended coverage throughout the week ahead, and we'll be right back after this.
Aquí está su equipo de noticias el domingo a las 6. Muy buenas tardes. Se le saluda a Yunieski Ramírez. Gracias por informarse con nosotros. Lizeth Mari tiene el día libre. Comenzamos. Ahora sobre el Golfo de México, esto es lo que queda hoy en Cuba tras el paso de Debby como depresión tropical sobre la isla. En La Habana, calles parcialmente inundadas. El Instituto de Meteorología del país reporta acumulados entre 4 y 7 pulgadas en estaciones localizadas en el centro y el occidente del país. Mientras hablamos, la tormenta Debby ya afecta a la costa oeste de Florida, en la zona central. Jennifer Guerra, saludos. Todo indica entonces que va a tocar tierra como huracán. ¿Tenemos más precisión sobre la zona de impacto?
Yunieski, en el último boletín del Centro Nacional de Huracanes nuevamente se hace énfasis en que Debby está fortaleciéndose. Lo vemos además, por supuesto, en el desarrollo del sistema y cómo ya comienza a experimentar vientos máximos sostenidos de 65 millas por hora y una presión central menor. También comenzamos a ver cómo comienza a formar un paquete convectivo un poco más fuerte y más concéntrico alrededor de su ojo. Y pueden observar cómo su influencia se está ejerciendo prácticamente a lo largo de toda la península, millas y millas de distancia de su centro de circulación, y se sienten esos efectos. Actualmente, como les comentaba, vientos máximos sostenidos de 65 millas por hora, una presión central de 992 milibares, y observen su movimiento un poco más lento ahora a razón de 12 millas por hora, y lo está haciendo franco hacia el norte. ¿Qué significa esto? Un poco más de tiempo sobre el mar, por tanto un poco más de tiempo para intensificarse y alcanzar esa categoría de huracán que no se descarta, sobre todo para horarios ya de esta próxima noche y madrugada. Pudiéramos tener un huracán categoría 1 en el Golfo de México, muy cerca ya de las costas del noroeste de la Florida, justamente en la zona del Big Bend, el área de Cedar Key, un sector bien similar a justamente donde estuvo impactando el huracán Idalia hace un año, después eventualmente saliendo al Atlántico, y es justamente acá donde pudieran continuar viéndose esos efectos más graves y sobre todo relacionados a la lluvia por el tiempo que permanecería en esta zona, donde se pudieran estar experimentando incluso más de 20 pulgadas.
And Tropical Storm Debby is bearing down on Florida. The state bracing for heavy rainfall and considerable impacts all along the Big Bend region. But it isn't just the rain, but a danger of life-threatening storm surge with an additional 6 to 10 feet possible for some areas across Florida's Nature Coast. Fox Weather is your Hurricane HQ, with our ongoing coverage continuing right now. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Fox Weather. I'm Haley Meyer. We've been tracking this storm all weekend, with it now expected to be a hurricane at some point this evening. Here's what it's looking like. Per the latest 8 p.m. advisory, 70-mile-per-hour winds, just shy of hurricane force. We need around 75 miles to then designate this system as Hurricane Debby. It could be in the near future. By the 11 p.m. update, we'll continue to keep you in the know as that comes in from the NHC. The overall presentation, though, looking eerily reminiscent of a hurricane. You're starting to see these outer bands begin to form, more circular in nature as we get that rotation. The eye wall rapidly trying to form. Looks a lot better on that radar presentation as well. But we have seen quite a bit of impacts already ongoing for spots like Tampa, Fort Myers, and into St. Petersburg. But the worst is still yet to come, with landfall expected by Monday morning.
Tracking Hurricane Debby, we begin with live team coverage of the newly upgraded storm, where it's headed, and the impacts we've seen here in South Florida.
We have a team working for you tonight, keeping you informed on everything you need to know about this storm. This is a live look at Debby as it approaches the Big Bend of Florida, where it's expected to make landfall sometime tomorrow.
First Alert meteorologist Ryan Phillips kicks off our coverage with the latest advisory that was just issued. Ryan.
Okay, Alina, Chris, good evening to you. Yeah, let's start first with the radar imagery coming out of Tampa Bay, and it's a kind of a ragged eye here, but we have found all the components we need to bump this from a tropical storm to now our second hurricane of the 2024 season. The system meandering about off to the north tonight, again poised to make landfall tomorrow, with impacts going all night long up and down the west coast of Florida, moving into the Big Bend. Satellite presentation a little bit more impressive tonight, and of course the hurricane hunters providing the most important and the critical data that we've needed to monitor the storm, and then also create the forecast that will take it into the Big Bend as we get into tomorrow. Again, 11 p.m. advisory, 75-mile-per-hour winds moving off to the north. The pressure, this is really what stands out from the hurricane hunters, down 7 millibars from the 8 p.m. intermediate advisory, 985 millibars. And again, there's still potential that the system strengthens a little bit more. And we find that in the official forecast with at least tomorrow morning winds at 85 miles per hour. That's still a category 1. But then, as if that wasn't complicated enough to have to endure a landfalling system with 85 mile per hour winds and a storm surge at 6 to 10 feet, the system then begins to crawl through the southeastern states, and then we get into the concern of a slowing storm and a rainfall threat that will continue to rise, not just Monday, not just Tuesday, into Wednesday and even Thursday as well. We could see 10 to 20 inches of rainfall from North Florida through Georgia and extending through coastal South Carolina. Even though the wind and surge are certainly a concern overnight tonight into Monday, the rainfall threat will be the story as the week goes on. More on this system coming up in minutes.
They're incredibly wise when it comes to tropical weather. And you know, that's just from what they've dealt with in the past. They learned lessons from the past they apply to the future. So to answer your question in that long dad roundabout way, we've not sent anyone out. They know what they're dealing with, and they're taking it seriously. And thankfully, they've been home at this hour.
That's great news. And again, the worst is still going to be coming for folks there. And again, you got to stay safe out there as well. Reynolds will let you get inside because we know that you're starting to run out of real estate there as far as that water rising. Let's get to the particulars on Hurricane Debby. The latest advisory had come out at 2 o'clock. We have 80-mile-an-hour winds, Category 1 hurricane. Those winds continue to climb, and the central pressure continues to drop. In fact, as the 8 o'clock advisory, 8 o'clock Sunday night, it was still a tropical storm. And now we are seeing that central pressure down to 981 millibars, 80-mile-an-hour winds around the center of circulation, moving north at 12 miles an hour. Now, this is going to be key because it's going to be eventually there is going to be that push. We're going to see that northerly forward movement maybe start shifting a bit more to the north and east. And then this forward speed looks to also begin to drop down. And unfortunately, it's going to get to the point where we're going to be seeing single numbers there for many days in a row, and that's going to be causing a big water problem. If you've seen with the latest with Reynolds already dealing with the water problem as far as the storm surge and the heavy rain that's falling, that could be something that's going to be spreading much farther northward, and it's going to be a multi-day, a multi-state event here with Hurricane Debby. Right now, the center is 40 miles west of Cedar Key, Florida. But again, it does look like it will eventually be making landfall within just really a couple of hours or so. Let's take a look at just the extremely messy looking forecast fan here. We're going to break it down little by little. Let me start at least in the short term. It does look like Hurricane Debby will be making landfall as a hurricane and could easily be strengthening too. In fact, at least as far as the forecast goes, it's 85-mile-an-hour forecast. Could even be stronger than that. There's really nothing that's going to be stopping Debby from continuing to try and strengthen until it maybe ends up making landfall. So it does look like it'll be making landfall sometime later on this morning. And then as we head through the evening hours, on your Monday, still looking at a tropical storm, still being able to tap into the moisture from the Gulf of Mexico as well as the Atlantic Ocean. And then here we are Tuesday. And this is when things really start looking ugly here. And you can just see this. It almost looks like one of those cartoon bubbles when you're trying to put spoken word inside for a cartoon. Look at how messy this is, meaning that we're starting to lose out on the upper level steering. And at any point, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Debby, center circulation could be anywhere within this bubble here. And it does look like we're going to be dealing with the potential for some heavy rainfall, flooding rains, as well as things going on there. So again, at least where Reynolds is, we're looking at 77-degree temperature. And again, southeast winds at 15, gusts to 25, but I really do believe those gusts are much stronger than that.
This is St. Petersburg Beach, Florida. Look at this. Wow. Sunday afternoon, time lapse shows what was going on in the hours leading up to the overnight hours. Debby moving in during sunset yesterday, parts of Florida under a tornado watch until 6 a.m. Eastern time this morning. Always one of the effects of some of these outer bands. And as we take a look at the latest track here, there you can see it getting closer to the land. Still a Category 1 with estimated maximum sustained winds at 80 miles per hour. Continues its movement to the north-northeast at about 12 miles per hour. And the pressure, look at that, at 981 millibars. As you take a look at another shot for you live of Tallahassee down to the south, any students, anyone who lives in Tallahassee should have moved their cars to higher ground, should be prepared for heavy rain, should be prepared for hour outages. A lot of wind continues to move through, and the latest advisory coming in at 4 o'clock from the National Hurricane Center, that's Eastern time. Winds haven't changed much, pressure holding steady, and the movement, again, continues to move a little to the north-northeast this time. Still at 12 miles per hour. This is a major concern when we talk about what's going on, and we're looking at the hurricane forecast cone. Notice that big bullseye. It turns into a big, big red, almost like a bullseye or a target when you're practicing out there. The reason for this is that it's slowing down quite a bit. And having said that, this is going to take us into this, look at this, Thursday and Friday. So having said that, the amount of rain that could be coming down over portions of not only Florida, but across the southeast is going to be a major concern, up to 2 feet of fresh water. Parts of southwest Florida under flood warnings until 8 a.m. Eastern today, by the way. And here's a look at the radar. Look at those outer bands making it from Sarasota into Tampa and Spring Hill, and a lot of them have been moving consistently in the same location. The center of it just off to the west of Horseshoe Beach. The county there, Dixie County, watching this closely. It's just one of the counties that's watching. And we're also watching as we go into the Big Bend. You've also got a good chunk of Taylor County there. Tallahassee to the north of there. Those outer rain bands extending all the way to Bell, all the way across Florida, into Georgia, into the Carolinas, a major concern. But you can see the circulation around this storm right on the radar there. Look at the heavy rain from Gainesville all the way up to Valdosta. Into Georgia we go. On the southern side of that, those winds whipping around the back side of that, giving us some strong storm surge and a whole lot in the way of water coming up into the coast, the Gulf Coast of Florida. Plenty of lightning strikes with these systems getting closer, and you see those green boxes. Those are going to be those flash flood warnings for a good chunk of the morning here. We've got a lot of water falling from the sky. When it is high tide, a lot of that water is going to need somewhere to go, and it just can't because of the amount of water getting pushed up against the Gulf Coast side. Now, here's a better perspective of it. You can see how widespread those outer bands are, extending over a good chunk of the peninsula of Florida. On the northern side, they go all the way up into the Carolinas. Now, that heavy rain is not moving very much, and the extent of these extends almost 500 miles. Stephen McLeod, meteorologist behind the scenes here with me, driving the radar, and you can see nearly 500-mile span from side to side, from one side of the storm to the other.
Precip all across Tampa, and now the heavy rain is stretching into parts of the Panhandle, South Florida. We've got intense storms coming in. In fact, the newest tornado warning that's just outside of Sarasota. Sarasota is going to be on the left side of your screen here. Here's I-75, so you can kind of see where this placement is south and east of Tampa. And you've got some rotation here heading towards Keentown. Duet, you're also within that trajectory where the storm is going to go. And every once in a while, as these bands come ashore, we could see isolated spin-ups, and that's been a big problem with these tropical cyclones historically, and we've got that here this morning. So if you're in any of those areas, if you've gotten the alert, of course, I want everybody to seek shelter, which can be very complicated now because your shelter could be the lowest lying area, but because of all the rain, your lowest lying area could now technically be flooded. And I want to make sure you guys stay as safe as possible as this storm continues to evolve and move through. We got the newest update that just came in. The winds are still sustained at 80 miles per hour. The pressure is still slowly falling, though, which would indicate that the storm is still somewhat strengthening and holding its core as it's about to make landfall. And of course, this morning, the heaviest rain working its way now into South Georgia, friends up into Savannah and Charleston. I need you guys all to be aware that today is the day where conditions will deteriorate and ultimately look pretty bad as we move forward in time. JD, if you wouldn't mind advancing me, it looks like my clicker's not really working here. So as we continue to watch everything evolve up towards Jacksonville, this I-10 corridor, we know there's going to be additional power outages, as Reynolds was just talking about, the flickering of the power there in Cedar Key. I do think we're going to see a lot more of that, and those power outage numbers are climbing, unfortunately. So again, latest info. Pressure slowly falling, still a Category 1, 80-mile-per-hour hurricane that's, of course, really strong as it's working its way across this Big Bend area of Florida. And as that happens, we will likely see, more problems maybe up towards the northern section of I-75 and eventually I-95. Let's not forget this I-16 corridor as well, just thinking of big corridors for folks north of Valdosta and Waycross and up into Tybee Island. So the alert stretch all the way up into the coastlines of Georgia and South Carolina. I do think there will be some areas into the interior that could get hit with this thing, of course, as well. But most of us on the coast are going to see the worst of it. And then we've got this thing that's going to dance for days. And I kind of want to show you the overall timeline here, since we're working our way into, Monday morning. By Monday evening, we're still looking at this thing positioning itself in Florida, slowly working its way across onto the Georgia line late tonight into tomorrow. By that time, wind speeds will be down into 50 miles per hour. So we will be likely talking about a tropical storm that's just going to sit and park itself. Look, I know it's hard to see, but on the right, this is a Friday timeline, and there isn't much movement between Georgia, South Carolina, and or North Carolina. So the fact that we have all week that this storm system is going to sit means we're going to have so many communities here that are going to ultimately flood. Travel impacts and implications are already ongoing this morning. Here's a look at our latest power outage numbers. We are now surpassing 120,000 customers without power just in Florida. Most of those are out towards Clearwater and the greater Tampa area, but beginning to see a lot more up here around the Big Bend, including Cedar Key.
Winds of 80 miles per hour, the pressure 979. Couple things you're going to notice, all right? Next updates, you're going to see that pressure begin to go up, which is a sign of it weakening. Same time, you're going to see those winds begin to drop. However, still enough. At the same time, Paul, as you know very well, it's not going to take much to knock down some trees. And Paul, where you are located in the capital city, some of the most gorgeous trees on our very planet happen to be right there. Those towering, beautiful oaks. I do fear that some of them may be subjected to hour after hour of punishment from Hurricane Debby.
And that's the thing, Reynolds, you might have the stronger winds there because you're a lot closer to it. Also, you'll be on that right side of the center. We're on the left side of center here of Debby, but we're still going to have a wind field kind of rotating around here. We're seeing some more moderate to heavy rain bands finally come on in here. So the wind also going to be a long-term issue here, and the rain as well. We're in that perhaps 2 to 6 inch forecast in terms of the rainfall, but the concern is the wind. As Reynolds mentioned, you can see the trees behind me. They are fully canopied out or leafed out, and that's acting as a surface area for the winds to take and potentially pull down as they come down, pulling down power lines and creating power outages. And as long as the wind is gusty like that, the repair crews cannot safely put their bucket trucks up there because they too will act as sails in the wind and reduce the safety quotient in terms of getting power restored. The concern is also that rain. We've seen an above average rainfall year so far, and we've seen our fair share of severe weather here as well. We had major flooding, flash flooding here in April, followed by tornado outbreak in May, and now we're dealing with, yes, the landfall of Hurricane Debby and the resulting wind and the rain that will be an issue potentially, Jordan, for the next several days, depending on where that center of Debby goes. The remnants, but moisture continues to be a big issue here as we head throughout this entire week with Debby. Jordan?
That's right. Just a slow crawl. I think that's what Dr. Knabb calls it. Category crawl or category slow, where it just does not move all that much. You know, you typically see these things work their way out of the tropics and eventually get pulled up with some upper level winds, and then it's on the move. But the problem is it missed its conveyor belt. It missed its bus. It's still sitting at the bus stop. So that's why this thing is going to be lingering as it waits for the next upper level movement to really push this thing downstream. We'll be talking about it all the way to the end of the week. But again, here are the statistics that Reynolds just caught us up on. In Category 1, making landfall near Steinhatchee, which is near Keaton Beach, which is near Perry, Florida. If you know that area, all of these locations are going to be within the vicinity of this landfalling hurricane. 80-mile-per-hour storm with the pressure at 979. And it was interesting to have Reynolds kind of talk about how the pressure is going to slowly go up, the winds are going to slowly come down. But the problem is we can maybe keep it tropical storm strength after it's done being a hurricane for the rest of the week, which impacts so many more communities, and maybe even potentially seeing it re-strengthen once it moves off into the Atlantic coast. That's in the future. What we know right now is we've got very heavy rain, big flooding, and multiple power outages, hundreds of thousands, over 100,000 customers alone just in Florida. And of course, now we're going to be looking at more of that entering into the Georgia side of things. So we've got, these tropical storm warnings that go all the way up into South Carolina. I know that we've got a tornado watch that extends up there towards Savannah and that South Carolina border as well. When you get a landfalling tropical cyclone like this, we could see tornado warnings populate. And the fact that you've got this uncertainty that's so big down the line. I mean, look at this. We're talking about Saturday morning, and it's still hanging out maybe in the Tar Heel state. So just such a slow mover here, and we'll be, bringing in some really big rainfall out of this. Okay, so the newest numbers are now at 200,000, over 200,000 customers without power. I haven't looked at this map in about 20 minutes or so. It's just amazing how fast these numbers continue to climb. Pinellas County still leads the chart here, but more of these northern counties are beginning to fall with their power, with the trees coming down and their power lines ultimately popping, and that's why you're getting power outages. And we'll begin to see more of that move into Georgia eventually throughout the day today.
Now, 7 weather with meteorologist Vivian Gonzalez.
Good morning, South Florida. Your storm station continues to track Hurricane Debby, making landfall around 7 o'clock this morning near Steinhatchee, Florida, in the Florida Big Bend area. And landfall is classified when the centermost point of the eye is already onshore. That's happening now, moving near Horseshoe Beach, Cross City as we speak, even Perry. So this is slightly to the north of Cedar Key, and based out of the 7 o'clock advisory from the Hurricane Center, because the system was close to making landfall and still now interacting with land, we're going to get hourly updates. 80-mile-per-hour winds moving north-northeast at 10, located 5 miles to the west of Steinhatchee, Florida. And this one will be a slow-moving system, just a problematic one that we're going to be talking about for several days. And based on the forecast track, the center of the storm will continue to interact with land, weakening to a tropical storm later today. Tuesday, lingering around Georgia. The center could emerge into the open waters of the Atlantic, but there's not much that's going to be steering it. So it's going to meander in this region, producing a ton of rain. And take a look at this through Saturday, still dealing with Debby around the region. Our in-house model run showing that it'll continue to push inland, but the rains spreading northward, and the tail of Debby will be leaving basically some moisture behind, and that's what's going to leave us with the potential of continuing to see some sudden downpours. So today, breezy with the occasional thunderstorms, scattered storms still in the forecast for our Tuesday, and then heading into the middle part of the week, we're going to be talking about near record heat. Still a chance of seeing some storms just on the fewer side.
Brian, a significant surge with Debby's landfall, but now we're going to start seeing Debby slow down just a bit. Don't want to get ahead of myself, but that's the sort of next phase of this system, it seems.
Yeah, so we're at the landfall phase, although to tell you the truth, we talked yesterday about 3 phases, right? One was on the peninsula of Florida, second was the landfall, and the third is this potential major flood threat across the southeast from North Florida on up to North Carolina. And actually we're trying to finish phase 1, but it's not happening, and we're in phase 2 here. Here you see 75-mile-an-hour winds as of the 8 o'clock advisory, as the winds slowly slowly come down. This part of Florida is very flat, so you're not going to get the spin down quite as quickly there as you will in some kind of a mountainous area. But look at this tail down here, and this tail is going to stay a part of this storm. So even after the core moves relatively slowly into Georgia and then maybe offshore here of Savannah somewhere, you're still going to have a tail. So we're not going to be done with phase one, the peninsula of Florida, right away. Here's that close-up, and here you see where Robert is there, and look where the strong red band is. Looks like maybe it's just outside of Perry, up Highway 19, going from Perry to Tallahassee. But then this is the core in here of the eye wall that's pushing up toward I-75 and on toward Georgia. It's going to move in this kind of a corridor here. So dangerous conditions are going to spread north inland, only slowly diminishing. And all those green boxes you see are flood warnings, flash flood warnings, because of the intense rainfall coming down all at once, and it just can't drain off there. And as I said, the tail is not nothing. Look at this tornado warning. Another one just popped up in the Winter Haven area. We're going to have a corridor of exceptionally heavy rain here, because this all is all coming over the same place over and over, and it's going to continue. So the commuting between Tampa and Lakeland and Winter Haven and Sarasota and even points south down to Englewood going to be very dangerous there this morning. Everybody should really stay in place. Wide view shows we've got a ways to go. Here's the core. The question is, where is that going to go?
Bueno, nosotros estamos comenzando con un panorama de cómo se está viviendo a esta hora de la tarde todavía lo que es la tormenta tropical Debby. En la izquierda de su pantalla tenemos imágenes de Tallahassee. Pueden ustedes apreciar que debido a los vientos con fuerza de tormenta tropical, esta pantalla se está moviendo bastante, mientras que en Tampa comienza a llegar la calma, pero todavía quedan algunas lloviznas en el área. En una imagen que tenemos ya vemos que el sistema está completamente dentro de tierra, pero esas bandas de nublados, de lluvias y tormentas se extienden hacia el centro del estado, e incluso tenemos todavía una fuerte banda importante frente a las costas de acá de Florida, de la parte este, como ustedes pueden apreciar, todavía afectando en forma de lluvias a las Bahamas. Al momento Debby es una tormenta tropical, se ha degradado un poco, tiene vientos sostenidos de 70 millas por hora, su movimiento es algo lento, a unas 8 millas por hora al norte-noreste, está muy cerca de Lake City en Florida, a unas 35 millas al oeste. Va a continuar su rumbo al noreste durante lo que resta de hoy lunes y mañana martes, insertándose en la porción este de Carolina del Sur. Ahí comenzará a hacer un lento movimiento para hacer una curva al norte. Este panorama puede estar cambiando. Lo que sí sabemos es que este sistema va a moverse de forma lenta, por lo menos en unas 36 a 48 horas. Esto puede dejar gran cantidad de lluvia en la porción este de Carolina del Sur. Nosotros comenzamos con información tropical. Ya ustedes saben que esta mañana tocó tierra el huracán Debby. A esta hora se ha degradado y es una tormenta tropical con vientos sostenidos de 70 millas por hora. Está sobre el norte de nuestro estado de Florida, ya casi entrando a la porción sureste del estado de Georgia. Pero no es lo único que estamos vigilando. Tenemos una zona de mal tiempo asociada a una onda tropical también avanzando al oeste. Entrará al mar Caribe en las próximas horas y durante los próximos días tiene posibilidad de desarrollo tropical acá en esta zona de color amarillo, que puede ocurrir ya sea en el mar Caribe o en la porción sur del Golfo de México, de un 10% en los próximos 2 días o de un 30% en 7 días, situación que continuamos nosotros vigilando. A esta hora esas fuertes bandas de lluvia de Debby todavía se extienden en el centro del estado. Miren ustedes, desde Orlando con algo de llovizna hasta prácticamente Port Charlotte y la bahía de Tampa.
High rain rates combined with very slow forward motion. This isn't just going to be category slow. It could just flat out stop when it's near the coastline, and hammering the coast of South Carolina and Georgia with rain and storm surge at the same time for multiple days.
Yeah, needless to say, like, the worst may still be ahead of us. And we've got a long way to go.
Yeah, we could be really talking about some of these clogged rivers because the onshore push is keeping the water from being able to flow out. The rain coming down is just making them overflow. Let's take a look at some of the areas we continue to watch. We've got Tallahassee, 79 degrees. Rain has been moving through the area. Of course, you had some wind as well, especially earlier with the center closer. St. Simons Island, Georgia, rain falling there. You've got days of rain on the docket. Jacksonville, Florida, actually have a tornado warning for parts of Duval County right now, 80 degrees with the clouds obscuring the skyline and spots. Heavy rain going to reduce your visibility on the roads. And in Charleston, South Carolina, where we've got our own Jim Cantori, we're going to be checking in with him in just a moment. That's another spot that could see some serious issues in the days ahead. Dr. Knapp, you pointed out, not only will this slow, it could flat out stop.
And it will be doing all of this very close to the coastline. And whether it's centered on the coastline, just inland or just offshore, isn't going to make a whole lot of difference because you're going to have onshore flow and heavy rainfall regardless, especially to the northeast of wherever the center might be. And that 7-mile-an-hour forward motion right now seems slow, and it is. It's slower than average, but it's fast compared to the 1 or 2 miles an hour or less that it'll be moving when it's near the southeast coast over the next couple of days. And the tropical storm warnings have already been extended up into the Charleston area, and look at all these inland areas dealing with the gusty winds that could bring down more trees. We've already seen, deaths from falling trees in this event. And that makes being out on the roads even more dangerous. It's never a good idea to be driving when there's a tropical storm warning. There's just so much risk of fallen trees and slick roads making it dangerous, but then you add flooding to the mix, it gets even more dangerous. Now, coastal flooding in the form of bona fide storm surge could get to 2, 3, or 4 feet above normally dry ground, but then you add in the rain-induced flooding, and this is just day and night number 1. We're going to have the combination of sources of flooding in very flood-prone areas like Savannah and Tybee Island and Charleston and up into Myrtle Beach. But this is the zone we're most concerned about overnight tonight. And we've already had the flash flood emergency and the other flash flood warning. This is kind of the business end of the storm right now. And by the way, we've already got a flood advisory up here in the Savannah area. So this is just, kind of setting the table for the heavier rain that's going to come later on tonight, making us even more vulnerable because of the outer bands producing the rainfall. But up here in the Florida Big Bend area, just south of I-10, this is where the heaviest rain has fallen and where we've still got the catastrophic threat from flooding from this flash flood emergency until 6:15. You got to stay away from water. Don't be out on the roads at all. The only reason to be driving in this area is if you're fleeing from water, and that's the only way to save your life in that moment. Otherwise, you don't want to be traveling. In any life-threatening situation you get yourself in, call 911. The biggest community where we've had the biggest problems there has been in Live Oak, and now we've got this big flash flood warning here that is just to the northeast of that flash flood warning. That's the emergency level. So this could become a bigger problem. Now, what else is going on? The right front quadrant of these tropical storms, very prone to producing tornadoes, and that's what we've got here over in portions of Duval and St. Johns County. So this is out in the Ponte Vedra and Jacksonville Beach area, a radar indication of the rotation, enough for the Weather Service to issue this tornado warning until 4:15. And with the circulation around on the eastern side of this will be a generally northward moving area of rotation. And again, with tropical cyclones, they can be relatively weak and relatively short-lived, but still damaging enough. We saw with Beryl how long-lived these can be. They can surprise us. So here is the rotation, best we can find on the radar, west of Ponte Vedra Beach, but headed up toward the Jacksonville Beach area.
A resort there almost underwater. It's called Firefly Resort Cottages. Officials say it already had to be rebuilt after it was nearly destroyed by Hurricane Debby last year. Many streets and businesses in this area left flooded. And Vitas, Debby's expected to continue to cause major flooding over the next few days.
Yeah, and it still has a pull, even though it's up here, that center circulation still has a pull over that area. And yes, Idalia made landfall there just last year. So there's still areas that had to clean up from that. So we're going to continue to track that moving north, a very slow pace, only going 6 miles per hour, up I-95 very slowly. And as it does so, up around southeast Georgia, South Carolina is going to get some flooding conditions. And it looks like they have several inches of rainfall. They can see as much as about 8 to 10, up to 20 inches in some spots over parts of southeastern Georgia and parts of the Carolinas. So we're going to have to watch that closely. So once again, there is Debby moving north, but we have another little blip down here just inside the Antilles that we have to watch. As that continues to track to the west, it has a 30% chance for maybe forming into something. But right now, the projection takes it over the Yucatan Peninsula and into the southern portions of the Bay of Campeche. So we'll watch that closely as we're at the beginning of where we start seeing the season really ramp up through August, September, October. So we have to watch the tropics very closely in the Atlantic as we have that potential for next storm. The next named storm would be Ernesto. Debby became a 1, so we've already got 4 out of the forecasted 25 potentials for this season.
And good evening, everybody. Our coverage of Debby continues this evening from Charleston, South Carolina, where some interesting things have started to go on here. First of all, I want to bring you to the radar because we just got a new flash flood warning for Charleston, South Carolina. And this goes until 1 a.m., but here's the thing. 2 to 4 inches has already fallen, number one. Number two, it's interesting to see what they list in there as the rainfall rates coming with some of this rain. If you remember Jackie's in my conversation earlier, she was talking about instantaneous rainfalls around 7 inches. Well, they're talking about rainfall rates overall when you average the whole hour between 1.5 and 2.5 inches. That will start to cause the flooding. And as a result of that, again, we saw earlier when we talked to the mayor, he said, Jim, we're going to preliminarily shut down some of these roads before our curfew goes into effect at 11 o'clock tonight. And here we go. All right, this is East Bay, or this is North Market and East Bay, where I'm standing, obviously, in front of the city market. But you can see they've already closed this road. And they're going to be doing a lot more of that, these kind of pre-closings before areas that normally flood do. And that's what we're going to start getting into. So it's game time, guys. It's game time. And that's what we're worried about, is the flood here in Charleston, South Carolina. We got a long night ahead of us. We're going to start tomorrow early. We're going to get in around the high tide and see what happens in through here, because that may play a role, especially if we're still raining at 1.5 to 2.5 inches an hour in what eventually happens in through here. So we're going to get started at about 10 a.m. Tomorrow morning from the city of Charleston. Will I be here? I doubt it. If what's trending on the radar right now, likely I won't be here. So, Jackie, we're hoping for the best tonight here in Charleston. We got a long 3 days ahead of us, but the tally has started today with a record 2.88 inches. Do we add another 10, 12, 15, 17 inches on top of that? Do we set a 3-day rainfall record for the city of Charleston from a tropical system? These are all possibilities, and of course the state record happened with Florence back in 2018, where we had 23.61 inches of rain. Let's hope we don't get there, especially here in the low country. Back to you.
Well, Debby slowly moving through northeastern Florida tonight as it dumps historic rainfall amounts and causes dangerous flooding. The storm making landfall as a Category 1 hurricane after 7 this morning near Steinhatchee in the Florida Big Bend. Now, a tropical storm, it's taken at least 4 people's lives in Florida, another life in Georgia. Right now, more than 130,000 customers still without power, and we know there's a lot of help on the ground. 3,000 National Guard members are mobilized. The governor's office says FWC is also helping, and we do know that several firefighters from Palm Beach County have been deployed to help out. A state of emergency still in effect across more than 60 counties, and Vitas, Georgia, and the Carolinas are now now bracing for impact.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to continue to see wrapping around moisture in their areas. Once again, we did see that landfall at about 7 a.m. this morning over in Steinhatchee, Florida. 80-mile-per-hour winds, that Category 1 hurricane. And we're looking at that central pressure at 979 millibars. This is what it looked like when it was coming on shore earlier this morning in that Big Bend region. That's low country up there, up towards Cedar Key and those areas. Looking at definitely a lot of storm surge that occurred. And it's going to take several days for them to clear out a lot of the debris that's been across the area, and also the flooding to kind of go down over the next day or so. It's still spinning around just north of Jacksonville. Active tornado warnings they've had just up around the Charleston area. They're going to get several inches of rainfall. We're talking about as much as 20 to 30 inches possibly over southeast Georgia near Savannah and Charleston. So they're going to have a problem because this storm is not moving much. There's blocking high pressures to the north, and already over northern portions of Florida, just north of right around the I-75, I-10 corridor, they had as much as about 10 inches plus of rainfall. I'm going to have a closer look at the effects we've had in our area and what we have to expect more coming up.
The latest from the Hurricane Center as of the 11 o'clock advisory, 45-mile-per-hour maximum sustained winds, pressure at 997 millibars. Moving northeast at 7 miles per hour, so that's pretty slow for a tropical system or any mid-latitude cyclone. The center is located about 60 miles northwest of Jacksonville, Florida. But you can see the heavy rain and the impacts have been being felt basically all day since it moved onshore, and it continues now to move very slowly out through southeast Georgia, just south of Savannah. But look at these bands of heavy rainfall. Not only a flood threat, but there is a severe weather risk too, which does include tornadoes. So we'll have to keep our eyes on any active tornado warnings that come up. Forecast track from the Hurricane Center. Well, it doesn't look as ominous as maybe it did a couple of days ago with that big round circle. A little better agreement for the most part that we do get a slow mover even through Thursday morning. We're still sitting potentially off the coast of the Carolinas, and then a slow movement north and eventually trying to accelerate and could be south of New York City by Saturday evening as a tropical depression. So there could be moisture getting as far north as the New England states from Debby by the upcoming weekend. Right now, numerous flash flood warnings, all these kind of green boxes here, and then even embedded within that, we do have a tornado warning. That tornado warning is for some of the spin-ups that we have seen here that's gone through parts of areas just near Charleston. This is Berkeley and Charleston County, Goose Creek and Hanahan and Lads. This is into 115. Radar indicated, so we don't have any confirmation yet, but not see much rotation in there either. So that's a storm that, if it does produce a tornado, it'll be a quick spin up, and typically they verify as EF0s and EF1s in landfalling tropical systems. But as we had mentioned, the bigger legacy here is going to be the heavy rainfall.
All right, good morning. Happy Tuesday. So we do have rain on the radar, and this is going to make our roadways pretty wet because embedded in this rain band, we've got some heavy rain stretching right now specifically for Martin County, but the rain is up through St. Lucie County from Fort Pierce all the way down to Belle Glade and western Palm Beach County. Canal Point dealing with a heavy downpour at the moment. Lots of lightning strikes moving along that county line between Martin and Palm Beach County, moving eastward and a pretty good rate. It's part of the moisture tail of Debby. There's Debby bringing heavy flooding rains across parts of South Carolina, especially right close to the coastline and parts of coastal Georgia. Debby's a tropical storm. As of 2 a.m., still has maximum sustained winds of 45 miles per hour. If that starts to decrease, then it goes down to a depression, which is expected, but not until later in the week. And it's just going to meander over parts of the southeast where there are tropical storm warnings. Also, storm surge 2 to 4 feet expected between coastline of Georgia and South Carolina. Heavy rain is the biggest impact when it comes to Debby, especially over South Carolina. An additional 10 to up to 15 inches expected in the next few days.
There was a reported tornado that hit there. Trees were down, the roofs and porches were peeled off or destroyed. We got a tornado watch that remains in effect until 7 a.m. this morning, and still watching some of these outer bands that could maybe bring some of that action to you. We're talking severe weather potential during a tropical cyclone event, and unfortunately that means you got to not only worry about the flooding and of course the wind from the tropical cyclone, but a brief tornado that could spin up and ultimately give us scenes like this. So those bands I was talking about, you can kind of see as this storm system sits just outside of Savannah, where Stephanie Abrams is, some of these bands have been producing those spin-ups. And, some of that is reaching the far northern section of South Carolina, where it meets up with North Carolina. But the storm right now is at 45 miles per hour, still on land. But the forecast for today, like Steph mentioned, is for it to move back out over water. Pressure's been rising. It's at 999 right now. And, as we take a look at what this thing was when it moved on shore, it was that Category 1, 80-mile-per-hour hurricane moving through the Big Bend, bringing big rain and big power outages to the Sunshine State. And that pressure at that time was 979. So since then, we've seen the intensity decrease. But unfortunately, the rainfall hasn't. The biggest wind gusts here were, down towards Sarasota and the Big Bend. But we also had some big gusts towards Miami on the southeast coast. Cedar Key, almost 70. Dania Beach at 73. I do think that today's going to be a day where a lot of the power could get restored for folks in Florida. That's already been the case. Yesterday, at one point, you were at 250,000+ customers without power. You're now at 116, and that number is slowly going down. Georgia, South Carolina, unfortunately, your numbers could maybe increase, especially for South Carolina. The rainfall, all right, it was really problematic towards Sarasota. I mean, this is where we got a foot of rain or more from one of those tentacles, those feeder bands, that just pumped in a fire hose of moisture. And, our Lakewood Ranch, which is down there, picked up almost 17 inches of rainfall. But now these numbers have drifted towards, coastal Georgia into South Carolina. A lot of us have picked up 12 inches or more since this thing started, and we'll see another 12 inches or more fall before this is all said and done. Tropical storm warnings now go all the way up to Myrtle Beach. You've got the watch in Wilmington, and we can maybe see that extend potentially a little bit farther through North Carolina, because this movement is going to bring it up into your backyards, but it's going to take some time to do so. Again, the forecast all day tomorrow we'll be watching this thing out over open water. Meanwhile, it'll be slingshotting really big rainfall for much of the coastal locations here, maybe back up to parts of the Piedmont. Then by Thursday, we could be looking at potentially moving back on shore. Is it over Charleston? Is it back to your south? Is it farther to the north? So again, this is going to dance, and there's not a lot of steering, which is why, there's a very wide cone of uncertainty of where this thing's going to go. Eventually, it'll get picked up and move up to the northeast, but it's going to take some time to do so. So right now, some of the heaviest rain is happening down towards Charleston and Folly Beach. You can see Hilton Head below me. That camera's got some very heavy rain coming down out of it right now. Some of these larger feeder bands are working their way closer to the Tar Heel State. So all these flash flood warnings, you could see more and more of that populate throughout the day today. The gusts upwards of 25, 30 miles per hour. Even back up towards Columbia, you're feeling the wind a little bit. Not much so in the high country or up in the parts of Appalachia at all. This is really more of a coastal environment back towards, let's say Columbia and Augusta.
Okay, so looking at the new advisory from the National Hurricane Center, and we have a 40-mile-per-hour tropical storm pressure at 999 millibars, so that's come up a little bit. East-northeast at 6, so it's still moving, and it is expected to get offshore today. It's right now 15 miles to the south of Savannah as of 11 a.m. So this is the 11 a.m. advisory as it continues to move east. Notice where the kind of the convergence zone is on the eastern side of this, bringing all that heavy rain on up toward Myrtle Beach and up toward Holden Beach as well, which is right there on the border there, North Carolina and South Carolina. They can actually use some of this rain inland, but we don't need a foot of rain, obviously, anywhere. The big question is, what happens to this circulation center once it gets back over the water? And that's really going to make all the difference in the world in what happens with Charleston. Right? Because if this reorganizes in some way, shape, or form, it is going to be an issue potentially for our friends in Charleston, because it could bring some more heavy rain and even wind back into the picture. Right now, from the mayor's news conference at 7 a.m., he says, hey, or 10 a.m., the curfew continues till 7 a.m. tomorrow morning, and then they'll reevaluate tomorrow morning. All right, let's take some pictures. What we have here, okay, is the same thing they have in a lot of spots in Charleston. You can see the peak of the drone up. This is just shot about maybe 30, 40 minutes ago, and you can see where some of the extensive water is. Several blocks where this is. There's certainly where there's crawl spaces or lower elevation homes and businesses. That's where the water is coming right up here. But it's much like it was here in terms of the height of it, 1-2 feet. Charles was mentioning, and he's seeing the same thing I am. The fact that the tide is going down, it is pulling the water back out. So there's actually a pull going on. It's acting like a suction pump of its own, pulling the water through the drains. And even here, you know, we started here, okay, and look at how far back I can walk now. I mean, this is at least another 20, 30 feet. The roots from this oak were completely underwater, as they were on that, and even some of the sidewalk is starting to show up now. So the water's going down. I even saw some, the barricades have been moved now, so they'll let you go through this area. So we're losing water, as we would expect. The rain has gotten a lot lighter. All right, let's bring in Dr. Greg Postel and talk about what he thinks is going to happen with this. I mean, you know, it's really got whacked, Greg, with its trip over land. Kind of lost a lot of its, inner core and circulation center. But the real question, I think, is how much of that regains itself? Because the forecast is for it to go up again over warmer water in a light shear environment.
There is that chance. You're right about that. But you mentioned Debby did take a beating, not just because it was over land, but some of the other atmospheric conditions around it kind of, wore away at the interior of it. So it's got a long way to go. But you're right about that, Jim. It is something to watch as we go forward. I got to show you this, though, because right here, we're going to take this video to show you the kind of rain that Debby is bringing to parts of the southeast coast. This is what it looked like trying to drive through Garden City, South Carolina today. So obviously a lot of heavy rain. There's a lot of ponding on the roadways. You got to be real careful in certain places where it's raining real hard. The soil is so very moist. The water is accumulating very quickly. So be very careful driving out there. And you don't know how deep the water is. If you see flooded road ahead, obviously you want to turn around. Because your car, it doesn't take much for it to be carried away. Really, literally like 1 or 2 feet, and then you're out of control. So let's talk about how much rain is yet to come. And we're thinking still in excess of a foot across parts of southern North Carolina, including Wilmington and areas to the northwest. Raleigh might pick up another 5 to 8 inches, and areas to the south even still a bunch more. Now, this takes us out through Saturday. So while you may be in parts of Georgia thinking it's over, I know it's not raining now, it's got to be done. Not so fast, because the area of rain associated with Debby is sitting and spinning, and in part will redevelop once again. So we're going to see Debby hang out over the region and bring more threat for rain in the coming days, all on top of a lot of rain that we've already seen. This is a map that shows us the accumulation, the radar estimates of how much has fallen so far. And you can see that we've got in southern North Carolina estimates. By the way, there's the legend up at the top. So we're talking 2 to 3 inches in some spots. Now, remember, we're expecting over a foot yet to come. Storm totals then will be even more than that. Of course, we've had a lot in southern South Carolina as well. Here's the legend. Well over a foot has fallen in some spots, and we're going to get a few more inches as well. Even if it's not raining right now, let's say across parts of Georgia or nearby areas of South Carolina, not far from Savannah, Brunswick, St. Simon's Island, may not be raining that hard. You're tempted to think it's over. Well, there's a back half of this piece here, this system. We're going to be watching that. It's going to be moving through, bringing some heavy rain. Wind, not a factor right now. Clearly, we have some wind of 20 to 30 miles per hour in spots, maybe a little bit more than that over water. But the center of circulation right about there, still inland, right along I-95, right about there. Now, the center is probably going to be coming back out over water. And Jim was talking about the possibility that it could reinitiate the tropical development process. And that is indeed possible. But there's a lot to overcome, so it would take a while. We'll be watching for that in the coming days. But for now, we've got heavy rain moving through North Carolina and South Carolina as well. These areas of rain are going to bring rainfall rates over 1 inch per hour, maybe 2 inches per hour in spots, and carry with them a tornado threat, which is why we've got tornado watches out here, at least one, until 5 o'clock. I have a sneaking suspicion that's not the only tornado watch we're going to see later on this afternoon. Farther inland in the Piedmont of North Carolina, we've got rain showers closing in on Raleigh and the triangle, Raleigh, Durham, Chapel Hill. We're going to see some rain closing in later on today. Showing you the timing of it all. Again, there's about where the center circulation is, let's say this evening, overnight tonight. Very likely not far from the coastline, and then kind of rolling on toward the north, maybe east, and then maybe coming back inland. How about that? This is all part of the process of Debby without any steering flow to bully it around. Jim Cantori is going to be with us through probably Thursday before it accelerates toward the northeast.
Postel, I wanted to ask you, how much time are we looking at over water before it makes another landfall? 48?
It depends. Maybe. It depends on the model you're looking at. Maybe less than that. Maybe 24 hours. It's hard to know for sure. I'm not sure that's enough time. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. 24, maybe, probably not. You're right. 48's a different animal. Warm water, light shear.
So that's going to be the big threat, I think, going into tonight and certainly tomorrow and Thursday, as will the winds, likely to be getting stronger as we go into the middle part of the week.
Yeah, Chris, this is one of the sneaky aspects of a lot of tropical storms is they have breaks in the weather and then the dangers return. And tonight, when we get to high astronomical tide and the rains continue as the center will be just offshore, the dangers could increase again. So be very careful about getting out and about and letting your guard down, because we do have flash flood warnings in areas where people are out and about, and there are some problems on the roadways, and I'll show you. Even in Merle's Inlet, there are some problems on the roadways. Latest advisory from the Hurricane Center has the system moving east-northeast at only 5 miles an hour. It is headed offshore, but very slowly, and it's going to continue to tap into the moisture off the Atlantic and add more rainfall to areas that have already gotten some, and the flood risk is going to be significant, as I'll show you over the next few days. Tropical storm warnings up for South Carolina coastline, up into portions of North Carolina. No more storm surge warning for the coast of Georgia, but we still have it for South Carolina and a watch for part of North Carolina, and especially when we get to high astronomical tide tonight around 10 o'clock in Charleston. That's when the storm surge could maximize 2, 3, 4 feet, and then the rainfall could resume, and you could have some significant flooding. That's why the high risk is in place. It includes Myrtle Beach and Merle's Inlet up into North Carolina. Now, we've had most of the rain between Savannah and Charleston, but it's increasing as we creep farther to the north. And again, Charleston's under this considerable threat warning until 4:30, and we've had plenty of problems. 60 roads closed in the city, and it's basically can't get onto the peninsula right now. Going up the road a piece, Berkeley and Charleston counties, considerable threat till 4 p.m. And then going up to the Merle's Inlet area, you're under a flash flood warning until 2:45, and look at all the problems that we have had in Merle's Inlet along Bel Air Avenue, Parsonage Lane near US 17, a section of Waccamaw Drive to close. So there are closed roads, so you might not be able to get around as easily. Don't cross any water-covered road. Don't go around any barricades. Myrtle Beach, here's an issue I wanted to highlight. Minor flash flooding in the parking lots along Midway Park and Myrtle Beach. And I think, okay, well, that's not a big deal. But if you leave your car on a surface parking lot, and then tonight the rainfall and the high tide combine, you want to get your car away from surface parking lots, get them into parking garages if at all possible. And then we've got this new flash flood warning going inland from I-95, Orangeburg, Sumter under a warning until 3:30. And Alex, again, this is going to be a multi-day high-risk event. There aren't too many times when we see this much of a significant risk for so many days.
Tropical Storm Debby is here, and it looks like she is wearing out her welcome.
Debby's two-day deluge on South Carolina and Georgia is adding up. Charleston is one of several cities that's received nearly a foot of rain as more keeps falling.
Anticipate another 3 to 6 inches over the next 12 to 14 hours.
Charleston's mayor says a curfew is working, keeping people off the streets. He's now extending it through early Wednesday morning.
We especially don't need any yahoos driving through the water and causing damage to property.
Overnight, a suspected tornado swept through nearby Monk's Corner, upending vehicles and destroying a number of buildings. 2 other twisters were confirmed Monday night southwest of Charleston in Modesto Beach and Seabrook.
Unfortunately, I don't believe the storm is done with us yet.
Georgia's governor on Tuesday warning residents to stay hunkered down and prepare for more possible property damage.
Both models are showing that rain will come back, potentially in the worst case scenario in a big way.
Nearly 2,000 National Guard troops have been mobilized for search and rescue efforts. In Florida, about 500 people were safely moved to higher ground around Sarasota, and water rescues continue in parts of the state this hour. Bracing for Debby's heavy rains next, the Northeast, which could see several inches over the weekend. And it does feel a little bit like a ghost town here with roads and bridges blocked off to the peninsula of Charleston here. But for those who have stayed, they're bracing for round 2, a second landfall after Debby moves out over the Atlantic, re-strengthens, and then comes back for more, dropping with it up to 25 more inches of rainfall here in Charleston. In Charleston, I'm Brian Abel reporting. Back to you.
All right, Brian, with more on Debby's troublesome path now, meteorologist Brent Cameron is live in the Weather Center with the details for us. Brent.
And it's not only the actual track that is problematic, but it's also the speed because its forward movement is very minimal. Here's the latest on Tropical Storm Debby. It is barely a tropical storm with 40-mile-per-hour winds, so it's just over that 39-mile-per-hour threshold. They're very close to Savannah is the center of circulation. That's also very close to moving back over water. And as it does continue to drift off to the east-northeast at just 5 miles per hour, it's going to have more access to more fuel. So once again, it's going to continue to spin that moisture around as we're seeing that big pinwheel of moisture across much of the southern states. Now to the east of the circulation, concern for tornadoes. We had some earlier around South Carolina, and that threat continues into North Carolina as we go deeper into the afternoon and possibly into the early evening as well. Then we talk about the overall motion as the system lifts northward in time. That's when the rain really tallies up 10 to 20 inches or more. Some spots likely to pick up maybe 30 inches of rain as that track continues to keep it directly over the eastern seaboard or also over a lot of the big cities as the system eventually lifts north into the New England vicinity, but not until the weekend. So no real drying for a few more days for a lot of territory there. More coming up with your forecast ahead.
Amigos, y a esta hora comenzamos en vivo en Savannah, Georgia. Sigue la actividad de lluvia, sigue el viento. Toda esta zona todavía la tormenta está dejando lluvia y también viento, aunque no con la intensidad que tuvimos en las últimas 48 horas. Les saludo a su meteorólogo Eduardo Rodríguez. Estamos en vivo. Este es The Weather Channel en español. Y la historia de las últimas 48 horas ha sido esta tormenta. Primero huracán, ahora tormenta. En estos momentos está saliendo lentamente a una marcha de unas 3 millas por hora hacia el mar. Esto le permitirá de alguna manera tomar cierta fuerza durante el día de mañana. Mientras tanto, sigue la lluvia avanzando sobre Carolina del Norte, Carolina del Sur, Georgia todavía con actividad de lluvia como usted vio. Y no solamente Savannah, muchas localidades en toda esta costa están sintiendo el impacto. Esto es Carolina del Sur también en vivo. Y por supuesto acá un poco más de brisa. El viento está en 20, 30, 35 millas por hora. Pero a ratos pueden ser ráfagas superiores y seguramente que aumentará durante el día de mañana porque lo más posible es que esta tormenta cobre algo de fuerza si se mantiene en el mar. Aunque es bastante limitado porque estará muy cerca de tierra, debería estar muy lejos en esta zona para poder asimilar la energía de la corriente del Golfo o Gulf Stream que pasa por esta zona. De todas maneras, las corrientes atmosféricas lo empujarán tierra adentro a partir del jueves y lo tendríamos rodando y moviéndose por toda la costa este de Estados Unidos. Así que combinación de esta tormenta y otros factores, habrá mucha lluvia. Tormenta tropical está todavía con avisos justo de tormenta tropical para todas estas áreas. Hay vigilancias también. Esto significa que en muchas de estas localidades todavía se pueden experimentar vientos de más de 39 millas por hora. Y esto no solamente esta noche, durante el día de mañana y hasta la 1 de la mañana de hoy, amanecer mañana, tenemos esta vigilancia de tornados. Esto es miércoles 1 antemeridiano. Atención, todos estos condados de ambas Carolinas. Vigilancia también hasta el viernes, esto por inundaciones que llega hasta Virginia. Y lo principal es que en la medida que la tormenta continúe con esta marcha, las bandas de lluvia delanteras serán más prominentes progresivamente sobre sectores de Carolina del Norte. No ha consolidado un anillo de tormentas en torno al ojo, pero pareciera que está tratando de reformar su ojo en la parte sur. Y si logra hacer eso, definitivamente pudiera y puede intensificarse un poco más. Así que esa estructura, una vez que esté sobre el mar y cuanto más se aleje de tierra, mayor posibilidad tiene de tomar un poco más de fuerza y también más lluvia cuando regrese a tierra. Repito, algunas de estas bandas pueden tener vientos de tormenta tropical, descargas eléctricas, puede haber algunos tornados todavía en las próximas horas.
At one point, Charleston and Savannah were under that level 4, but as Debby and its core moves towards the north, the western edge and that southern tip of Debby not as powerful in terms of the rain, some dry air working in there. So while we'll still watch for flooding concerns, won't be as impactful as that northeastern edge. For a spot like Hilton Head and out towards Savannah and up through Charleston as well, notice with the exclusive Fox model, the rain just keeps coming. Because of Debby's stationary nature, not a great steering flow. We've got two high pressure systems kind of battling it out to push Debby onward up towards the northeast. Eventually we'll see that happen as we get into really Friday, but still seeing the tail of some of the outer rain bands impacting portions of Georgia and South Carolina, even by Friday morning as well. Disturbance number 1, though, is the newest on the list. Now just a 20% chance of development. At one point, some models thought, hey, it could jump into the Gulf of Mexico, becoming a problem for spots like Houston, maybe the coastline of Louisiana, but not the case anymore, or at least with the latest trend. Now the models are pushing it farther towards the south, which then means a lot more land interaction, especially with the Yucatan Peninsula, and then running it right across the eastern coastline of Mexico. So no big concerns with this system, but we'll watch for any later developments, especially if the overall track of this decides to push towards the north, although that's not looking likely. And then we'll jump out towards the eastern Pacific. While not a major concern for the U.S., a lot of these storms originating just off the Central American coastline, a lot of these storms moving out towards the west. But at one point, just yesterday, we had 4 named storms at one point in time, which is the first time we've seen that happen in a long time. I can't think of the exact date off the top of my head. I think it was either the 1970s, maybe, or maybe the 1990s. So don't quote me on that. But for Fabio and Amelia, those are the 2 latest storms. Amelia presenting itself a little bit better out in the eastern Pacific. Still not a big deal for coastal communities across Mexico, and really not a big concern for Hawaii at this point in time either.
And then in the longer term, flash flooding likely into Pennsylvania and also into New York. And we want to get back out to the Weather Channel's Justin Michaels. He is live in Beaufort in South Carolina. I know you've got some rain coming through now. It's been a pretty dry for the most part, but not quite done yet. We're going to get some more rounds of rain through tonight and even into tomorrow as well.
Well, Carl, this is a pretty decent rain. It's light right now. For the last few moments, it was actually pretty intense. It was a good little tropical downpour coming through, but still rain nonetheless. And to Carl's point, the expectation through the course of this night is we're going to get these tropical downpours from time to time into tomorrow morning, as the story here in Beaufort is not over yet. Debby is now sitting off the coast, and those rounds of rain will keep wrapping in and causing issues here. Earlier today, trees did come down several places around town. They had municipal crews out doing what they could to clean those trees up. You know, Beaufort is dealing with the storm. Not as impactful as it is in other places, and certainly not as much as they've dealt with in the past, like during storms like Florence back in 2018 or Joaquin back in 2015. We had some folks come by earlier tonight just to say hello, residents, people who called this place home, and they remember the entire area where I'm standing. We were underwater here during Florence. I would be well into several feet of water because of water coming in off of the Beaufort Beaufort River. So definitely not a storm like they've experienced in the past. That is a good thing. That's a very good thing. Something else we've noticed around town today, business owners have really heeded the warnings and encouraged their employees to stay home. Restaurants, by and large, were closed. A few were open. Our crew had some trouble finding a place to have lunch. We found a wonderful place here on Main Street, but it was one of the very few across the entire town that were open. Even major chains were closed today, like Starbucks and Chipotle. You think they would be open for almost anything. They weren't. So it's a good reminder that keeping your employees home, staying home, especially when the emergency management officials, Carl, are asking you to do that, the mayor, the city planners, city manager, asking people to stay home. It's nice to know that some employers decided to let their employees do that, because being around in this storm could have been very dangerous. Luckily, no one found themselves underneath one of those falling trees or branches, but the likelihood was certainly there that could have happened, Carl. So definitely a lot of storm to go, and the Weather Channel will have you covered every step of the way. We're back live with more coverage after this.
Good morning. We are tracking the tropics, and here we go. We have Tropical Storm Debby. We're awaiting the 5 a.m. advisory. 45-mile-an-hour winds located 70 miles south of Charleston, South Carolina, and moving east-southeast. So it's going to skirt the Carolina coastline and go into the low-lying floodplains of eastern North Carolina, dumping anywhere from 15 to 25, even possibly 30 inches of rain. It could be one of those 1,000-year flood events. So we're going to keep you posted throughout today. Already they've received about 10 in some spots. Depression after that up in the mid-Atlantic, and then onward throughout the northeast coastline, even into Canada. It is still an entity as a tropical depression. Behind it, there in the southwest Caribbean, is an area of interest, a cluster of thunderstorms. This one not looking very healthy this morning, so only a 10% shot it develops as it moves near the Yucatan and into the Gulf next week.
We can give you a sense of what Debby is doing to the water off the Carolina coast. Sail drone captured this video as the storm was ramping up. This was in the Gulf of Mexico as it was preparing to make landfall in Florida. Along with tracking the path of hurricanes, sail drones will use to measure carbon dioxide exchange between the sea and the air. But they gather some really critical observations about what's happening on the water in tropical storms and hurricanes. And they got this as Debby was approaching landfall in Florida. I think this is key in making better forecasts.
Yeah, you really get to understand how the transfer of heat from the ocean to the atmosphere occurs, and these sail drones are going to try to measure that and get a sense for, well, is this storm going to strengthen based on the amount of heat that's going from the ocean to the atmosphere?
Yeah.
Kind of cool.
Yeah. No. And of course, lots still developing in how we're using the data that comes out of that. Let's talk more about Debby right now, where it is. It is back out over the Atlantic waters. And Greg, as it does that, people are asking, well, is it going to re-strengthen?
That's a really good question, because we hear that a lot. And the chances are when it's over water, you always have to say, yeah, there's some chance of it. But let's have a closer look at it, because there's some things that might say otherwise. Right now, it's a 45-mile-per-hour. Here's the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center. 45-mile-per-hour tropical storm. Jen, as you mentioned, it is now over water here, but not moving much. So it may be over water for another day or so. And that does beg the very question that you asked. Will it strengthen? Will it not? We have to deal with still a lot of rain yet to come. And that rainfall, the amount that we get, could be modulated by the intensity at landfall and then thereafter. So, yeah, it does matter whether or not Debby is going to strengthen. It's an important question.
Yeah, I was going to actually pose that exact question, which is, okay, let's talk about how it matters. If Debby does strengthen more, do we have a greater chance of getting into more intense rainfall?
Probably so. I mean, I think they go together.
If Debby doesn't strengthen more, though, could we see this kind of spread out, which really just gives more the risk of rain, which some could be heavy?
Those are also true. Yeah, and it's one of those complicated forecasts. Yeah, because if you look at the current conditions out there, it's not really much of a wind factor right now. There's some gusty winds on the coast, and you mentioned the heaviest rain is way to the north, and right near where the center of circulation is, there really isn't a whole lot of rain. It's distributed in the distant periphery. And when you look at where the area of lowest pressure is, Jen, the sun is out.
Right.
I mean, and not just right in the middle, but also kind of around it. There's a lot of cloud-free air here, telling me that this is not in a position to strengthen anytime soon.
You know, we were sort of watching this when Debby was first developing. We needed to see those thunderstorms kind of congeal and get more concentric in order to see development more intense anyway out of Debby. And so right now, without that, it seems like the same thing. how is it going to strengthen? Because it's so spread out and so much of Debbie's overland, actually.
Right. That's exactly right. It's not going to. This is a generous forecast, 50 miles per hour from the Hurricane Center. Now, it may verify, but it's going to have to change its structure in the middle of it. We're not seeing that happen, certainly not abruptly, and maybe later on today and tonight, but that's not much time. It's going to make landfall the center by tomorrow morning.
But we are getting that wind coming right off of the ocean, and seeing that the center circulation is to our south, counterclockwise flow means we're getting that east wind coming in off the Atlantic. And one thing I want to mention here, and I want to bring in Dr. Nab to talk more about the winds and the rains with this, but this drain right here, it is wide open. But what happens is you get debris, and the debris is leaves, branches, stuff like that. The wind rips them off and they end up in the drain because they come in the water. This is wide open right now, but a lot of the flooding that you get in these storms can be because those drains aren't cleared, and then that of course can back things up and get it flooded. But Dr. Nab, let's talk about these winds, because we're quite a ways from the center. This wind energy that we're getting is thunderstorm wind, perhaps some energy coming down from the upper levels, hitting us here. The highest gust so far, by the way, that I've been able to record, which of course is not scientific and official, but was 37 miles an hour is the highest gust I got so far.
Yeah, and the hurricane hunters got the 60-mile-an-hour winds that give Debby its intensity in one of those bands way off to the east and northeast of the center. So it's all about being in one of these bands. Those are what, as you say, bring down the energy from higher elevations down to the surface and give you that bout of heavy rain. And if you sit over one of these, under one of these bands for an extended period, which is possible with a slow-moving storm, that's how the flooding can really pile up over the next couple of days.
So Dr. Knapp, let's talk about the center of the circulation. Obviously, it has gained some strength when it went over its fuel, which is that water. And as this comes ashore in the, work with me here, eye wall of this system, though it will be a little bit better organized, how concerned are you about wind damage within the eye wall of this tropical storm?
Well, it's got a very large central area that lacks a lot of wind, but it's not a bona fide eye wall. It's the interior part that lacks an inner core. But it's these bands on the exterior that have the stronger winds, and because it doesn't have the inner core, it's not going to rapidly strengthen, but it's not going to lose much of its strength either. And the slow motion continues to be the big problem. And so my big concern, Steph, is the combination of water on the roadways and maybe trees coming down on roadways and trees coming down on homes.
And you would say that this still looks like a tropical entity, and you're not anticipating this, and this is totally inside baseball, but you're not anticipating this becoming subtropical, say, before it makes landfall here. Not that it's going to matter on the, the effects, but just for, just the technicality of it.
Yeah, in fact, no, I don't think it's going to become subtropical. It's a tropical storm. Now, eventually it'll merge with the front to the north and become extratropical. But if anything, Steph, the interior part of the storm has moistened up over the last 24 hours. So it is looking even more tropical than it did this time yesterday. But it is still lacking a solid inner core. But the winds, I don't know how much the winds came up, or it's just a matter of how much we didn't know the winds were as strong as they were off to the east of the center. But in any case, the big problem still is the slow forward motion of this system. That is the big concern. It's only moving 5 miles an hour, and that's why we've got the high risk of flooding, because of the slow motion. If this were moving along at 15 miles an hour, this would not be the case. So that is the big concern. And you've got two primary bands, the one going into Myrtle Beach and the one going up into Wilmington. And it's this zone on the northern side here that's going to become the really problematic area. So here's the center of circulation slowly making a turn to the left and coming northward toward the South Carolina coast.
Right now, the South Carolina coastline is bracing for a second landfall from Tropical Storm Debby. It continues moving slowly through the region, packing relentless rain to areas that have already been drenched over the past 48 hours. Meantime, here at home, it is all about the scorching heat.
Another advisory is in place today as feels like temperatures reach 110 degrees in some spots. So let's bring in our chief certified meteorologist, Betty Davis.
We start our mornings feeling very hot, and then we end our afternoons feeling very hot. Case in point, Fort Lauderdale, we had a feels like temperature very early today, 4 a.m., 6 a.m., in the low 90s, and then now here we are in Fort Lauderdale feeling as though it's 106 degrees, and we're outdoing that number up in Pompano Beach where the heat index is at 109. Miami, 101 is the feels like temperature, but we already saw our peak heat index today in Miami of 105. Here's a look at what we're expecting for the rest of the work week. Each and every day we'll have these heat indices peaking around 105 or higher. That is the forecast. The air temperature makes it up to the mid 90s come Thursday and Friday. So this summer sizzle is not going anywhere. Looking for a few showers and storms to cool you off. Not a whole lot popping over Broward and Dade. I am tracking a severe storm right now impacting West Palm Beach. The bigger rain story is still playing out around the Carolinas, where we continue to track Tropical Storm Debby. So let's bring in our hurricane specialist and storm surge expert, Michael Lowry, for a closer look. Michael, looks as though Debby has picked up a bit of steam over the Atlantic waters.
Hey there, Betty. It has. We have winds up to 60 miles per hour now. And earlier today, this kind of had a scoured out appearance to it with a lot of dry air at the center. You can see, though, the moisture really rebuilding and the big flood threat ahead here. Still, for parts of the Carolinas, we've had 15 to 20 inches of rainfall in areas of South Carolina. Around Charleston and just to the south of Charleston, the forecast is for an additional foot or more in those areas. And then 3 to 5 inches, which could cause some major flood issues there into central Pennsylvania, into parts of upstate New York. I want to talk, though, what we're watching behind Debby, because here we are in early August and things really lighting up across the Atlantic. We have a tropical wave, a disturbance in the atmosphere that's rolling off of Africa in the next few days. And that one we're going to be tracking as it moves its way to the islands. The models are kind of keen on developing this one as it gets toward the northeastern islands of the Caribbean for the early to middle part of next week. This is just one rendition. You could see this is about a week away still. Still a question of whether or not this is going to sort of turn to the north or continue off to the west. A little deja vu here of Debby, but thankfully we have some time to watch this one. Calvin and Nicole will keep you updated in the days ahead.
Thanks for joining us as we continue our live coverage of Debby. I'm meteorologist Colleen Coyle alongside meteorologist Carl Parker, live tonight until 1 a.m. Eastern, tracking Debby. And Carl, we've had the latest update. Not too much change with Debby, especially with the forward speed still being very slow.
Still very slow, still a 60-mile-per-hour storm, getting closer and closer to making landfall at this hour. And the heavy rain has been spreading into North Carolina and South Carolina and will go all night and right into tomorrow, and then slowly make its way up into the upstate in North Carolina and into western parts of Virginia. So right now moving north-northwest at 3 miles per hour and now 25 miles east-northeast of Charleston, South Carolina. And there's the forecast track and intensities from the Hurricane Center, taking the storm into the eastern part of North Carolina by tomorrow morning, and then by tomorrow evening up into western North Carolina near Charlotte in the Triad, and then into Friday morning in western Virginia, more towards Charlottesville, and producing very heavy rain all along the way. Now, here is a look at the storm along with the winds at about 5,000 feet. When you look at the winds at the surface, you don't see quite as much of this wind because there's frictional effects. A lot of reasons why the wind is reduced at the surface. Some of that doesn't make it all the way to the ground, but it gives you an idea of how powerful this storm still is. This is still a large, powerful storm, and it's still going to be causing a lot of problems, not so much in terms of wind, but primarily in terms of rain and to some extent severe weather and also storm surge. And here you see what's happening with the current radar picture. We've got this rain that's wrapping around Wilmington and into Fayetteville and then back down towards Florence as well. Some banding features with some heavier rain in areas where we've seen a lot of rain in the last couple of days. So that's really going to be coming down in earnest in Florence, in Lake City, as well as to the north, getting up towards Fayetteville along the 95 corridor, and then farther southward down into Wilmington and Southport. And we've got a lot of rain that has yet to move in.
Also, we heard
we were talking with Mike Seidel. He was talking about you could have water moccasins out there. You could have gators out there. Please be careful as we watch with Debby. Again, second landfall happening this morning at 2 o'clock this morning near Bull's Head, South Carolina. We talked about this going out over the Atlantic and then backtracking with it as we go through the day. Today, expecting another 3 to 10 inches of rain, potentially all the way from Georgia up into the mid-Atlantic. It is still a tropical storm, and that is what we are watching. It is slowly moving to the north, just ever so slowly, 5 miles per hour or so. Here's a look at the cone from the National Hurricane Center, and notice as it goes right over a good chunk of South Carolina. What you want to notice is on the backside and on the east side, north side of that, that's where you're getting all of the rain, all of the wind, the constant onshore push, the surf. The waves, the rip currents along the southeast coast are going to be a major concern today. And then, Kendall, this entire week, we have been at a level 4 out of 4 for flooding, that flash flood alert over some portion of the southeast. And this continues through the day today and into tomorrow. It is a concern. We even have that flash flood emergency we've been talking about this morning.
That we do. And so if you do live in those affected areas, Bladen, Columbus, Robeson counties, you need to be seeking higher ground immediately. This is a life-threatening situation. But unfortunately, as Debby continues to track to the north, that's where we'll be concerned with the majority of the heaviest rain. And you have to think about the terrain, the geography here. All of this heavy rain falling over higher elevations. That means it's going to take some time to flow down, seep down into the lower elevations, the coastal plains. So although Debby might leave, well, unfortunately, that doesn't mean that that flood threat is over at that point.
Not at all.
So, Craig, I mean, it's going to be a rough next 24 to 48 hours.
All right, off to the Queen City of Charlotte, North Carolina. It's in there somewhere, obscured by all the rain and the clouds that we have right now. It has been truly a crummy weather day for you here in Charlotte. You had a really tough morning drive. The airport's been a mess. A lot of delays for us today, even some cancellations. And here's what we're contending with right now. The weather's improved slightly for you here in Charlotte. Some of the heavier rain bands have moved back toward, say, the Asheville area and down through Spartanburg and Greenville. Anderson, you've remained dry for now. And Atlanta, you've actually remained dry this entire time. But now notice, as the system's coming inland, we're forcing some more rain farther northbound. Winds are still at 40 miles per hour, but the forward speed has improved quite a bit. Yesterday at this time, it was moving at 3 miles an hour. Now it's at 10. Tomorrow at this point, I expect it to be maybe even double that. Here's a look at the forecast for you, and by tomorrow morning, likely to be way up here. So again, it's moving now, which it hasn't done the past couple of days. Been very, very slow. It's been crawling, but acceleration is a good thing. That limits the amount of rain that we'll see. Although for some of you, I still think you've got some pretty hefty totals coming your way. If this thing were slower, the numbers would be astronomical. Here's a look at the flood watches from North Carolina all the way up into New York. Even northern Vermont and northern New Hampshire could have some issues. We had the really devastating flooding there in New Hampshire about 2 weeks ago, so we'd be worried about this. All right, here's a look at what's going on for us here with the heavy rain, especially there in the Shenandoah Valley as you go through the mountains of Virginia and West Virginia, up into Maryland as well. And then that rain begins to elongate. There won't be as much because, again, we're accelerating even faster now. So 3 to 5 inches in a good swath there in yellow, and then 2 to 3 in the dark green locations.
Well, once again, tracking the tropics, or actually really just to the north of us, we're looking at what is left over of Debby. This is a tropical depression now, still circulating over just north of Raleigh, bringing plenty of rain over parts of Virginia, into West Virginia, into Maryland, and then even as far north as Pennsylvania. They have been seeing heavy amounts of rainfall, and they also had some tornado warnings just a little while ago, a few hours ago. But we're looking at Tropical Depression Debby, the 11 p.m. update, north-northeast at 26 miles per hour. It's finally picking up in some pace, moving north. Winds are at 30, gusting to 40, so still can drop some decent rainfall. Now let's take a look south. What we have is another area, a little wave here in the Atlantic that we have to watch closely. National Weather Service has shown that the Hurricane Center is showing that there could be some formation in this area here around the Antilles. 50% chance for formation possibly in the next 7 days. A lot of warm waters out there in the upper 80s, but it is fighting against a plume of some Saharan dust layer that is going to try to choke out some of that moisture. We'll watch that very closely through the weekend into early next week.
Before we head to break, here's a look from Drone 12 flying over West Palm Beach. You're watching CBS 12 News, the one to turn to.
¿Qué tal, mis amigos del tiempo? Bueno, ahí estaban viendo lo que es la posible formación de una baja presión para estos próximos días que pudiera adquirir características tropicales. La posibilidad de que lo haga en un plazo de 7 días es de un 50%. Hablemos nuevamente de cambios que ocurrieron ayer en el pronóstico de huracanes de esta temporada 2024, pronóstico que emite la NOAA de forma oficial. Este es el pronóstico con el que empezamos la temporada. De 17 a 25 tormentas, lo normal son 14, de 8 a 13 huracanes y de 4 a 7 huracanes intensos. La NOAA nos está sugiriendo un cambio un poco por debajo de lo que serían los números previos, sobre todo en la formación de tormentas tropicales. El resto se quedó igualito. Los huracanes serían de 8 a 13 y los huracanes intensos de 4 a 7. Pero de igual forma, todos estos números están por arriba de lo que se considera una temporada normal, que son 14 tormentas, 7 huracanes y de ellas 3 que pueden llegar a ser huracanes intensos. Nuevamente este pronóstico nos dice que a más alto sea este número, más alto es la posibilidad de poder estar amenazado en algún momento durante la temporada de huracanes por sistemas tropicales. ¿Por qué? Porque tienden a formarse más sistemas tropicales de lo normal. Regresando ya aquí a casa, bueno, la tormenta tropical, la que era ayer Debby, ahora es una tormenta post-tropical. Esto significa que perdió toda característica de un sistema tropical. De hecho, ya tiene un frente frío atado a esa zona de bajas presiones. Continúa dejando en el área en la que está pasando vientos de 30 millas por hora con ráfagas de 40 millas por hora. Debby va a continuar moviéndose hacia el norte del país durante estos próximos días, sobre todo de cara al comienzo del fin de semana, pero ya con un movimiento acelerado, como ustedes pueden ver, hace esa curva al noreste, insertándose precisamente para el sábado en la porción sureste de Canadá. Y ya eventualmente esta tormenta será parte de la historia. Nosotros acá en casa ya dejamos de estar recibiendo esos efectos indirectos de Debby y realmente comenzamos a recibir los efectos típicos del verano: calor, altas temperaturas y sensación térmica en los 3 dígitos. De eso hablamos más adelante.
Well, Debby made its first landfall in Florida's Big Bend. That was back on Monday. And people have been dealing with fallout all week long, including dangerous flooding. This is just a handful of the images and videos that we've been seeing with the rushing water taking over parts of the state. And remember, it just kind of came to a crawl after making that landfall, and that's why we saw double-digit totals even up into the Carolinas. Let's start with Florida, though. Of course, it was a hurricane when it first made landfall. Steinhatchee along the Big Bend area with winds of 80 miles per hour. The worst of the weather certainly north and east of the center, right in that eye wall as it came ashore early in the morning hours of Monday, and producing these kinds of winds around Chiefland 76, Dania Beach 73, Palmetto 70, Cedar Key 67 mile per hour winds, and Anna Maria Island also gusting to as high as 64 miles an hour. That may not sound very high, but it was enough to break some branches and cause some people to lose power as those branches came down on the power lines. The rainfall, though, I think was the bigger calling card, though, when it came to this tropical system because of how slow it was moving. So Lake City, 19.5 inches, more than that, actually. Parrish, 18.86. Lakewood Ranch, over 18. Sarasota, over 17.5 inches. And these are some areas that already had a big surplus for the year because it's been so soggy in 2024.
This is something, you know, it's going to be several days, potentially into the upcoming week before we see some relief in this area. But Paul, I think the concern comes because now we're still pretty early on in the season as far as some of the bulk of the activity, the meat and potatoes of hurricane season, as you called it earlier. So what happens if we bring another system into this region? We're super saturated.
Yeah, we kind of worry about what could happen there because you mentioned TikTok. We are heading rapidly into the peak of hurricane season. We're now in August, say mid to late August to early to mid to late September. That's the meat and potatoes. We have 88% of the season to go, and the bulk of it begins right now. And right now we're seeing something in the East Pacific, but we want to watch one of these waves coming off of Africa, moving across the Atlantic, Invest 98L here. And that has an 80% chance of developing as it moves on towards the west-northwest. And the models are picking up, American model, the European model, both picking up on this system. Not a well-defined low right now, but that's expected to change as it moves into a very favorable area, favorable for several reasons. One, it's moving in an area of very, very warm waters, and it should start developing as it approaches the Lesser Antilles. The good news is it brings you rain, which brings drinking water. The bad news is it could be packing some bigger concerns like winds and maybe a storm surge as well. Very warm waters here across the tropical Atlantic into the Caribbean here. We're seeing very little shear, wind shear, which will inhibit development as it moves towards the Lesser Antilles, which means all the models saying, hey, we could have a closed low fairly soon, and then that could start to strengthen as it approaches the Caribbean. It depends on where it's going, on what model in terms of solution. We're days down the line here. In terms of direct impacts to the U.S., at least 8, maybe 10 days away. But the concern is what happens before that, because yes, there's a lot of real estate. We're not just concerned about the U.S. We have lots of viewers here across the Caribbean. We have U.S. interest, the Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico as well. And just humanitarian concern, especially in Haiti, the west side of the Hispaniola island, in terms of heavy rain coming this way. All right, so the European model has this thing slowly developing and then moving on towards the BVI, USVI, Puerto Rico, and then kind of moving on towards the north as it feels the pull of the high pressure and that clockwise flow on the backside of that high, as well as a trough coming off the lower 48 and pushing eastward. So we'll start pushing it away from the U.S. Now, the American model, which was pretty spot on early on with Debby, keeping it weak and kind of sneaking it farther west, not feeling that tug north, this too keeps it a little farther south, but it is developing. That's crucial, though, because even the American is developing it as it moves across the Caribbean and the BVI, USVI, which is kind of the taller it is, the more the upper level winds it feels. Perhaps then, as it goes over the DR, it could start feeling that tug to the north, which does bring it closer, maybe right across the DR and Haiti, but also towards the Turks and Caicos, southern Bahamas, central Bahamas. But again, European model pulls it up northward quickly. American model pulls it north late, again, because it's going to strengthen it. But what if it doesn't? What if it gets closer to the Keys, South Florida, maybe in the Gulf of Mexico? So the jury's not out. The good news is both models turn it before Florida, but Lynette, we are way, way too far out in terms of the certainty of these models, so you got to pay attention.
Next, weather meteorologist Cindy Presler now joining us. Cindy, what does Sunday look like ahead of the return to school on Monday?
Looks like it's going to be another drier day, and it's a good time right now because we've had dry conditions. Even today with those storms that developed over the interior areas, we don't have a lot of rain out there, so it's a good time to prepare for what is coming. Latest on the tropical wave out in the Atlantic, it is showing signs of organization. That has been happening today. Forecast is for it continue to move west and then eventually northwestward, where it's going to be going into an area with favorable conditions for development. So this is the latest from the Hurricane Center. Now a 90% chance that this tropical wave sitting out here in the Atlantic will move this direction, and when it gets up in this area, that'll be probably over the next couple of days. We are expecting it to be either a tropical depression or maybe a named tropical storm. The next name on the list would be Ernesto, and here's the good news is all the models are turning it to the north, keeping it away from Florida, keeping it away from the United States. So certainly this is good to see. However, things can change, and we continue to watch these waves coming off of Africa. Another one coming out right now. So even though this one may not be a threat, we'll have got many, many more to come. About every 3 to 5 days, those waves come off of Africa.
Okay, so this is some video out of Steinhatchee, Florida from when Hurricane Debby made landfall. Obviously, this was almost a week ago. It was early on Monday morning, but I want to get to this because we have some breaking news here, as I mentioned. Potential Tropical Cyclone 5 has now been designated out in the Atlantic. Now, we've been following this one. We've been talking about it all day. It's been called Invest 98L. But back in 2017, the Hurricane Center started doing this thing where just before a storm becomes a tropical depression or a tropical storm, they will designate it as a potential tropical cyclone. In this case, it's really a probable tropical cyclone. And anytime you see this PTC, once you see those letters, that allows the Hurricane Center to do a couple of things. We now have a forecast cone, and we now also have watches and warnings, tropical storm watches, hurricane watches and things like that. All right, so let's get to them. Again, this is all just coming in, so we just freshened up these graphics. Shout out to Cody Broad, great meteorologist who works behind the scenes, that just put these graphics together very, very quickly. This literally just got upgraded at 5 o'clock, so pretty much as we speak. So here's your very first look at the forecast cone here, and you notice wherever the cone's pretty thin, that's where we have high confidence as far as what the track is going to do. And where you see the cone getting a little bit wider here, farther out in the forecast, that's where we have a little bit less confidence. But one thing that you really know, well, a couple of things. Let's go in chronological order. Okay, number one, the Leeward Islands need to watch this very closely. It's most likely that this will be Tropical Storm Ernesto sometime on Tuesday. It could be a tropical storm anytime within the next 24 hours, I would say. Maybe 24 to 48 hours, we'll see. But the bottom line is that it's probably going to be a tropical storm when it gets there. There will be some kind of strengthening between the Leeward Islands and Puerto Rico. So will it be a strong tropical storm, or could it be a low-end hurricane by the time it makes at least a close pass at Puerto Rico? Now, you notice Puerto Rico is inside the forecast cone. That doesn't mean that for sure the center of the storm is going to go over them. The cone is the whole area of uncertainty as far as where the center of the storm could go. So it's possible the center of the storm could pass east of Puerto Rico. It's also possible that the center of the storm could go right over the island. Now, beyond that in the forecast, one trend that I've really liked seeing with this storm, with what the forecast models have been showing, is once it starts to move north of Puerto Rico, let me get the arrow on here. This is the area where it's expected to strengthen the most. You notice the forecast for the strength of the hurricane. I mean, this could be a Category 2, possibly even flirting with Category 3, but the direction of the forecast track starts to peel off toward the north and the northeast. So it's starting to look less and less likely that we're going to have a direct, landfalling hurricane somewhere across the eastern part of the United States. Now, I will say, if there is one spot to watch on the east coast of the U.S., it would be the far northeastern coast, like maybe Maine or possibly eastern parts of Canada, way down the line. That's really far out in the forecast, so we won't worry about that quite yet. Just a little bit of an early heads up. I mentioned when we get the potential tropical cyclone, they can also start to put out watches and warnings. As you would expect, some of the Leeward Islands are under a tropical storm watch right now, and we'll likely see some of those upgraded to tropical storm warnings, possibly hurricane watches farther toward the west as we get into the next couple of days. So you heard it here first. There you go. There's your potential tropical cyclone 5.
All right, so let's talk about potential tropical cyclone 5, PTC5. And essentially having that allows the Hurricane Center to coordinate watches in areas where they think they will need to be, because we will eventually have a tropical cyclone or a named tropical storm. This one would be Ernesto. So we're 645 miles to the east-southeast of Antigua. There is a tentative schedule for Hurricane Hunter aircraft to go out here today. We'll see if they do. They would leave late this morning and get out there early this afternoon. It can't hurt. They would leave out of Barbados. 30 miles per hour right now, 90% chance that this develops. And this is what I was talking about with the PTC. You see Puerto Rico, the U.S. And British Virgin Islands, all the way down through the Leeward Islands to Guadalupe. That includes Nevis, St. Mark's, St. Kitts, all these areas. And already, there's some showers coming in with this. So there's a lot of instability out ahead of the developing center. The big question is, until we get that center, where is this going? Is this going to kind of clip the northern Leeward Islands, or is it going to stay on this southern track and go over Puerto Rico and then develop? Most of the guidance, matter of fact, all the guidance, develops it into a hurricane after that as it moves toward the north. All right, so again, as you can kind of see, this kind of circular motion out and through here, but it's very discombobulated, 2 areas of convection. We saw this early with Debby as well. It's got to steer west around the subtropical ridge, all right, and then eventually get picked up by this trough in the eastern part of the country. Our water That's not a problem. I mean, it's warm enough to support tropical development in through here. Limited wind shear over time, even though there's a little bit this morning, but that trough is going to be the big player here. So let's look at the two different models that I want you to see here. And it's really interesting because the 6Z run, the morning run of the GFS is coming in. Obviously, the European takes this north, potentially even impacting Bermuda over the weekend, too, as a hurricane. That's the entity. They fix themselves on one entity. But here's what's interesting about the GFS is you have this kind of northern piece and then this southern one, which goes much farther west, which would give credence to the southern part of that track. And then they develop it eventually, but a lot later, and we bypass the trough. So isn't that interesting? If it happens. Something to watch here, guys. And Stephanie, if you remember early on with Debby, European had this way off the coast.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
GFS.
And then eventually GFS hooked up on the eastern United States.
Yeah, it did. Listen, the GFS is not always wrong.
That's why I'm saying, isn't this interesting this morning?
All right.
Bueno, una excelente noticia para nuestras playas acá en el sur de Florida. Pero nos vamos a otras playas, las playas del Caribe, donde están en estos momentos bajo un aviso por tormenta tropical para lo que es la isla de Puerto Rico, las Islas Vírgenes y la porción norte del arco de las Antillas Menores. Y esto es porque están recibiendo en las próximas horas lo que es el ciclón, posible ciclón tropical número 5 de la temporada, que probablemente se convierta en la tormenta tropical Ernesto durante las próximas horas. Con vientos de 35 millas por hora, ráfagas de 45 para esta tarde-noche pudiera ser esa tormenta tropical Ernesto. Se acercaría a la porción norte de ese arco de las Antillas Menores, también a la isla de Puerto Rico, quienes deben vigilar dónde específicamente haga esa curva hacia el norte, porque esto implicaría más o menos lluvia precisamente para la isla del Encanto. Y una vez que entre acá a porciones del Atlántico Occidental, puede ser un huracán categoría 2, pero por fortuna, como hace una curva al norte, esto no va a representar ni un peligro para la isla de Cuba ni tampoco para nosotros acá en el sur de Florida. Para Puerto Rico es otra historia, porque las lluvias en los próximos días pudieran llegar a más de 8 pulgadas, sobre todo en aquellas zonas montañosas y de forma aislada.
Tropical Storm Ernesto has formed just east of the Leeward Islands, and we saw on satellite all day today, and the aircraft data were suggesting the center of circulation was becoming better defined, and it has met enough of those criteria for the Hurricane Center to designate this a tropical storm. Now, one of the numbers that is pretty impressive is the west-northwest motion at 28 miles an hour, and that's one of the reasons why it's probably not going to intensify really rapidly as it moves over the northeastern Caribbean. Fast-moving systems don't usually rapidly intensify, but we've had enough measurements from the aircraft to bring the winds up to 40 miles an hour. So we've got our tropical storm. We already had the warnings up, and none of those have changed, and it's going to be later tonight when the winds of tropical storm force are probably first arriving here in the Leeward Islands, and then tomorrow in the Virgin Islands, tomorrow night into Puerto Rico. And the rain and the flooding and the mudslides will also be a big concern. So this definitely has that look. The tropical wave has been crossing the entire tropical Atlantic since last week, tapping into that way warmer than average water. And the upper level pattern is such that this trough that's over the eastern U.S. is going to turn it to the north, but not until it passes Puerto Rico. And in the meantime, you've got relatively weak wind shear, pretty decent upper level outflow over the top of this. And now you can see how the bad weather is starting to arrive here in the Leeward Islands. And if we look a little more closely, you can see where the center of circulation is taking shape right about in here. Take a little bit closer look, and you can see where the center of circulation has really started to take shape right in there. And that's, about 30 miles north of the track of where the previously assumed center was. And so it's been relocated a little bit farther to the north, and so in the short term that means the track will be a little bit farther to the right, and the hurricane hunters have been finding winds of right near tropical storm force throughout this entire mission. Here's the new track. This is overnight tonight, and then tomorrow afternoon, and then tomorrow night into early Wednesday morning, crossing the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico. But even after it gets north of there Wednesday into Thursday, some trailing rain bands could still be plaguing this area. So rain-induced floods and mudslides going to be a big problem, especially in the mountainous terrain of a place like Puerto Rico. So here's the complete new track. Not a whole lot of changes, and again, Bermuda could be in trend line possibly for a major hurricane, Alex.
Dr. Knapp, we have this hyperactive season forecast. We know we've had some longer breaks. Is it still reasonably expecting, or is it reasonable to expect that it's still super active?
Yes, I think it definitely is, because we're already ahead of the pace of what is an average season up to this point. And so there's plenty of time to realize these big numbers. Now with Ernesto, we got the 5 storms. This could be our 3rd hurricane, maybe our 2nd major, a month ahead of time if it becomes a major hurricane. And when you realize, too, that the second half of August into September, that is the dramatic ramp up, and the favorable conditions have come from the Pacific to the Atlantic. This is likely to be a very busy peak of the season. Those seasonal forecasts are still valid.
Tonight, Puerto Rico bracing for Tropical Storm Ernesto. The National Guard has been activated and the start of classes in public schools has been canceled.
And now many here in South Florida are wondering if this system could impact us.
NBC6 hurricane specialist John Morales joins us right now live with what you need to know. John.
Hey, Trina, Jawan, good evening. To answer your question, no, it is not a threat to South Florida. It is not a threat to the U.S. at this moment. Bermuda, maybe, but not even the Bahamas looks to be a system that would be in the path of Ernesto going forward. Instead, we have those tropical storm warnings in effect for the Leeward Islands, for the Virgin Islands, and for Puerto Rico. And you can see this, of course, on this image. Do not expect these to get upgraded to a tropical, rather to a hurricane watch or hurricane warning, because it is still a minimal tropical storm tonight. The nucleus of Ernesto is still struggling to be able to consolidate. You can see this on the satellite image tonight. And if we were going to try to find a center, well, it's probably right around there, really struggling right around the 16th parallel. Now, while there's nothing much near the center, there are some banding features here that you can see on the northern side and maybe here on the southeastern side. So down the road, it will have a chance to, get its act together and potentially develop strongly. But the good news is that's probably not going to happen until it leaves the Caribbean. Maybe not so good news for Bermuda, though. We'll talk about that in a second. Check out the latest on the system. Intensity, 40 miles per hour. Pressure has not dropped since the 5 p.m. advisory, 1,009 millibars, so not strengthening at all. Moving rather quickly towards the west at 25 miles per hour. And as you can see, its arrival in the islands is imminent, right? I mean, it's almost there. As it moves towards the west at 25 miles per hour, it'll cross near Guadeloupe, then onto the Leeward Islands and past the Anegada Passage into the St. Croix area. It could be a St. Croix by as early as Tuesday afternoon. The British Virgin Islands are here, U.S. Virgin Islands, Spanish Virgin Islands, and Puerto Rico all in the path of what looks to be a modest to minimal intensity tropical storm. Lots of rain, wind would not be that much of a problem. And oh, by the way, Bermuda down the road, watch out. Possibly Cat 1 or Cat 2 hurricane in your vicinity in 4 or 5 days. Now back to you.
Take a look at this. This is Tropical Storm Ernesto. Puerto Rico is now bracing for this storm system.
And the National Guard has been activated. Start of classes in the public schools canceled and delayed as a result of this storm. I want to bring in meteorologist Larissa Abreu with the latest on the track. Good news for us, at least. It appears it's not going to affect the Florida area.
It looks like it's not going to affect neither Florida or the entire United States. Of course, we are watching for Puerto Rico. We're also watching the Leeward Islands. But as of now, there is a little bit of good news here as well. For one, both of these areas are on the storm's clean side, so not on the dirty side where we usually have even severe weather embedded within these rain bands. So that's for one. For two, it's also moving very, very quickly, which is also good news. This thing is going to be in and out, impacting Puerto Rico by tonight, and then going to be striking the island of Bermuda. We're going to get into its official track in a moment, but right now already bringing rain and wind across parts of the Leeward Islands. And as of the latest 5 o'clock update, its wind speeds are at 40 miles an hour. So it's still relatively weak, all things considering. These islands can handle it. It's just a lot of rain that it's also producing. So here's the track with it. As it continues here over the next several hours to move west, by the time we head towards the afternoon, it should be increasing at least to around 45 miles an hour. I just showed you the current wind speeds are right at 40. It'll be moving very close to the island of Puerto Rico. In fact, possibly making landfall here as we head towards tonight and into early tomorrow. It should be bringing heavy rain across that part of the island, and then it'll curve north. As it does, it should intensify at least to a Category 1 storm, and then watch what happens as it moves closer and into Bermuda. It should be a Cat 2, a high-end Cat 2. It possibly, models are now bringing this kind of curving back into the eastern part of Canada. It's something that we're going to be watching here closely. Luckily, a trough will be blocking this from entering the U.S. Either way, we're going to have a very watchful eye on Ernesto, as it is our storm that we're closely monitoring. As far as where we are in the tropics, or where we are as far as hurricane season is concerned, September 10th is peak, and then after that, chances begin to dwindle.
A hurricane watch is now up for the British Virgin Islands and surrounding areas as Ernesto passes through the Caribbean. Rain and wind already starting to pick up, and conditions are only going to deteriorate from here.
Ernesto will take a northwesterly turn as it heads for Bermuda later on in the weekend or early next week, and strengthening along the way, potentially nearing Bermuda as a major hurricane.
That potential is there, but let's focus in on the here and now, because we have a tropical storm strengthening with the potential to become a hurricane very close to the islands.
Yes, it is bringing impactful weather, no doubt, to parts of the Caribbean. We looked at that, some of the observations. We've seen gusts of 50 miles per hour in and around Guadeloupe, and now it is closing in on some of the other islands. And later on tonight, Puerto Rico, heads up, we could see some significant impacts there. Here's the latest advisory from the Hurricane Center at 50 miles per hour in the wind speed, moving very quickly, Jen, as you noted, almost 20 miles per hour.
I think that's been one of the limiting factors. So why haven't we seen rapid intensification yet, considering how warm the water is and how low the shear is? I think two things, Greg. One, it's a pretty big spread out system. The other is it's been moving fast. So if it gets its act together, though, the potential is there.
Yes, and we are again seeing some of the observations here at widely spaced locations. So for sure, the worst weather is not being sampled. That would probably be in here over the water. But some of the areas nearby in St. Kitts and Nevis, we need to watch out for, because very squally weather is moving through those regions and is going to be moving westward. Christiansted on the northern end of St. Croix and San Juan, Puerto Rico, eventually weather is going to get worse.
Yes, I mean, the core always has the worst winds. When you look at tropical storm or hurricane for that matter, it's relatively, 10, 20, 30 miles max from the center is where you're going to see the worst of the winds. But there's so many outer bands that are going to be lashing the islands with some squalls that'll bring heavy rain, and that's going to be a risk.
Right. There's one here, there's one there, there's a whole bunch that are going to be rolling on in from the northeast, moving toward the southwest. That is moving through parts of Puerto Rico right now. San Juan, 14, gusts to 25. These weather conditions are not too bad today, but will get a lot worse in about 12 hours.
Yeah. I mean, what is surprising you about Ernesto so far?
How quickly it's moving.
Yeah.
I mean, it's continued to move at almost 20 miles per hour. But the fact that it's actually moving a little bit slower than it was yesterday suggests that maybe it's starting to take that turn, at least deviate somewhat from its steady westward motion.
Yeah.
And I think we're seeing that, and that's going to be eventually a big player.
Yeah, we saw that a little bit in the last advisory, a slight change in the movement. There is that trough up to the north, which is going to tug it north. And so, that initial sort of movement and turn away from the islands, I think we're very confident on that. We're not going to see a westward moving storm.
No, it's going to be moving roughly along a path about like that, not far from Puerto Rico. But what we can tell in the satellite pictures right now, it's very healthy at the high altitudes, at least in a lot of the quadrants there, where it can exhale. And that's extremely important. Look, thunderstorm complexes, tropical cyclones will not survive if they can't export the mass at the high altitudes. This one is actually doing it pretty effectively because once you can exhale, you can inhale and contract everything and concentrate it near the center. And this is something we didn't really see much with Debby.
When you look at the odds of increasing in strength versus decreasing in strength, where would you put your odds?
Between now, increase.
Yeah, increasing, right.
Oh, from the forecast?
Yeah, and so just, you look at this and you sort of, you have to ask the question, well, is it definitely going to increase in strength here? And there doesn't seem a lot of reasons for it not to.
Right, and in fact, according to that, we've seen actually the hurricane watches. I'm going to put this up here and just show you. We got new, I think, hurricane advisories, hurricane watches out for now the British and the U.S. Virgin Islands. Well, Jen, precisely to your question, it is expected to strengthen between now and then, with the possibility of it as a hurricane moving close by.
Yeah, with the possibility. It includes Culebra and Vieques. It does not include Puerto Rico, but it's going to be moving, probably the center circulation, moving right in between that area. So right in between the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico.
Yep,
Puerto Rico is going to get the rain.
Yes, and some gusty winds, no doubt. Let's sort of track it. We can do this real quick and just show you what it's going to be moving like in the next 12 to 18 hours. As Puerto Rico, the weather conditions get worse, and that south wind is going to be pretty ferocious here. At least tropical storm force with very heavy rainfall moving over the mountainous terrain of Puerto Rico. And then, thankfully, well east of the Turks and Caicos.
Yes, and then the next spot to watch out for is Bermuda. And, as it gets close to Bermuda, it may be slowing down. That's going to be another challenge that we look at. And, of course, the forecast tracks beyond there. There are options that we need to keep watching.
Welcome back to Fox Weather Now as we track Tropical Storm Ernesto moving through the Northeast Caribbean. That's a live picture from Puerto Rico where you see some of that heavy rain off in the distance. Unfortunately, this storm is charging off in that direction, west-northwest at about 18 miles per hour. This, courtesy of the 2 p.m. advisory. Do want to point out that we're going to be talking with the National Hurricane Center later on this afternoon as that 5 p.m. update is getting released. So we'll have some new information for you. Hurricane hunters were in this storm throughout the afternoon, and what they found was a stronger system, one with better structure, unfortunately, and moving forward from here, we're not seeing a whole lot that's going to hold this thing back in the short term. The dust is fairly thin out ahead of it. There's some behind it, but there's this pocket where Ernesto's circulation has more or less moistened things up. And you can see that all of this green indicating deep tropical moisture. Some of that is a function of the very warm sea surface temperatures below. Those are in the middle 80s. And then you look at the wind shear, there's also this pocket where things are quite conducive. And that will increasingly be the case as this system emerges off to the north of Puerto Rico. That would be during the day tomorrow. From there, forecast models diverge a bit. You do notice it looks like the consensus in here would be just back to the west of Bermuda. We're going to talk more about this coming up, but there's a reason why across the period of record, only 11 storms have made a direct landfall in Bermuda. It's a dot in the middle of this giant basin. Now, that's not to say that this can't happen or there won't be a direct impacts there. The concern is that this is a strong storm once it's a beam of Bermuda. We're thinking that this could be knocking on the door of major hurricane intensity at that point. So something to watch. That'll be moving closer to the end of this work week, Friday night, the early part of Saturday.
La tormenta tropical Ernesto se sigue intensificando en su ruta cercana a Puerto Rico y la isla ya activó un plan de contingencia.
Ya han cancelado vuelos desde y hacia el aeropuerto Luis Muñoz Marín. Nuestro jefe de meteorología, Luis Carrera, nos informa todo lo que debemos saber a esta hora sobre este sistema. Adelante, Luis.
Bueno, les comento primero que nada que el sistema está a unas 135 millas al este-sureste de San Juan, Puerto Rico. Tiene vientos máximos de 60 millas por hora y se espera que esta noche pase un poquito al norte de la isla. Ahora, una cosa importante, el centro de circulación está sobre esta franja, en esta porción, pero vean cuánta humedad hay más hacia el sur. Así es que si bien es cierto, el centro de Ernesto no impactaría directamente Puerto Rico, de igual modo podrán ver bastante lluvia en gran parte de la isla, no solamente la zona más cercana al centro de circulación de este sistema tropical, que promete fortalecerse. Tiene agua bastante cálida en su entorno y además hay poco viento fuerte en altura, con lo cual tiene posibilidades de que esta noche, muy próximo a Puerto Rico, alcance la categoría de huracán. Por lo pronto, ¿qué es lo que se espera? El sistema seguirá avanzando y el campo de vientos con fuerza de tormenta tropical, vale decir 40 millas por hora o más, sin duda podrá afectar partes de la isla durante horas de esta madrugada, muy próximo a San Juan. Viento fuerte comenzando la jornada. Luego, por supuesto, seguiría rumbo al norte y, como les comentaba, es altamente probable que se convierta en huracán esta misma noche cerquita de Puerto Rico y luego sigue a rumbo hacia el norte, siempre lejos del sur de Florida, pero atentos allá en Bermuda. Ahora, ¿qué efecto podría dejar en Puerto Rico? Principalmente mucha lluvia, precipitación fuerte hasta 10 pulgadas durante horas de esta madrugada y también durante el día de mañana. Viento fuerte, sí, ráfagas de más de 40 millas por hora y marejadas en las costas entre 1 a 3 pies. Más del tiempo local más adelante.
And the Caribbean islands taking a good beating coming out of Tropical Storm Ernesto, but continued strengthening is expected. So we're not done talking about this system. You can see the rain bands coming in to St. Croix, expecting maybe Hurricane Ernesto in the coming days. So let's talk about what we are really tracking out with this system. What are the key points you need to know moving forward? Tropical downpours are expected for the Leeward Islands, as well as wind gusts of 50, 60 miles per hour, but especially on some of the higher terrain, you could see hurricane force gusts. It is expected to strengthen into a hurricane. This is as we go throughout the next 24 hours and while it makes its approach to Bermuda. For the northeast coast and Atlantic Canada, you want to monitor this system pretty closely because it could potentially get closer to the shoreline and maybe bring some intense rip currents to a little bit closer to the United States. For the 8 p.m. advisory, we're talking 65 mile per hour winds here, west-northwest movement at 18 miles per hour. It has slowed down over the last 24 hours, but this system is still moving very quickly, moving over the British Virgin Islands, bringing a lot of rain and gusty winds out to Puerto Rico. Here's what it looks like on enhanced satellite. You can see deep convection beginning to form as we are watching this system turn into a hurricane. Now, will it be a hurricane before moving to the north? We still have a little bit of a question mark there. Puerto Rico, though, we cannot rule out the chance of hurricane force gusts. See some outer rain bands also begin to form. But if you take a look at this in more of a 3D sense, you see these two towers here. It's what we call vertical hot towers. When something like this happens, it's just a sign of a strengthening system, a lot more of that deep convection. The towering and taller these cloud tops go, the stronger the system then becomes. So moving forward, what we expect from this system, still going to be gusty winds as well as flooding rain and potentially mudslides occurring for a lot of the mountainous terrain we see across Puerto Rico as well as the BVI. Moving forward, though, for the British Virgin Islands, you're under that hurricane watch. Puerto Rico at one point was under the gun for a potential landfall of Tropical Storm Ernesto, but the overall path of this storm put it just slightly out towards the east, which then puts Puerto Rico on the better half of this storm system. It's usually that northeastern end that is what we refer to as the dirty end of a storm system. So Puerto Rico, not without impacts here, but not as bad as they once were expecting. Moving a little later into the forecast period, though, you can see not only is it expected to be a hurricane, but a Category 3. Unfortunately, a spot like Bermuda could intersect this storm system at its peak intensity, something we'll watch for as we get closer to the weekend.
Puerto Rico is bracing for Tropical Storm Ernesto as it quickly gains steam in the Caribbean. Residents are boarding up and stocking up on supplies. The island is under a tropical storm warning.
And Ernesto is expected to become a hurricane overnight, and our chief certified meteorologist, Betty Davis, here now with much more on that. Betty.
Ernesto, tropical storm, moved over the Virgin Islands this evening, and the center of it is now starting to move away from the Virgin Islands, but those islands are still getting soaked. That center starting to get closer to the northeast coast of Puerto Rico. Here's that 11 p.m. advisory. Maximum sustained winds at 65 miles per hour. It's moving toward the northwest at 17 miles per hour. The radar imagery shows those heavy rain bands from St. Croix toward the Virgin Islands, some minor bands still rotating in around Puerto Rico. Winds, by the way, St. Croix gusting to near 60 miles per hour right now and sustained at 30 miles per hour. So for tonight, they'll be getting blown about a bit. Tropical storm force conditions there. And of course, Puerto Rico will be feeling some of that overnight as well. Now, the center of Tropical Storm Ernesto is forecast to pass to the northeast of Puerto Rico during the overnight hours and become a hurricane by Wednesday morning. Thereafter, it continues to make that turn northward over the western Atlantic, northeastward direction. Is going to send it toward Bermuda come Friday night. It starts to approach. And notice the intensity forecast from the National Hurricane Center showing it strengthening to a Category 3 hurricane as it nears Bermuda. I'll be back in a few minutes with a closer look at our forecast right here at home. Thankfully, this storm, forecast to be a hurricane, stays away from the U.S.
Be careful, guys. Use your head out there. We've already got a vehicle stranded this morning in Puerto Rico as a result of the flooding rains. A lot of flood warnings for eastern and central parts of Puerto Rico. And you know, if you remember, if you were with us at the top of the hour and I said 190,000 customers, now we're at 290,000 customers without power. So here we go, 70 miles an hour. Do we have a hurricane or not? Maybe. Hurricane hunters are on their way out there. Dual missions again this morning from the hurricane hunters as well as the NOAA aircraft. Obviously, we are under tropical storm warnings as a result of this. And you know what? We may even get a hurricane gust or two coming out of some of these bands and through here. So the center is up in here, and San Juan radar's got a very good look at it. There's a lot of deep convective bursts in and around this center. Now, we could have a hurricane once the hurricane hunters get there and they, fly through that center or that developing inner core, which we talked about over the last couple of days. We have to kind of get us to hurricane and beyond. There have been several reports this morning of flooding and problems with vehicles. And there you see that Humacao, I don't know how you say that, vehicle reported stranded with people inside of it. Oof. Roosevelt Roads, there's 74 miles an hour, so we had a hurricane gust. We've had a gust or two past that, but we don't have it at least labeled at this particular time. So here you can see the center, and you know what? The last report had it moving northwest at 16. I don't know about you, but that looks like it's kind of consolidating and sitting right there at the moment. All right, it's going to slow. We know that it's going to slow. Winds aren't hurricane force at the observation points that we have. And if we have a hurricane, we will likely get those winds here with the gusts in some of the topography, especially the higher elevations down in toward Puerto Rico. So there's the center again, at least on a radar perspective. Let's see what happens. They certainly, continue to consolidate this and get it even better defined. They do make it a major hurricane before it makes its way toward Bermuda and then start to weaken it slowly. But this slow movement and these deep, long rain bands over the Virgin Islands, over Puerto Rico, over Vieques, that is not good because that means we got some flooding problems. So warm water and light shear should produce Category 3 out of this before all is said and done. And then the question is, how close does it get to Bermuda? And that's going to make all the difference in the world here in what we get, all right, in terms of the winds. Jordan, the closer it is, and I'm talking about 5 to 10 miles to the west of that 21-mile island, we got some problems, all right? But if we're 100 miles to the west, you're not in the worst of the winds, and even if we have a Cat 2 hurricane, we'll likely get hurricane gusts as opposed to that.
Welcome inside Weather Command. I'm Stephen Morgan.
I'm Marissa Torres. And I'm Kendall Smith. You are joining us here on a Wednesday, August 4th. Nope.
What date is it? The 14th.
14th. I've only said it 5 times.
That's all right. We're actually looking at the latest advisory. That is in from the National Hurricane Center, and we have Ernesto now a hurricane. That upgrade occurring just a few moments ago. Winds with Ernesto sustained at 75 miles an hour. Ernesto, the third hurricane of the season. Long-term averages tells us this doesn't typically happen till September 7th. So we're about a month ahead of schedule.
Puerto Rico is still feeling the brunt of it, right? You have tropical storm force winds that extend 230 miles from the center of Ernesto. So no surprise that the island there is still dealing with those winds as well. It is expected to become a major hurricane. So intensification is expected to continue over the next few days. And we'll see it eventually head towards Bermuda as we head into the weekend. Ernesto expected to bring deadly rip currents and rough surf to the U.S. East Coast. Look at the wind history, by the way. So you've had Air Force Reserve, NOAA hurricane hunters, you guys, that have actually flown into Ernesto, and that's where we had those max winds sustained 75 miles per hour, but also some higher gusts. that were accounted for.
No surprise, I guess. That's the biggest thing. We were expecting this to happen. In fact, 8 o'clock, we thought maybe it could happen. But the National Hurricane Center, and important to discuss this strengthening that we've seen, hurricane hunters, as you've mentioned, they found it was the northeastern sector of that eye wall.
The dark side.
Yeah, picking up on those, what were 70-knot winds. It was the mid-levels of the atmosphere, though, where those winds were measured. And we have an eye now beginning to form. They also referenced the radar. Reflectivity radar that we were watching, the product, we can also detect winds there. And there were several wind gusts that we saw reaching that hurricane force. So that upgrade has occurred. And now it's going to be a hurricane for the majority of its life, Kendall. It's on its way out of Puerto Rico. It's moving north, and it's going to be setting its sights on Bermuda. We'll look at that cone here in a little bit, but the impacts that we're seeing right now, they are occurring.
Yeah, so still dealing with far-reaching impacts. So as you're mentioning, the hurricane force winds, they extend outward from the storm about 35 miles, and then those tropical storm force winds, Marissa, you had mentioned 230 miles out. And so again, that just goes to show as Ernesto continues to track to the northwest, we still have those bands of rain that are inundating the island of Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands, and as well as strong gusty winds.
¿Qué tal, amigos? Conversamos sobre las condiciones del tiempo y hablamos precisamente del trópico porque en el boletín de las 11 de la mañana Ernesto alcanzó la categoría de huracán. El Centro Nacional de Huracanes encontró justamente esos vientos máximos sostenidos ya de 75 millas por hora, una presión central de 991 milibares y su movimiento continúa siendo hacia el noroeste a razón de 16 millas por hora. Es lento y por tanto va a continuar su influencia, mismo así moviéndose al norte de Puerto Rico, sobre la isla, porque esas bandas espirales se extienden bien al sur. Continuará como categoría 1 al menos hasta este próximo jueves en los horarios de la tarde y noche, pero veremos cómo la categoría pudiera llegar para el viernes justamente a 3. Y eso significa que vamos a tener un huracán poderoso, pero afortunadamente fuera, en el mar, sin peligro para tierra, solamente de interés para la navegación. En Puerto Rico ahora mismo lloviendo mucho. Observen lo que indica el radar de San Juan, toda la precipitación que de hecho se advertía pudiera estar superando las 10 pulgadas en la isla y continuará ese movimiento del sistema hacia el norte, pero aunque se aleje su centro de circulación, vean cómo esas bandas de alimentación continuarán en ese movimiento sobre sur a norte y por tanto seguirán descargando mucha lluvia, así que al menos se espera durante el resto del día de hoy más acumulados para la isla, sobre todo peligroso para el sector montañoso.
And our hurricane expert and former director of the National Hurricane Center, Dr. Rick Knabb, with us. How long will it be, though, before they start to see those improvements in Puerto Rico?
Until about dinner time, the winds are still going to be pretty gusty, and the flooded problems will still be a problem, especially the western part of Puerto Rico. But no more tropical storm warnings for Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands. Those have been taken down. But flash flood warnings are still plaguing much of the island of Puerto Rico in that southerly flow behind the center of Ernesto. And you see the main band here is affecting the western part of the island, Mayagüez and Aguadilla, that area. Things are improving in San Juan and Ponce, but stay off the roads, and it might not just be water covering roads, could be some tree branches, trees, and some power lines still down. So wait until tomorrow to get out on the roads if at all possible. Now, the blow up in the thunderstorms along that band is feeding into what is an increasingly well-defined inner core. And now that it's building that inner core and building an eye wall, it is poised to strengthen pretty rapidly. Very well-defined upper level outflow, both to the north and to the south. And that trough in the middle and upper levels to the north, that is what has opened up a break in the subtropical ridge and why it's coming north in the general direction of Bermuda. And then this trough that's going to bring that weather to the Midwest and the Northeast by this weekend, that trough is also going to keep the system from making landfall in the northeastern U.S. But those two troughs, the timing of them is going to cause a kind of an S shape in the track. So there's the break in the subtropical ridge. There's the first trough that bypasses Ernesto, and that causes Ernesto to slow down and bend a little bit to the left near Bermuda. So that could put Bermuda on the stronger right-hand side. And then the next trough is going to bend it to the left a little bit, but the timing of the trough will keep it offshore of the continental U.S., although Atlantic Canada could deal with a direct impact. Most of the tracks are west of Bermuda now, but all of the ensemble tracks are off the east coast of the U.S. But you see that S shape in the track because of the timing of those two troughs. Plenty of warm water between where it is now in Bermuda, so the next couple of days could see some rapid intensification. This could be a major hurricane, maybe even flirt with Category 4, and we're only about 2 days and a few hours away from tropical storm conditions arriving in Bermuda. That's why the hurricane watch probably goes up this afternoon or tonight for Bermuda. But the southeast coast will start to see the dangerous surf and rip currents on Friday morning and spreading all the way up the east coast through the rest of the weekend, Alec.
Welcome back to Fox Weather, your Hurricane HQ, as we continue to track now Hurricane Ernesto. This is a live picture from Rincon, Puerto Rico. This, as the storm continues to push farther off to the north, clearly still having a bit of an impact. And you can see that impact on satellite right there. It's a tail of moisture that's still being wrapped into Ernesto. This is visible satellite, so effectively it's a top-down look from space. You look at the inner core of this, boy, has this taken advantage of the last couple of hours of favorable environmental conditions or atmospheric conditions. That core is becoming much better formed. The hurricane hunters were in the storm earlier this afternoon, and what they found was about a half moon. That was the eye wall trying to develop, but some of the dry air that's been around this system, which there is still some along the periphery, like in through here, the difference is that's been punching into the core and not allowing it to close off. It looks like all of a sudden this is doing a better job of that. So we might be seeing the early stages of intensification with Ernesto and what could be a period of rapid intensification over the next 24 to 36 hours. From there, this storm appears like it's going to track uncomfortably close to Bermuda. There is even the outside chance. It's tough to do, but it's possible that this makes a landfall on Bermuda. There are only, 11 landfalls across the period of record going all the way back to 1851, because this is a dot in the middle of the Atlantic, and you need the center of circulation to pass over that. That being said, it appears like significant impacts are becoming much more probable on Bermuda. That would be end of this week and into the early part of the weekend.
Tracking Ernesto, the system now a Category 1 hurricane unloading on Puerto Rico and knocking out power for hundreds of thousands of people. We'll have more on the storm's current path in just a moment.
But back here at home, it is no surprise that another heat advisory is in effect for South Florida.
Will we be getting some relief from this heat wave? Chief Certified Meteorologist Betty Davis is here.
We'll get some real relief, it looks like, this weekend, but minor relief comes when we get our afternoon storms. And we have seen some decent soakers that cooled our temperatures, though the numbers are starting to bounce back up. I'm tracking at least one storm on that west edge of Coral Springs. Looks as though most of the rain associated with that will miss you. So I think we're probably done with much of our storms for the metro area today. We have feels-like temperatures sitting over 100. 104 in Miami. The heat index in Kendall is 107. Forecast model shows we're going to run it up to 100 plus again tomorrow, but we will get more showers and storms, which will help to knock the edge off this extreme heat. Let's get you the tropical update now. Hurricane Ernesto continuing to pull farther away from the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico. Let's talk to our hurricane specialist and storm surge expert, Michael Lowry. And Michael, with this new advisory, the winds are still at 75 miles per hour, but it should be moving onto an area where the environment is conducive for further strengthening.
Yeah, you're right, Betty. And we've seen steady strengthening so far, but I think you're going to really see that dial begin to crank over the next 12 hours. Take a look at the latest information just in from the National Hurricane Center as of 5 o'clock. As Betty said, those winds still at 75 miles per hour. A hurricane watch has been issued for Bermuda, as this one is expected to get awfully close, if not directly impact the British Overseas Territory sometime probably late Friday into early Saturday. The forecast is for this to become a Category 3 hurricane hurricane. It could be close to that as it gets near Bermuda. On the visible satellite picture, this one's become better organized. We're seeing much more coiling up here of the clouds. We saw just for a moment there what appeared to be an eye dimple right in the middle here. So the nascent eye wall and eye forming in this one, and the environment very favorable for it to become a strong hurricane. Now take a look at our computer models along with the forecast cone. We have the European model to the left of Bermuda. We have the American GFS to the right of Bermuda. If you took Miami-Dade and you sliced it up into about 100 different slices, take one of those, that's about the size of Bermuda. It always amazes me that they get routine threats from hurricanes, but you can see Bermuda right there in the crosshairs of this one. In terms of the impacts to the mainland U.S., the only thing that we're expecting here is some high seas and surf. Long swell that'll be approaching the beaches there, making for dangerous conditions for beachgoers for late week into the weekend. But Calvin and Nicole, everything looking quiet otherwise behind this into early next week. Back over to you.
Ernesto soon to be behind us. Thanks a lot there, Michael. Ernesto hitting Puerto Rico, though, hard with hundreds of people in shelters and almost half of the island without power. Eden is here now to pick up our team coverage. Eden.
High winds and heavy rain hitting the Caribbean as Hurricane Ernesto churns through the Atlantic. Puerto Rico in the thick of it overnight, power knocked out for more than 500,000 customers.
In Puerto Rico, there's a particular problem. The vegetation under the lines caused outages to take place.
You can see downed power poles, scattered debris, and fallen tree branches. The governor urging people to stay home as the system moves through, with many roads closed due to flooding. This neighborhood underwater, villages isolated because of high river levels.
Stay away from the coastal areas, stay safe at home or wherever you are, and keep an eye on the reports of the National Weather Bureau.
Island officials also asking people to donate blood because resources are low. President Biden approving an emergency declaration for Puerto Rico, which will help unlock federal funds for the island. FEMA and other federal teams also standing by, ready to help out. Ernesto also impacting islands to the east of Puerto Rico. Wind and rain lashing the island of Tortola. And off the shore of St. Martin, the cargo ship became untethered.
Ernesto could become an even stronger hurricane by Friday as it approaches Bermuda.
Thereafter, that's when we start getting into that drier air behind that boundary that'll bring us the nice weather for the weekend. Hurricane Ernesto, still a Category 1, 80-mile-an-hour winds, safely now away from the Caribbean and the islands here. Over the next few days, it's not going to bother anyone. It is going to provide large swells to the eastern seaboard, so indirect effects certainly from Ernesto, but direct effects for Bermuda are possible here between Friday and Saturday. There you see the National Hurricane Center having a Category 2 or 3 hurricane approaching Bermuda. Not good for them, obviously. The rest of the tropics, so I have to say, very quiet, not just over the next 7 days, but even beyond that. We may get some action towards the end of August, but right now both are global models that we look at and a few others not depicting anything out there. So that's excellent news as we get deeper into August.
But also, maybe a good trial run, making sure that everything's in line because it's not the last storm that we will be tracking.
We heard that a lot yesterday from officials out there saying, you know what, this is our dry run, if you will, even though it's anything but dry. But it was a sense for them to say, hey, it was a tropical storm. Never take that lightly. Always plan for a grade above, if you will, with storms. Right now it is a Category 1. Latest information coming in, Britta, 5 a.m. winds at 85 miles per hour, keeping it at a Category 1. And look how massive the storm is getting. Expected to intensify as it goes over into those open waters of the Atlantic, where the waters are pretty prime, 85 degrees or so. Perfect fuel for the storm.
Now, the system right now has a little bit of dry air sucked into it, but again, this is a developing system. It is strengthening, and eventually we'll see more thunderstorms kind of push out that dry air. Looking at the comparison between the 2 a.m. advisory, the overnight heads up from the National Hurricane Center, and our 5 a.m. advisory, there's been a little bit of a slower movement. That is a trend that might continue as we work our way through the future. It doesn't look like to be a stalling scenario like what we had with Debby, but the slower movement can allow the storm to really bring up a lot of warm water from the Atlantic and possibly create some upwelling. It could be maybe a saving grace in terms of holding back that glass ceiling of how high the winds could really get with Ernesto. But no matter what, this is a strengthening hurricane. It is going to get stronger, whether it ends up being a Cat 2 or a Category 3, which right now the forecast calls for Category 3. Bermuda needs to prepare now.
Hundreds of thousands of residents in Puerto Rico are now without power after Ernesto tore across across the island. The powerful storm battered the island with winds of up to 85 miles per hour, leaving nearly 500,000 people in the dark. Luma Energy, the private company in charge of power distribution, has not offered an estimate on the power restoration yet.
I can't tell you how long it'll take to us. We do know in certain areas that the damage has been limited, so we should be able to move fast.
Officials on the island say at least 3 major rivers burst their banks, forcing some evacuations. The storm also barreled through the Virgin Islands, leaving thousands on the U.S. side in the dark.
Want to show you a look now at where Hurricane Ernesto is right now. It is a Category 1 storm, and it's picking up steam, taking aim at Bermuda next.
Hurricane specialist John Morales joins us now live in the studio with more on Ernesto's path. Hey, John.
Hey, Roxy, Jackie, this hurricane, as you said, a Cat 1 right now, but not ramping up in intensity too quickly. Still expected to become a Category 2, but why might it not be ramping up so quickly? Well, take a look. There's dry air mixing into the circulation today. I mean, yeah, there's certainly the spiral bands of a hurricane clearly visible there. Not a clear eye, not a well-defined eye, but I think what's most notable is, again, the dry air that is entraining into the system, and I think that plays a big role in terms of just how fast this might intensify and whether it will even reach major hurricane status, which would be Category 3. The National Hurricane Center backing off on a forecast of seeing that level of intensity and keeping it as a Cat 2 as it potentially threatens Bermuda down the road. Now, before we leave this image, just for perspective, you just saw the images there of Puerto Rico. You know, I think it is important to relay the fact that, yeah, there's hundreds of thousands without power down there, but it doesn't take much for people in Puerto Rico to lose power. There's been some major power grid infrastructure problems that are a legacy issue from even before Hurricane Maria. And then when the repairs came after Hurricane Maria in 2017, they weren't exactly the best. And bottom line is, yeah, there's a lot of people without power there and in the U.S. Virgin Islands, but there's some infrastructure problems down there which help that issue. Also, that 85-mile-an-hour gust that happened in Culebra, east of Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico's event was mainly a rain event, and there's been a lot of flooding there from that system. All right, so the latest on this is that it has 85-mile-an-hour winds moving north 14 miles per hour. We'll see whether this pressure drops any further, which would mean intensification, right? And there's the forecast path from the Hurricane Center showing you, kind of putting the hurricane warning there. It's that little square right next to the Category 2 hurricane forecast for Saturday. So that's where Bermuda is. Bermuda is in the cone. This would not be a good path for Bermuda now because it would pass over it or just to the west, right? So that would put Bermuda in the most active, most dangerous side of the hurricane. And then beyond that, trying to move into the North Atlantic and survive as a hurricane almost till it makes it to Newfoundland, right? And then a remnant low in the far northern Atlantic. One last note about this hurricane, because it's broad, it's expected to produce winds, or rather swells that'll reach the coast and possibly be dangerous or produce dangerous riptides, which can cause threaten lives across the East Coast. All right, let's take a look at local weather with Yarisa Abreu.
First Alert Live Doppler on NBC6, always tracking Miami-Dade, Broward, and the Keys.
There's a lot of rain happening, coming down right here locally. In fact, here is a live shot. This is downtown, but you can certainly not make that out. The raindrops, visibility is low, and we're going to continue to see the active conditions this afternoon. Here's a look at satellite and radar. It shows that most of the activity is literally hugging the coast. We also have several flood advisories that are in effect, and we're going to walk you through each and every one of them. We'll start things off in Broward. Coral Springs are still dealing with a few showers. Rumbles of thunder still happening from Fort Lauderdale, extending south into Hollywood. But notice how the heaviest batch associated with this rain has already moved offshore, which is why the flood advisory from Broward has been able to expire. Here's a new flood advisory. This does include Miami metro area, extending south into Coconut Grove. There's a lot of lightning happening here with this cluster of storms, and it's coming down pretty heavily. The rain, that is, already on the ground, 2 inches inches of rain, and you can see it's still falling, and this area is so vulnerable to flooding. Not only are we dealing with the rain, some of it coming down heavy, it also extends into Miami Beach as far south as Key Biscayne, and this is certainly reducing visibility, causing flooding in some spots, and you just want to be careful if this is where you find yourself. We're going to continue to deal with these showers and downpours at least through the first half of the evening before conditions dry out slowly as we head towards tonight. We head all the way south. We're talking Palmetto Bay extending as far south as Cutler Bay, where another flood advisory is still in effect. But notice how most of the heaviest rain associated with this cluster has also moved offshore.
At this point, though, here's what we know with the latest from Beryl. We are talking 90-mile-per-hour winds at the 8 p.m. advisory, now going up to 100 miles per hour with the 11 p.m. advisory, showing strengthening and also officially designating Ernesto as a Category 2. That was well expected with this system. We figured Category 2 was coming. A bit of a question mark if it was going to happen at the 11 p.m. advisory or not. But a lot of the times, tropical systems do strengthen at night. It's just par for the course when we talk about tropical genesis. For the winds, 100 miles per hour rather, the movement north-northeast at 14 miles per hour. So now starting to make that cut as it approaches Bermuda. Here's what Ernesto looks like on enhanced satellite, going through this cycling, trying to gain its strength even further. It just doesn't have a lot of time before it reaches a more hostile wind environment, as well as some cooler waters once it gets to the north of Bermuda. And I think a lot of that can be said in just the satellite presentation in general. Very tight around the eye here. And then on the western side of this system, not much is going on in terms of the robust convection. A lot of that is due to the dry air that's getting entrained into this. And we also have a little bit of wind shear that isn't helping this storm gather its bearings, which is why the forecast models have dialed back from a Category 3, like it once was showing, now just to a Category 2, high-end Category 2 by the time it reaches its peak. This is that 3D look for you. Really not much changes in the overall forecast when I show you this 3D presentation. It's just showing you the towering thunderstorm development that is circling around that center of low pressure, as well as how robust some of these rain bands are, especially to the northeastern edge of the storm, which is what we call the dirty end. That's typically where the worst of the storm conditions can be felt. At this point, Ernesto is well to the north of Puerto Rico and the island of Hispaniola. Maybe a little bit of rain still lingering for the very northern edge of some of these islands, but overall, their impacts from this storm directly are all but over.
It was a rainy afternoon across South Florida today, and there could be a repeat as we head towards the weekend. The rain bringing some brief relief from record heat, and some areas recording some of their hottest temperatures of the season. Chief Meteorologist Phil Farrow is here with more on all this for us. Phil.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Let's begin with the heat because we had two records today. Key West with 96 and Miami with 98. Both records were from 1956. Fort Lauderdale, you reached a high of 95, but nowhere near your all-time high. Meanwhile, this high of 98 today was Miami's hottest day so far in 2024, but it also tied for the hottest day ever for the Magic City. Meanwhile, after the heat came the rain, and lots of it. We had Palmetto Bay, Fort Lauderdale Executive Airport, Pinecrest, Fort Lauderdale, Hollywood International, and South Miami, all with 2 inches or more of rain. North Lauderdale better than 1 3/4 inches, over 1.5 inches in Coconut Grove. The same in Coral Springs, and Miami Lakes just over 1 inch. Right now we're looking at still some spotty rainfall across the area, moving north to south. Right now across Broward County, just about to reach I-595. We have some rain moving into Davie, Pembroke Pines, the same as off the coast. And then we're still looking at some big downpours across the Keys right now, impacting Marathon and the 7 Mile Bridge. We'll have a lot more on this a little bit later on in weather.
All right.
right, well, we know Ernesto was pounding Puerto Rico and blasting the British Virgin Islands with those high winds, heavy tropical downpours, big swells. You had some surge, extremely dangerous flooding from double-digit rainfall in some spots. We got more than 235,000 customers still without power in Puerto Rico. Cleanup continues as crews plow and remove debris from roads. Ernesto now barreling towards Bermuda. It's a Cat 2 storm, and I want to start off with a look at those power outages because, excuse me, as we take a look at those who basically have them. It's everyone except San Juan, which has had some relief here. But Carolina, Caguas, I can't pronounce all these, excuse me, but the entire island is still kind of waiting patiently for their power to be restored. Meanwhile, they have 90-degree temperatures and plenty of sunshine, right? So it's like we need to get that air conditioning back on as soon as possible. There's the storm. You can see the northern side kind of getting pulled up by that trough already. The tightness of the storm system is still well offshore, 320 miles to the center of that thing. And we've had some gusts at these buoys that are within the vicinity that are definitely tropical storm force strength, and we're starting to feel some of those gusts reach Bermuda. In fact, the tropical storm force strength gusts go out 265 miles from the center of the storm. The bigger story is that we're going to be getting in the hurricane wind field for certain, it looks like, as we head into late tonight and into tomorrow. Wave heights, 20, 30 feet, okay? For Bermuda, they've been slowly increasing, 7, 8, 9-foot swells on the southern shore. Some of those swells already hit the southeast coast, and they'll reach the northeast coast as we head into late today and into tomorrow. So just know those rip current risks will go up for anybody heading to the beach this weekend across the eastern seaboard. Even though the storm is several hundred miles off our shores, big wave propagation heading our way. For Bermuda, hurricane warning is up. Really don't have much more time to prepare other than this morning. By the time we head into later today, notice the timeline on here, 8 p.m. tonight until 6 p.m. tomorrow, you've got wind and rain, and these gusts will just increase throughout the overnight hours, 70 to 90 mile per hour by tomorrow morning. That's when the storm system, of course, will either make landfall or be very, very close. And then we'll be looking at the winds continuing to be very gusty on the backside of this. Probably not going to be looking at good improvement until the back half of Sunday.
You can see the general flow of the showers over the Atlantic moving on shore, whereas across the Florida Keys, some of us are still moving from west to east. And this tells us that the front has stalled somewhere between the middle and upper Keys. A lot of moisture in the air. We're seeing it more so in the form of cloud cover with scattered showers and thunderstorms continuing throughout the day. So make sure you have that rain gear with you, especially as you pick the kids up later on from school. Just to the east of us, we're keeping a close eye on Hurricane Ernesto. As of the latest advisory, which just came in, winds of 100 miles per hour. It is still a Category 2 hurricane, and it is moving towards the northeast now, being tracked out of Bermuda about 215 miles southwest of the island nation. And just for reference, tropical storm force winds extend out more than 260 miles from the center. So that means Bermuda is already seeing tropical storm force conditions since earlier this morning. Through the next 24 hours, Ernesto is forecast to continue to drift towards the north with some weakening possibly becoming a Category 1 hurricane early Saturday morning, which looks to be its closest approach to Bermuda. Then after that, it will continue to drift towards the north into the north and Atlantic while continuing to pick up its forward speed. A reminder that there is a hurricane warning in effect for Bermuda, with swells generated by Ernesto reaching the U.S. seaboard, and for us here, we'll increase our rip currents through the next couple of days.
Hurricane Ernesto charged towards Bermuda today as officials on the tiny island, they prepare to open shelters, close government offices. Now a Category 2 storm, Ernesto is expected to strengthen further before it passes near or over Bermuda tomorrow. The storm left thousands of people in Puerto Rico without power, water. A sweltering heat enveloped the island. Officials say that they don't know when power will be fully restored there, as concerns grow about the health of many in Puerto Rico.
First alert weather on NBC6, South Florida's most accurate forecast, 11 years in a row.
Okay, so where's Ernesto right now? A couple hundred miles to the southwest of Bermuda. When you look at this satellite imagery, looking a little ragged on the southwestern side of this, dealing with some wind shear, some faster moving winds upstairs in the atmosphere. And this was always something that we were thinking was going to slowly spin this system down. So hopefully here, the beginnings of a slight weakening trend, again, as it is a little exposed. Now, look, this is a large hurricane size-wise, so it is going to bring hurricane conditions to Bermuda shortly. Winds right now sustained 100 miles per hour, moving to the north-northeast at 14. Hurricane warnings are posted overnight tonight through tomorrow morning. That's when things go downhill in a hurry. So we're talking hurricane force winds, dangerous storm surge, and very heavy rainfall. Let's show you the timing on this. We're going to zoom right in here, and you can see right now the official forecast has it very near making a landfall or just to the west, and that would be sometime around 8 a.m. Saturday. So from this evening to Saturday morning, that's when things go downhill quickly. System moves away, and hopefully we're writing the final advisory on this as it misses Canada to the east. Hopefully we're doing that by Tuesday into Wednesday timeframe. So obviously dangerous storm surge, very nasty water conditions as well with large waves and rip current issues. And then here's the rainfall aspect to this. I wish the forward speed were a little faster. That would knock down the rain amounts a little bit. We're talking over a foot of rain, just like what we dealt with here in Puerto Rico, except this time we're also looking at a big wind impact as well.
Well, we've got the new intermediate public advisory in on Hurricane Ernesto, and we're looking live in Bermuda, where the winds have not picked up too much yet, and the water's not getting pushed around yet. But things are going to be changing over the next few hours in a dramatic way, and then it's going to be a long 24 to 36 hours on Bermuda for heavy rain and strong winds. Tropical storm conditions could last more than a day. Pressure's down to 969, so it hasn't been strengthening wind-wise, but the pressure has been steadily coming down, so it's contributing to a large hurricane, and it's about 180 miles south-southwest of Bermuda, moving north-northeast at 14. So here, where the airport is on the northern side of the island, you're starting to get some rain, but I think the tropical storm force winds, especially in gusts, are going to be in this next band that's off to the south. And again, the airport just recently, for the first time, gusted to 40 miles an hour. So the winds are just starting to ramp up. There's the center of the hurricane, and it's a pretty large one, even though it's not as strong as forecasted. I think it's larger than forecast. So that is one of the reasons why we're going to have a long duration of winds over Bermuda. And that trough to the north is starting to shear it. So it's a little bit lopsided, but Bermuda is going to be on the strong side. And this trough is departing and leaving it behind, waiting for the next trough over the Midwest to pick it up and accelerate it. So that's why it's going to move slowly as it moves over the island. So here we go with tropical storm force winds arriving later this afternoon, and then strong tropical storm force after sunset. Hurricane force winds arriving midnight-ish and lasting all the way into late morning tomorrow. And it takes until late tomorrow for the tropical storm force winds to depart, with the center passing by about 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. But it's going to be moving at its slowest as it's going near or over Bermuda, Mike. So a long duration wind event that is going to have some water impacts as well. And they're already preemptively scheduling closures of airports and roads and bridges for this evening.
Well, it makes sense. I mean, it just does, right? So here we go, east coast of the United States, and here's the Atlantic. Bermuda, I mean, it's just a speck out there, Dr. Nab, but it's about the only spot that could be hit.
Yes, but it is in such a precarious position with recurving hurricanes that they frequently get tropical storm conditions, and they have many times dealt with hurricanes. And you might think, you've heard about how well built the infrastructure is there, but that doesn't mean there aren't dangers. And the biggest dangers are going to be with being out on the roads, and some roads are created different than others. If you're right near the coast or if you're up on a bridge, those are the places that are already closed or going to be closed.
All right, so hurricane approaches from the south here. That's South Shore, how worried are you about that?
That's where some really high waves are going to be pounding this area from the southeast. So you could get some storm surge up into these lower lying areas, but the pounding waves, but at least some of these homes are far enough inland.
And there is some elevation rise there. So some of these shores are relatively rocky, and you can see here how the homes are built back from the water's edge.
Yeah, now what you don't want to do is be driving out on these roads and dealing with rain-induced flooding. That could be a problem.
Yeah,
now,
so like these roads that are all up in here, right?
Now, when you go farther from south to north, you get all the way up toward the airport. The airport is up on the north side of the island, and there's a causeway that goes from the mainland to the airport way up in here. And this is the causeway that's going to be closed this evening. Airport going to be closed after, I think, about 7 or 8 o'clock
so
tonight.
In this instance, if we were to get water that pushes, water would come up in essence in this direction, right? And so the airport would be susceptible.
Absolutely. You could get some storm surge that could maybe cover the runways. And then
causeway right behind you there then.
So that bridge, that's going to be closed at 9 o'clock tonight because that's too dangerous of a road on this kind of this temporary land area.
Gotcha. Everything here sits pretty low, so having some water overwash would be very possible.
Yep, and then Hamilton, the town, is farther to the southwest on the mainland, and that's where you could get some storm surge because that bay faces to the west.
All right, Dr. Neb, thanks, and we'll be right back.
Let's talk tropics now. Our hurricane specialist and storm surge expert Michael Lowry standing by. Michael, the new advisory is in on Hurricane Ernesto, closing in on Bermuda. Looks as though they still have the maximum sustained winds at 100 miles per hour.
They do, Betty. So no changes to the strength of Ernesto, but that kind of is the news part of the story. Earlier in the day, it looked like it was weakening, and it has kind of made a comeback here. You can see those winds, 100 miles per hour. Betty, this has been sampled by all sorts of drones today. We have a drone on the surface of the ocean in the northwest eye wall of this that's measuring 36-foot waves and hurricane force gusts. We had drones in the air earlier today, about a 3-pound drone that was flying around in the southern eye wall that was measuring winds up to 135 miles per hour. That was at 2,000 feet. So that just tells you where we are technologically when it comes to studying hurricanes and looking at them, no longer sending people into these storms. You can take a look at what the forecast is going to bring here for Bermuda, and that's going to be deteriorating weather. This is going to just go downhill, big time waves and wind gusts of the order of 100 plus miles per hour, especially at elevation in the hills there. And then this one moving out to sea. In terms of its strength, probably a whole pretty steady right now because it has a jet stream just above it that is actually helping to ventilate those thunderstorms. But for us back here on the mainland, the only thing that we have to worry about this weekend is for the beaches, those east and south facing beaches, primarily north of where we are. High risk of rip current and small craft advisories, but we are protected from those higher waves by the Bahamas that are shielding us from the marine conditions from Ernesto. Otherwise, Calvin, Nicole, things are quiet here into the early part of next week in the tropics.
Hurricane Ernesto is making its way towards Bermuda. You're looking at video of the south shores of the island where wave action, it's really starting to pick up. The National Hurricane Center does say that the hurricane is expected to bring prolonged periods of strong winds as well as storm surge. That's starting today and ending tomorrow evening. So let's dive into the latest here. When we look at it on enhanced satellite, notice that most of that heavy rain is now just over the island of Bermuda. There's a little bit of some raggedness on the western side of the storm as it continues to really fight its way through some dry air as well as some wind shear. We've been watching this and continuing to watch. It hasn't really impacted the full-on structure of the storm system, but as we head into the later hours of tonight, notice that we do have winds that continue to peak, wind gusts up to 51 miles per hour. There's the eye of the storm, not a clear-cut opening. It's a little bit cloud-filled at this point in time, but it's not too far away from the center of the storm Bermuda there. It's all heading in that general direction, and as it continues to swing in this natural direction, it is going to be bringing in heavy rain, some of the gustiest winds up to 100 miles per hour closer towards the core of the storm, as well as even storm surge as this pushes up on Bermuda. Here's the latest details. So 100 mile per hour winds. It's been moving off towards the northeast at 13 miles per hour. And we also had pressure sitting at around 696 millibars. As we continue to monitor that moving forward, we still see a hurricane warning in place. At now, at the Category 2 storm, winds will continue to maintain that through at least tomorrow morning and into tomorrow evening. So we'll watch that closely. Going through the latter half of the weekend, though, things do look a bit more quieter, at least all the way up to about Canada Maritime out towards, say, St. John's.
In the tropics, of course, we have Ernesto, and it is now on the doorstep there of Bermuda, the northern eye wall, which is really the only potent one. There's just not much going on the southern and western half of the storm here. Cat 1 now, as opposed to a Cat 2. We're still packing 90-mile-an-hour winds, and these are the wind gusts currently in Bermuda. They're likely going to continue with this for the next next 12 hours before the system begins to push out. Nothing else expected in the tropics over the next 7 days from the National Hurricane Center, so we're looking good.
I don't care what the weather is in New York, it's always beautiful. Always looks good. However, we do have some thunderstorms that may fire up. We'll let you know when those powerful storms could raise the chances of flash flooding, Kelly.
Well, Hurricane Ernesto pounding Bermuda with heavy rain, strong wind. The entire island is under a hurricane warning as this Category 1 hurricane makes its way across the fish hook shaped island. So if we take a look at some of the cameras that we have there out in Bermuda, you can kind of make out the conditions as the sun is just coming up there. There's your surf, obviously elevated. We also have the winds that are blowing around tropical storm force mostly, but every once in a while a hurricane gust affecting us as well, as the hurricane has officially made a landfall with 85-mile-per-hour winds. Reynolds, it is a Category 1 hurricane, not moving all that quickly though. So we're going to be dealing with this in Bermuda for much of the day today and even early tomorrow morning.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, that island is definitely a fortress, and they're going to have to be buckling down, no doubt, dealing with this. What's really staggering when you think about the numbers, you think about the North Atlantic. North Atlantic is about, it's over 1,700 miles wide. Bermuda about 21 miles long, and at its widest point about 1.75 miles. So it's a really tiny target in the North Atlantic, and yet we've got this drawing a bead on that area. Category 1 as it stands. If you tuned in yesterday morning, we winds of 100 miles an hour, different animal altogether. Now it's about 85. The pressure at 972, and even though it is weaker than it was yesterday morning, it is still a force to be reckoned with. And as we show you the path of where it's been and where it will go, it's going to be, again, bringing a lot of fury to Bermuda. But there will be some effects along the eastern seaboard, and we're going to talk about that coming up. But if you look at some of these wave heights and some of these gusts, we're going to start off with the winds and the gusts. They are strong. Obviously, they're closer to the center of circulation. They tend to be a bit stronger. But when you look at some of these wave heights, especially closer to the center of 35 feet, ladies and gentlemen, that's the equivalent of a 3-story building. Gives you an idea just how tall some of these waves happen to be. And if you're down in one of the troughs of these waves and you're looking up, I mean, it'll just darken the sky for you. It can be quite intimidating, to say the very least. Now, as it stands, you have Bermuda. Your main city is Hamilton. Great harbor there. Backside of that, if you happen to be in that area, you'll find it nestled with boats. They're locked in. They're secured as best they can. In this area from Elbow Beach clear to Hamilton proper, we've got more of this we're dealing with. Bermuda radar, do we have it? We sure do. And you see it right there on the screen. I mean, how can you miss out on it? It's got that classic shape too, that pinwheel as it makes its way from south to north. And as we go forward in time, the bulk of that moisture is going to be in the top half of it. But look at how it kind of backfills. At least this is what the models prognosticate. So there is the potential that in Bermuda, as it passes overhead, there is a chance that at some point this morning, I would say a few hours before this shot, you may be able to look up at 9:30, at maybe even 10 o'clock, look up and see some sunshine. It could happen before the back half of the wall begins to come on through. And that is sometimes where you have more of your destruction. It's weakened by the first half, by the northeast quadrant, but the back side of the wall sometimes gives it the heave-ho in terms of tree damage, sometimes structural damage, something to consider. But Kelly, to your point, slow mover. I mean, there we go, 12 hours before it finally starts swimming away. It is going to be a long time, no doubt, that we're dealing with the system.
This is a CBS News Miami tracking Ernesto update.
Well, this morning, Hurricane Ernesto is slamming into Bermuda, causing rough conditions for the island nation. The storm is now a Category 1 hurricane. People who live there did what they could to prepare their homes before landfall.
We're bringing it down the hill so we can board up the windows on the south side so when the wind comes, it doesn't break the glass.
The storm is also expected to create dangerous surf and rip currents up and down the east coast of the U.S. this weekend. And Casey, here in South Florida, we won't see too much as far as Ernesto is concerned with those rip currents, but other places in the U.S. need to be on alert for this.
Yeah, you know, we're talking about a moderate rip current risk today. The higher rip current risk is going to be farther north along the east coast, so they're also going to be dealing with some larger ocean swells. Here is Ernesto now. It made landfall along the island of Bermuda at around 4:30 their time, 3:30 a.m. our time, as a Category 1 hurricane with 85-mile-per-hour max sustained winds, and it continues to move fairly slowly to the north-northeast at 9 miles per hour. So we're still expecting hurricane-force winds to continue across Bermuda at least through this afternoon. Conditions will start to improve heading into later today and into tonight before it then begins to pick up speed and eventually transitions into a subtropical system as we head into the early portion of the work week. And then we are saying good riddance to Ernesto.
Probably the eye was wider
than the landmass of Bermuda. So this truly is a rock out here in the middle of the Atlantic. From here to North Carolina, about 600 plus miles. Right now, Ernesto has gone down 5 miles per hour in terms of sustained winds to 80 miles per hour. Still Category 1, still moving north-northeast at 9 miles per hour. So it is a slow pull away from Bermuda and all the islands here. And that's why we still have the hurricane warnings up. Looking at the radar out of Bermuda, their weather service there, still showing we are smack dab in that middle of that circulation. We still have a lot more of the rain bands that kind of move around here. This whole system is kind of moving in this direction, but moving very slowly. It's supposed to move more towards the due north and then to the north-north, or it's already moving to the north-northeast, but it's going to continue that way and pull away from Bermuda, but slowly. This is the visible satellite, and we can clearly see we have a big, wide cloud cover. And notice where the high clouds are going. They're kind of going in that direction. So they're feeling the push from the trough on the East Coast, giving us some severe weather. So it's already, this is kind of the tail of where this storm is going. When you see that kind of blow off of those high cirrus clouds, it's feeling the upper level winds pulling in that direction. You can see how it's also lopsided in terms of where those winds are. That's better news for Bermuda. On the backside, the width of the tropical storm force winds are not nearly as great as they are on the front side, because you also have that forward motion. Not very fast, but still, it's improving slowly. Still 66 mile per hour wind gusts, but look at that, sustained at 52 miles per hour here in Hamilton on the island of Bermuda there. So we're still dealing with hurricane and tropical storm force conditions creating huge waves.
All right, time now for our tropical update as Ernesto made landfall in Bermuda earlier today.
Yeah, but the storm is now expected to start losing strength. Let's bring in our Weather Authority meteorologist. We have Peter Sherwood here right now with more on exactly what you're tracking with the storm.
So Ernesto, for the latest advisory that came in at 11 p.m. is now a tropical storm. So earlier it was a hurricane, and now we're seeing those wind speeds at 70 miles per hour. And that's because of some drier air that's wrapping into the storm, allowing it to be a little bit weaker for tonight. There are still tropical storm force wind speeds across Bermuda right now, and I do anticipate that to continue to pull away from the island, and we are going to see some quieter conditions move into that region. But for us, the indirect impacts are happening for the eastern seaboard. Look at the rip current threat. It is in the high category, and that's due to those large swells and waves that are moving across the eastern seaboard for tonight, and that will continue into tomorrow. I do anticipate Ernesto to move over some warm sea surface temperatures that could help it strengthen a little bit more as we head into tomorrow, back into a Category 1 hurricane, and then it's going to move over some cooler sea surface temperatures well to the northeast, and that will help it weaken as we head into Tuesday. Coming up, we're going to take a look at our local forecast. I'll show you those showers and thunderstorms that could develop on our Sunday.
Well, get this new information coming in. Yes, we've got the new advisory from the National Hurricane Center. No big changes here except the movement. Look at that. I mean, boy, it's almost as if Ernesto put the up speed on, or hit the gas. I was going to say put the up speed on the treadmill. When you suddenly go from a walk to a jog or a sprint. 16 miles per hour pushing up to the north-northeast. Now, the biggest headline, I think, from this particular advisory is that Ernesto is forecast to become a hurricane again. It is moving through some warmer waters, and the lower wind shear is pushing into an area that perhaps has a very short window of becoming hurricane once again, but as it moves away from Bermuda, there's no impact here to any land. It's just that fish storm. Nice little swirl still coming together. So you can see that structure is holding true. But as it moves quicker up to the north and northeast, it gets picked up by this trough that's pushing off the eastern seaboard. And it's going to start to undergo what we call post-tropical, extratropical transition. And that's likely to happen over the next 24 to 48 hours. So while it's strengthening, it doesn't necessarily correlate to, the core of the storm looking the same.
What it does do, though, is it also gives it a little bit more time to keep those seas uncomfortably large.
Yes,
you know,
that's
push
true.
more energy off towards the coast, so that allows that chance for keeping the rip currents, keeping the coastal issues going on for a little bit longer.
Exactly. And this is interesting, Rick. You wanted us to bring up this because this is true. We talk so much about warm waters in the Atlantic, but also, too, what these tropical systems can end up doing during their lifespan.
So a tropical system will pull up cooler water from below the surface of the ocean. And what you can see this is just in the path right there. By the way, the Atlantic has been boiling. It's been so warm for over a year now. And then you get a storm go over a spot, and it'll be one little cool spot in the ocean right there where that storm was.
So there it is, that blue right there. It's what we call ocean upwelling. That cool air or cool water comes up to the surface. It will eventually maybe mix out. You give it some time, but you know, it is interesting to see how that process comes together.
First Alert Live Doppler on NBC6, South Florida's most accurate.
Well, kind of a mixed weekend here in South Florida. Had some sunshine, had some rain, and some low humidity. Now back to work and back to school. First thing tomorrow morning, everyone leveled off with lower 80s, a fair amount of humidity, but lots of sunshine. But don't let this throw you. Moving back into a classic summertime pattern that will feature everything: the heat, the humidity, the sunshine, and the storms. And most of our storms will be occurring in the afternoon hours. Hey, I said we had some good news in the tropics, and I think that we can take it as this. We're going to look for a lull in the action here across the Atlantic basin. Yes, we still have Ernesto out there. We'll take you into that. And as you just heard in our previous report, still a hurricane tonight, moving far north now of Bermuda, still in the right environment to maintain this Category 1 classification with 80-mile-per-hour winds. It's moving off to the north-northeast at 20 soon. It will end up fanning out across the North Atlantic with impacts here, at least coastal impacts to the Canadian Maritimes. But Ernesto soon winding down as we get a little bit higher in the latitudes there in the North Atlantic in the days ahead. So what's the good news? Once Ernesto settles down here, we end up with the next several days fairly quiet across the Atlantic basin. Of course, this is the time of the season. We're looking out here across the tropical Atlantic for some waves coming off the coast of Africa. Nothing doing here for the next several days. So we'll take that lull in the action anytime, especially in mid to late August.
Well, Hurricane Ernesto continues its path in the Atlantic Ocean. It made landfall on Bermuda Saturday morning, sent life-threatening rip currents all along the East Coast. Unfortunately, 2 deaths across the East Coast because of rip currents. So a tough weekend at a lot of our beaches, even though the storm was nowhere close. Now, Mike, we're still watching rip current danger, especially down into Florida, but there's also rain showers that may be keeping people away from the beach.
Yeah, it's maybe not the most ideal day for you at a couple of the beaches here, and showing you Ernesto now going up toward the Canadian Maritimes here, but winds are still formidable here. 90 miles per hour. Forward speed is cooking, though. Northeast at 28 miles per hour, and the effects from this United States will become less and less over the course of time here. You can see where the swells are again, especially the East Coast is where we have moderate to high rip current danger. I see especially, say, like the Outer Banks of North Carolina, very popular this time of year, all the way up through the Northeast beaches. You've got that high rip current danger here. The good news is maybe the weather not that great for you in the Northeast. It's cloudy, a little showery at times, so maybe you don't want to be at the water's edge. But there's a look at where it heads. Again, it is speeding along here, going through that colder water, so it won't be long here before it becomes a post-tropical system. We're going to watch for the possibilities of some thunderstorms down here through Florida, including through the Big Bend area, then along the first coast here. And as far as the storms go, with this big trough that's kind of digging in down here and then eventually stalling out, we're going to be stuck in a pattern here across Florida. It keeps us hot and humid, especially south of this front, but also keeps us maybe very active as well. That becomes a stalled out front where you just end up triggering showers and storms all the way through late week. And sometimes when these things get hung up down here in Florida, they also become the impetus for some tropical formation here. So any low-level spin that we detect, so there's the front. Anything happening down here in the Gulf of Mexico, always something to keep an eye on, because they certainly, Dr. Neb, can sneak up on you.
You can never trust the Gulf of Mexico anytime during the hurricane season. And when you see this flurry of activity here in the eastern and central Pacific, that's a sign that more conducive conditions are on the doorstep of the Atlantic basin. So maybe, relatively speaking, a break over the next week, but it's probably going to get busier next week as we get to the end of August. And usually a busy East Pacific means the Atlantic is not far behind. We've got Gilma that is probably going to become a hurricane, but got a lot of focus here on Invest 90E down here, because this could at least bring some winds and rain to Hawaii. And you've got the cooler waters up here to the north of all of these systems. And so that's why it's kind of hard to bring a really strong system into Hawaii, because the systems get over the cooler water, they weaken even if they head in the direction of the islands. But the waters are a little bit warmer than average in this zone. Some easterly wind shear, but eventually this system down here could develop. Gilma's got some easterly shear, so it's a little bit lopsided, but the conditions will get conducive enough, even though it's headed toward cooler waters, eventually become a hurricane before it weakens. So this is the system we got to watch. Again, there's the cooler waters east of Hawaii, but there's an 80% chance of this developing over the next 7 days, and it will not move very much initially, but then it will start heading westward. So the moisture content is going to be the big problem, along with the enhancement of the trade winds. Here it is, it gains a little bit of latitude, and then when we get to Saturday and Sunday, that's when the moisture enhancement could really cause some flood problems in Hawaii, along with some gusty winds.
Good morning, everybody. Tracking the tropics, Hurricane Ernesto is still out there, but it's off the eastern shores of Newfoundland, and it's heading actually toward London. So it is not going to be a factor for us as we go forward. So what about the rest of the tropics? We're entering a very key part of the season, a peak part of hurricane season. And I can tell you, if the map works, that we don't have a lot going because we have more dust than waves still exiting Africa. So this is really a good thing. Dust, really serves to suppress any sort of tropical formation. So far, so good. We'll keep you posted.
Let's go to the Atlantic and talk about this. Who wants to tackle it?
Oh, Michael, you take it away.
It's kind of tackled itself.
It really has. Well, here's what we learned as of the 11 o'clock advisory within the past 10 to 15 minutes or so, is that what was Hurricane Ernesto, it had winds of 75 miles per hour if you joined us early in the show, that's now been downgraded by the National Hurricane Center. It is now a post-tropical cyclone, winds at only 70 miles per hour. This thing, guys, is booking it. For a tropical system to travel at, almost 40 miles per hour, pretty significant.
Yeah, it's booking it because it's making up for some lost time. That thing over Bermuda, it just didn't stall, but it just slowed down. It missed that initial trough, and so waiting on that next trough to move in and scoop it up, and now it's gotten caught up in the jet. I mean, if you're making a transatlantic flight, from the U.S. to Europe
might get
today.
There early.
Yeah.
That New York to Ireland flight would be a fun one.
Not bad.
You'll be avoiding maybe a few storms. As clouds are still building. But
Ernesto, by the way, formed on August the 12th. So that was, 8 days ago now? Yeah. And it feels like we've been talking about Ernesto for quite some time.
We have been.
Yeah, so it's nice to finally, that's the final advisory, by the way, at the 11 o'clock. So.
Final advisory, and then we wait to see what happens, and all signs pointing that activity is expected to pick up again. I mean, we've been getting these easterly waves. We've just been seeing them a little bit further north than we typically would. And so they haven't quite had conducive environments to grow and organize.
There are some signs that end of August, early September, that could be changing. So we'll wait. Until then, we do have waves coming off the African coastline. So the ITC is doing what the ITC does this time of year.
Yeah, it's performing as it usually does, right? Hey, take a look at this. This was a pretty scary scene. This out of Alabama, out of northern Alabama, a thunderstorm producing this. Watch. I mean, how many summer events have you been to where you have those big blow-up, bouncy homes or those slides? Well, this intense wind is what caused the bounce house to just go airborne, altering a gathering in Hillsborough.